Chapter 396. The sudden explosion of the smoke Luan shield stunned all the heaven immortals present. Even Taoist Immortal Luan's mind went blank, as he could not figure out what was going on. No matter what, Taoist Immortal Luan had asked a 29th tier item crafting master from Puluo Heavenly Realm and spent several tens of thousands of years to gather the geocentric crimson flame dark copper. It was an immortal item that Taoist Immortal Luan was proud of. Not even ordinary heaven immortals could break the defense of the smoke Luan shield. Yet it was completely destroyed by these two great serpents. Taoist Qi and Taoist Min had their mouths agape at the same time. Taoist Qi had a strange smile on his face, while Taoist Min's face turned blue. Meanwhile, all the heaven immortals from Yuan Hua sect turned to look at Wuxia at the same time. This little fellow was the master of these two great serpents. Goldhorn's tail slapped heavily on Taoist Immortal Luan's chest. Taoist Immortal Luan had never tempered his immortal body, and only focused on the cultivation of his immortal soul and magical power. However, dragon pythons of fire and ice were famous for their powerful fleshly bodies since the ancient times. With just a swing of their tails, they left a half-foot deep wound on Taoist Immortal Luan's chest, nearly cutting him open. A large amount of golden immortal blood sprayed out from the wound, while Taoist Immortal Luan was knocked flying backward and slammed headfirst in a Silverhorn. Laughing strangely, Silverhorn grabbed Taoist Immortal Luan with one claw and shoved him into his mouth. While attacking, he said hastily, "Don't worry, elder brother. I'll eat the upper body and leave the lower body for you. TSK, there is still a good ingredient for the three whips soup." Goldhorn cursed anxiously, curling up his body and leaping towards Silverhorn. Upper body, upper body. 70% of the essence of an immortal was gathered in the upper body. The internal organs were the source of the 5 energies in an immortal's body. The head was the place where the immortal's soul and intelligence gathered, and the most valuable thing of an immortal was the upper body. If Silverhorn took the upper body for himself, didn't that mean all the benefits of Immortal Luan would belong to him? As for the good ingredient, Goldhorn was not interested in it at all. The two great serpents were rolling and struggling in midair for the sake of Taoist Immortal Luan, who was badly wounded. Taoist Immortal Luan was tightly gripped by Silverhorn's claws, and the tremendous force nearly crushed his severely wounded immortal body. The destruction of the Smoke Phoenix shield had affected his immortal soul and caused it to suffer a heavy injury. Presently, his mind was in a state of turmoil, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Nevertheless, Taoist Immortal Luan had no time to care about the discomfort, as he kept howling at the top of his voice. How could this be? The Smoke Phoenix shield is a 30th grade immortal artifact. How can it be shattered by two beasts who have just condensed their nascent divinities? How could this be? The Smoke Luan shield is a 30th grade immortal artifact, the masterpiece of Master Swandan. How could you break it? Wuxia stood on the ground with his hands behind his back and sneered. Using the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia had seen the scene of the Smoke Luan shield shattering. That's right, it was a grade 30 immortal artifact, a pretty good item. Unfortunately, its main material was the geocentric scarlet flame, mysterious copper. This kind of pure yang material had amazing defensive power. It had excellent defensive power against all kinds of true fire and lightning spells. However, everyone has their own advantages and disadvantages, and every living thing under the heaven had something that could restrain them. The geocentric scarlet flame, mysterious copper, was afraid of the attack from acquired Yin energy. Goldhorn's scorching flames and hot air did not pose any threat to the Smoke Phoenix shield, but the cold gleam shot out by Silverhorn contained a thread of innate Yin energy that was unique to the clan of dragon pythons of fire and ice, which was produced by using their own bodies as the cauldron. The power of the cold gleam was incredible, and the Smoke Phoenix shield was perfectly restrained by it. How could not shatter? Seeing that Taoist Immortal Luan was about to be tortured to death by the two brothers, Wuxia cleared his throat and cried out, "All right, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, put down Uncle Master Immortal Luan. If you eat something wrong, you'll have diarrhea?" Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who were chasing each other in midair, turned stiff immediately, lowering their heads like deflated balloons. Silverhorn rolled his eyes and loosened his claws, causing Taoist Immortal Ballad to fall down like a rock. However, Taoist Immortal Ballad was, after all, an experienced heaven immortal. Although he was severely wounded just now, he still managed to catch his breath and stabilize his body after falling for several hundred feet. He gave Goldhorn and Silverhorn a glance, who looked dejected and sad because their delicacies were gone, and said with a deep voice, "For today's humiliation, I—" Wuxia interrupted Taoist Immortal Ballad. With both hands clasped behind his back, he sighed and said, "Why are you bickering with two beasts, Uncle Master? They know nothing, and they are just two greedy beasts. They are just transcending their thunder tribulation, yet they were insulted by someone. That is why their wild nature flared up and attacked you, Uncle Master. As a heaven immortal, bickering with two beasts is a disgrace to your status." Although Wuxi's words were extremely unpleasant to the ears, they had captured the thoughts of these heaven immortals. It was Taoist Immortal Ballad who insulted Goldhorn and Silverhorn first, and then the two beasts attacked him. They were beasts, so how could one reason with them? Taoist Immortal Ballad brought this upon himself, and no one could help him. As for the fact that Taoist Immortal Ballad's prized immortal item was destroyed, and he himself was severely wounded by Goldhorn and Silverhorn, how could he still have the nerve to continue talking about this matter when he could not even deal with the two beasts he mentioned? Taoist Immortal Ballad's face turned green and red with anger, and he nearly coughed out blood. Fortunately, he knew that he was now suffering from more injuries. In the battle with Huiling's sect, he was already severely wounded, and 70% of his cultivation base was temporarily crippled. Now, he was wounded by Goldhorn and Silverhorn. If he coughed out another mouthful of blood, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another, and his immortal soul and energy would be damaged. For Taoist Immortal Ballad, every drop of blood was extremely precious, and the loss of a drop of blood would make his injuries worse. He cupped his fist and bowed to Taoist men without saying a word. With a gloomy face, he picked up the broken pieces of the smoke lawn shield and put away its item spirit and soul, then staggered and stepped onto a cloud, preparing to leave. But right at this moment, a beam of golden light sprinkled down from the sky and shone on Taoist Immortal Ballad's body. An enormous immortal energy essence was injected into Taoist Immortal Ballad's body from afar, healing his injuries at an incredible speed. Taoist Qi, Taoist men, and Immortal Tai, you were startled. These heaven immortals cupped their fists and said, "Ancestral Master, you." Patriarch Yuan Hua's voice was heard coming from afar. "Cheer, Minner, Immortal Ballad, Wuqi, come here, all of you," he said in a low voice. Those who were called by Patriarch Yuan Hua dared not to be negligent. Without hesitation, they quickly stepped onto clouds and flew towards Green Cliff Mountain. The beam of golden light followed Taoist Immortal Ballad all the way to Green Cliff Mountain, and only then it slowly faded away. After being replenished by the enormous immortal energy essence in the golden light, Taoist Immortal Ballad's injuries were 70 to 80% healed, and even his immortal body, which was severely wounded by Huiling's sex immortals, had almost fully recovered. As Patriarch Yuan Hua's cultivation base was much stronger than Taoist Immortal Ballad, the fact that he was consuming his own energy essence to heal Taoist Immortal Ballad was like an elephant transfusing blood to an ant. Every little bit of blood the elephant lost was more than enough for the ant to exchange all its blood. In Patriarch Yuan Hua's eyes, Taoist Immortal Ballad's injuries were nothing serious. But immortal energy essence was extremely important, and if it was not necessary, which heaven immortal would waste his own energy essence to heal someone else? That would be too great a loss. The group of 4 men and 2 serpents came before Patriarch Yuan Hua's wooden hut, but they still could not find him. The door was tightly shut, and they could only hear his voice. Are these 2 great serpents the legendary ancient extraordinary beasts, dragon pythons of fire and ice? Excellent. With just one snow-armored, heaven-devouring python, Eminent Cloud Sect is able to reign supreme in Puluo Heavenly Realm. In the future, Yuanhua Sect will not be weaker than them. Goldhorn and Silverhorn twitched their mouths and turned their heads away indifferently. What was a snow-armored, heaven-devouring python? According to the bloodline memories of the brothers, this little fellow was nothing but a disdainful existence. Dragon pythons of fire and ice were the supreme existences of the ancient Scale clan, while snow-armored, heaven-devouring python was at most a local tyrant. The gap between them was simply too huge. Patriarch Yuanhua gave Goldhorn and Silverhorn a few praises. Then his tone suddenly turned extremely heavy. It has been 100,000 years. You should have had enough, right? Daoist Qi and Daoist Min's faces flickered with fear. They exchanged a glance, then dropped to their knees at the same time. Daoist Imoluan dared not to say a word, and hastily dropped to his knees as well. Patriarch Yuanhua sighed and said, "Many years ago, the few of us, master and disciples, had spent a lot of effort to build a strong foundation in Puluo, Heavenly Realm. But because of Qing Fu, both of you turned against each other, causing a foul atmosphere in the sect. For the sake of the relationship between us, master and disciple, I allowed you to do whatever you wanted. Now, have you had enough?" Daoist Qi and Daoist Min remained kneeling on the ground, daring not to say a word. They just kept kowtowing. Cold sweat kept breaking out of Daoist Emoluan's forehead, and his body was trembling slightly. Patriarch Yuanhua said in a deep voice, "Today, I'll make the final decision. That's enough. A formidable enemy is approaching us, and a great calamity is right before our eyes. Yet, we still want to make a scene. Are you going to let Yuanhua Sect's foundation vanish before you stop?" Daoist Qi and Daoist Min asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that, master?" Patriarch Yuanhua said in a deep voice, "This is a very serious matter. Apart from me, only you, Qi'er and Min'er, can know about it. Qi'er, assemble all the disciples who will participate in the match and make the final preparations. During the match, you will lead the team and keep watch. I'll only appear when I'm fighting with that old fogey Huiling alone. As for Min'er, bring your capable disciples and bring all the Thunderbolt seeds we have in our storage. You can use all the powerful immortal talismans, formation flags, and formation discs." Grinning coldly, Patriarch Yuanhua said with a hint of killing intent, "In 10 days' time, a strange beast will transcend its thunder tribulation in the windy plain of Tsangtu planet. Min'er, bring all the disciples and sneak in. Find an opportunity to severely injure that strange beast during the thunder tribulation." Daoist Qi and Daoist Min were taken aback at the same time. Wuxi's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master, is that strange beast the snow-armored, heaven-devouring python from Eminent Cloud Sect? Could it be that he is about to advance his cultivation base by another tier? Is that enough for him to transform into a human form?" Daoist Qi, Daoist Min, and Daoist Molan were taken aback, but they quickly nodded their heads as if they were enlightened. After a full 15 minutes, Patriarch Yuanhua continued speaking. However, his tone was filled with a strong surprise and joy. "Wuxi, my dear disciple, you are a smart and quick-witted one. Haha, it is the great python of Eminent Cloud Sect, the snow-armored, heaven-devouring python, who is about to transcend his thunder tribulation." Wuxi laughed, nodded his head thoughtfully, and said, "No wonder Yin Tianao was so easy to talk to when Yun Wuxi was eaten by catfish." Patriarch Yuanhua laughed and said, "That's right. No wonder Yin Tianao was so easy to talk to that day." Whispers replaced the laughter. Wuxi and his company began to discuss in low voices with Patriarch Yuanhua across the wooden hut. Chapter 397. With an awkward smile on his face, Wuxi quickly turned his head and grabbed Princess Zhang, Li's little hand, telling her that he was already an ordinary mortal in the mortal world, and that it was impossible for him to have anything to do with the Buddhist League. Guru Gu, he was taken aback. Then a faint smile emerged on his face, and his lips moved slightly. Then, his voice rang out in Wuxia's mind once again. Don't be afraid, don't panic, benefactor. You are fated with the Buddhist League, and sooner or later, you will convert to the Buddhist League and comprehend the supreme principles together. Everyone around you, as long as you know them, can join the Buddhist League and become a bodhisattva, a vajra, or protector of the heavenly kings. All of them are supreme Buddhas. There are 3,000 great Daos in the Buddhist League, and all 3,000 great Daos can lead to supreme Buddhas. The pure land of ultimate bliss of the Buddhist League is a supreme land. The magical techniques of the Buddhist League are boundless, so all of a sudden, a bright and clear ray of light sprinkled down from the sky, as over 100 cultivators were descending at a high speed amidst a large cloud of light. Immortal Chuan raised his eyelids and gave him a glance, then clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Wonderful! The fellow immortals from Huiling's sect are here. Only the people from Yuanhua sect are left." Gritting his teeth, he calculated that Huiling's sect's overall strength would never be able to fight against the celestial court of Hua Luo, heavenly realm, represented by Reverend Miao Miao, and he was far from being a match for Reverend Miao Miao, a 26th-tier heaven immortal. Although Reverend Huilin had a belly full of anger, he could only smile and nod at the surrounding immortals. As immortals had endless years, it was only natural that they would be extremely bored. Standing next to Immortal Chuan was Reverend Miao Miao, the immortal monarch of Celestial Court of Hua Luo Heavenly Realm, a lower upper-grade heavenly realm bordering Puyo Heavenly Realm. He pulled out a large dice bowl from under his sleeve and shouted, "Fellow immortals, come. Today is the grand occasion. How can we not make a bet? Place your bets. Place your bets. Who will be the winner between the disciples of Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect? Who will be the ancestral masters of both sects? Place your bets. The lowest bet is one immortal stone." Ha ha! Ha ha! Daoist Qi glared at Reverend Huilin without showing any sign of weakness. He said coldly, "My master is adjusting his breath in a secluded place and recuperating his spirit. He'll be ready to draw his sword and kill him later." Reverend Huilin froze for a moment and frowned. After the duel between the disciples of the two sects, the finale was the duel between him and Patriarch Yuanhua. Before the duel between two immortals with similar cultivation bases, one impatiently traveled a long way from Huangqiao planet to Puyo Heavenly Realm with his disciples, while the other meditated somewhere outside Puyo Heavenly Realm, and the other meditated and regulated his breath. Therefore, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. Unknowingly, Patriarch Yuanhua had gained the upper hand. Reverend Huilin's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly. "I'm having a life-and-death duel with my disciple here. Yet you, Reverend Miao Miao, are betting on this life-threatening shady business?" Reverend Huilin was severely wounded and did not look much better than 1 year ago. Clad in a bright red Taoist robe and a Taoist crown on his head, he came before the group of immortals on a cloud, together with over 100 disciples. Reverend Huilin glanced around, then cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Fellow immortals, you have come from afar. After Huiling's sect wins the victory today, we will hold a feast to celebrate with all of you." Reverend Gu, he had a green wooden medallion tied around his waist, engraved with 4 glinting relics. Surprisingly, he was a golden Arhut with a cultivation base equivalent to a 24th-tier heaven immortal, 1 level higher than Immortal Chuan, a 25th-tier heaven immortal. A soundless Buddhist chant rang out directly in Wuxia's mind. "Merciful Buddha, benefactor, you are destined to meet the Buddha." Reverend Miao Miao was beaming with joy, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He and Immortal Chuan's brows twitched and immediately came to an agreement. Reverend Miao Miao would be the banker, while Immortal Chuan, as the host, would get 50% of the profit. In the sky above the glazed heaven immortal abode, where Immortal Chuan was cultivating in seclusion, a fragrant wind lingered in the air, and clouds filled the sky. Many heaven immortals stood on the clouds in groups, calling out to their friends and greeting their acquaintances loudly. No one knew how long immortals had been cultivating, and usually a secluded cultivation would last for several thousand years. Many immortals whom they were familiar with had not seen each other for several tens of thousands of years. Now that they had finally met their old friends, they were naturally in a happy mood, greeting each other. Reverend Huelin's heart sank, his immortal energy stagnated, and his mind was thrown into disorder. But soon he thought of his trump card. After a brief moment of pondering, he sneered and returned to normal. Grinning coldly, he nodded and said, "Yuanhua always likes to take advantage of others. Now that he is circulating his cultivation technique and regulating his breath, do you think he can fully recover his injuries?" With various thoughts and goals in mind, over 1,300 heaven immortals from Puluo Heavenly Realm and a few nearby heavenly realms came to the scene. Among them were even the immortal monarchs from a few nearby heavenly realms, who had brought their subordinates to watch the show excitedly. When immortals were gambling, the stakes were extremely rare immortal stones. Many of these heaven immortals were wealthy immortals, and all of them had placed at least 10 lower-grade immortal stones on the bet. Especially a few heaven immortals from Hualuo Heavenly Realm, who were trying to curry favor with Reverend Xianxia, had placed a huge bet of 30 lower-grade immortal stones. On the other hand, the surrounding immortals were shouting excitedly. Hiding among the disciples of Yuanhua sect, Wuxia was looking curiously at Pilgrim Gu He, who stood right next to Immortal Chuan. The other few immortal monarchs from the celestial court were either clad in Taoist outfits or the official robes of immortal officials. They were shrouded in a faint immortal glow, giving them an extraordinary bearing. On the other hand, Pilgrim Gu He had a bald head and a ring scar on his face. He was clad in a green monk robe and a pair of straw sandals, with a string of Buddhist beads the size of chicken eggs wrapped around his left wrist. He was a Buddhist cultivator with an accomplished cultivation base. Wuxia had never thought that he would have an affinity with Pilgrim Gu He just because he gave him a glance. Wuxia would never believe that Pilgrim Gu He was a monk in his previous life. As if he had noticed Wuqi's gaze, Pilgrim Gu He suddenly turned to look at Wuxia, clasped his palms together, and uttered a Buddhist mantra. Reverend Xianxia and the other immortals nodded and smiled, agreeing to Immortal Chuan's suggestion. For those bored yet immortal immortals, if news of such a fun match were spread out, it would be worth at least several dozens of periods of time in the long years to come. A grand event like this would bring great benefits to their reputation. Naturally, they were more than happy to be the witness. Among the over 1,000 heaven immortals, at least 90% of them were bored. Upon hearing Reverend Xianxia's words, they immediately produced one jade slip after another with a smile on their faces, on which were recorded their bets and the amount of their bets. With Reverend Xianxia, an immortal official of the celestial court, acting as the banker, these immortals were not afraid that they would not be able to collect their bets. Right at this moment, a sudden outburst of cries interrupted Pilgrim Gu He's chatter. Reverend Huelin's eyes went wide as he stared at Taoist Qi and cried out furiously, "Taoist Qi, where is Yuanhua?" The match between their disciples would decide the ownership of a planet with abundant energy stones that had never been mined before. It could almost determine the future development of a sect for the next 10,000 years. Over 1,300 heaven immortals had brought tens of thousands of disciples with them, as well as countless strange mounts. Some of these mounts had glowing furs, some had shiny horns, and some were treading upon strange phenomena such as water, fire, wind, and clouds. All sorts of strange phenomena filled the sky with dazzling lights. It was truly a scene of immortals, different from the world of mortals. From time to time, some immortals would fly down from the sky on clouds. Every time they did so, it would draw the exclamations and whispers of laughter from the crowd of immortals. Hearty laughter resounded through the heaven and earth. Streams of light, clouds, flood dragons, lawn phoenixes, white deers, immortal cranes, heaven immortals, together with their disciples, were seen traversing across the void with their divine abilities, heading straight towards Puluo Heavenly Realm. Strange lights flickered in the sky, and a fragrant breeze filled the air. Some immortals who loved extravagance even spent their immortal energies to hoist palaces, pavilions, or even small mountains up into the sky, heading straight towards Puluo Heavenly Realm. Today was the day of the match between Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect. Upon hearing the news, all the heaven immortals from Puluo Heavenly Realm and several dozens of nearby heavenly realms had come to Puluo Heavenly Realm with great interest. An ancient abode of the human race? What was that? Wuxia quickly went through Lady Dark Goldwater's memories, but found nothing. This was the first time Wuxia saw a cultivator from the Buddhist League in this world. Reverend Gu, he was a skinny man, with a dignified and solemn face. His skin was shimmering with a faint golden gleam. Obviously, he had cultivated the Dharma body of Vajra unique to Buddhist League to a very powerful realm. Yet, the Golden Arhat of Buddhist League was one of the few existences who could fight against a powerful race like the Heavenly Dragon Clan with just their fleshly bodies. Shaking his head and smiling disapprovingly, Reverend Huilin cupped his fist at Immortal Chuan and said, "Immortal Monarch, please be the witness for the match between our two sects." Immortal Chuan laughed out loud, then turned to Reverend Miao Miao from Hua Luo Heavenly Realm, Immortal Song Miao from Yuan Luo Heavenly Realm, Immortal Carefree from Yi Luo Heavenly Realm, and Reverend Guhi from Ni Luo Heavenly Realm, and said, "Fellow immortal monarchs, why don't we join hands to be the witness for this match? In the future, when this matter is mentioned, it will be a great story in 5 Luo Heavenly Realm." The match between the ancestral masters of two sects would decide the ownership of their sects, and it would directly determine the rise and fall of the sect. Even if they could obtain the Energy Stone Planet, they would lose the foundation of their sects, and the decline of the sect was just around the corner. While Wuxia was dizzy from the noise, he heard Immortal Chuan say complacently, "That's right. The venue of the life and death match between the disciples of Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect will be held at the place I've recently discovered, the ancient mansion of the human race." Wuxia was so scared that his hair stood on end. Suddenly, he recalled the various novels he read back on Earth. Didn't all the monks in those novels do the same thing? It was easy to say that the benefactor was fated with the Buddha, and then the treasures would become their treasures, and the disciples with good aptitudes would also become their disciples. This was the most favorite trick of these bald monks. As all the immortals placed their bets, the sky was filled with streams of light. Suddenly, a strong light burst out from the grand universal teleportation formation in Puluo Heavenly Realm. Led by Taoist Qi, Immortal Green Staff, and Goddess Green Melon, all 110 cultivators from Yuanhua sect who participated in the match slowly walked out from the formation. Compared to those immortals who came to Puluo Heavenly Realm by exercising their divine abilities and Dharma spells, Yuanhua sect was keeping a very low profile. It had been a very long time since such a direct confrontation between two great immortal sects took place in the last several dozens of periods. Therefore, how could people not be curious, their blood boiling, and not rush to Puluo Heavenly Realm to watch the show? Especially the various immortal sects in Puluo Heavenly Realm, they were paying close attention to the outcome of the match. Regardless of the outcome, the overall strength of both great immortal sects would definitely be greatly affected. Perhaps this would be the opportunity for some small immortal sects to rise to prominence. Pilgrim Gu, he kept talking to Wuxia for at least the time it took to finish a meal. Wuxia was soaked in sweat as he listened to the conversation, and he nearly cursed out loud. Can you stand having 10,000 flies whispering in your ears? All the immortals smiled and nodded their heads. Apart from some heaven immortals who were on friendly terms with Huiling sect, 99% of the people did not take Reverend Huilin's word seriously. You think Huiling sect is going to win? I don't think so, right? Huiling sect and Yuanhua sect have been fighting for that energy stone planet for over 1,000 years. Yuan Hua sect had only lost a group of nascent divinity and nascent soul disciples, while Huiling sect had lost an elder with an overall strength of 35th tier. Speaking of losses, Huiling sect had far more losses than Yuan Hua sect. Are you sure you can win today? Chapter 398. These small land masses possessed a very strong offensive and defensive strength. In fact, they were war tools created by the human race and were called war cities. At that time, there were a total of 8 strongest war cities of the human race, named after the 8 wisest and strongest emperors of the human race, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Those war cities even had the power to fight head-on against the strongest gods of the ancient god race. Between the heavenly realms was a chaotic starry sky. It was a primordial chaos that even the great Saint Pangu could not open up. It was filled with violent energy tides that even primordial immortals dared not to step into. Energy tides of various Xianxia level would explode from time to time, and ordinary immortals would be torn to shreds by just touching a tiny bit of the energy waves. 220 cultivators from both immortal sects stepped onto their sword beams and flew towards the small landmass at top speed. Immortal Chuan pointed at the ancient mansion, smiled at Reverend Huilin, and said, "With the mysterious restrictive spells on this piece of land, it can provide for the needs of several tens of heaven immortals and several tens of thousands of cultivators." Immortal Chuan showed his teeth and smiled. His face was flushed, and he looked very proud of himself. Taoist Qi cupped his fist and said, "All the disciples of Yuan Hua sect are upright and above board, and we never do anything shady." The few immortal monarchs and heaven immortals shook their heads indifferently, then nodded again. Carefully, Immortal Chuan led the group of immortals and opened up a small tunnel in the chaotic starry sky, traveling several tens of thousands of miles. It was just a short distance of several tens of thousands of miles, but it already made these immortals gasp for breath and made their faces turn pale with fear, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Wuxia, who was pondering the stories of the ancient human race told by Immortal Chuan, nearly burst out laughing when he heard Immortal Chuan's words. This Immortal Chuan was really good at doing business. No wonder he would follow Reverend Huilin to Yuan Hua sect to be the notary and increase the bet by such a huge amount. Apparently, he was waiting for some unlucky disciple from both immortal sects to lose their important land and then purchase this mansion filled with abundant natural energy from him. Laughing loudly, Immortal Chuan pointed his finger at the mansion. Immortal Chuan spread his arms and said with a bitter smile, "If I had gained some benefits from it, I wouldn't have asked all of you to come here." Ben Jun spent several years turning over every blade of grass and every tree, but didn't find anything good. However, I don't have enough power to destroy the mansion in the core of the Forgotten Manor. Therefore, I intentionally announced it to the public. Which immortal friend has the ability to benefit from it? After this battle, you can go and try your luck. It will be a great story. Taoist Master Huilin said in a cold voice, "The disciples of my Huiling sect would never do such a disgraceful thing." From afar, this small landmass looked like a delicate bonsai. There were mountains, lakes, rivers, flowers, and trees. There was even a small fireball hovering above the landmass. It revolved around the landmass like a sun, providing heat and light for the living beings on the landmass. There should be some good things in the mansion of the ancient human race. But they were all extremely troublesome things and were not very useful to immortal cultivators. Therefore, although the mansion was very attractive, its attraction was more in the mansion itself, not the treasures in it. However, according to the unwritten rule of immortals, since Immortal Chuan had found this mansion, all the other immortals had the right to fight for the treasures in it, but the mansion itself belonged to Immortal Chuan. If not for that, why would Immortal Chuan bring so many immortals here in such a generous manner? Suddenly, a strong natural energy came rushing at them from the front. Wuxia and all the cultivators from Yuan Hua sect had rushed into the mansion. The starry sky was filled with chaotic airflows. If an ordinary immortal accidentally let them invade his body, the effect would be no different from injecting the venom of a poisonous snake into the blood vessels of a mortal. Apart from those almighty experts who had transcended the realm of primordial immortal by cultivating innate cultivation techniques, no immortal dared to let the chaotic airflows get close to them. On top of that, the chaotic airflows were extremely heavy. Just a strand of chaotic airflow as thin as a hair was 100 times heavier than a lofty mountain. It was not hard to imagine how much immortal energy it would take to open up a safe passage in such a starry sky. As Wuxia was flying forward while holding Princess Zhang Li's little hand, Guru Guhi's voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "Little friend, there's a fate between you and the Buddha. If you encounter any danger during the match, you just have to shout, 'Master, save me,' and I'll definitely do my best to save you. Little friend, if you join the Buddhist League, you will find endless happiness. If you are willing to cultivate in seclusion, there are countless beautiful sceneries in the land of ultimate bliss. If you're interested in dual cultivation, there's also the Great Joy Zen technique in the Buddhist League. I have a senior brother who is an outstanding talent in that technique. I can let you join his sect." After entering the spherical space, all the immortals breathed out a heavy sigh of relief and felt completely at ease. It made sense, as the natural energy in the vicinity of the mansion was really rich, even much richer than that of Myriad Immortals' planet. Although the landmass was a little smaller, the density of natural energy was very high. If one were to compare it seriously, the total amount of natural energy here was about the same as that of Green Cliff Planet. If either Huiling sect or Yuanhua sect were to lose their headquarters today, this ancient mansion could really serve as a temporary shelter for them. In the ancient times, it was before the establishment of the Celestial Court. At that time, the ancient gods were still the rulers of the heaven and earth, while the human race was rising rapidly. Under the leadership of the human emperor, the human race used a mystic technique to take down the fragments of Panga continent, creating a small landmass like the one in front of them, allowing them to roam the sky above the human race's territory. Right in the center of the landmass, between the mountains and the shores of lakes, the ruins of a few cities could be vaguely seen. Originally, these cities were very large in scale, with city walls measuring several tens of miles in both width and length, and standing over 100 feet tall. It was not hard to tell how magnificent these cities were in the past. But now, these city walls had collapsed to the ground, and all that was left of the houses in the cities were broken walls. The few cities were filled with an air of dilapidation. After that, the heaven and earth fell into chaos. When he said this, Immortal Chuan's description was a little vague. Clearly, he did not know much about this period of history. In short, the human race eventually became the rulers of the heaven and earth, while the immortals soared above the 9 heavens. On the other hand, the war cities of the human race that once roamed the universe were either destroyed or lost in the vast chaotic starry sky, drifting aimlessly in all directions. Instinctively, Wu Qi exercised his mystic eyes of universe and gave the surroundings a glance, and he nearly let out a cry. Beside him, Reverend Miao Miao said with a smile, "In short, we have to fight with our true strength, and no cheating is allowed." In this era where natural energy was scarce and resources were scarce, an ancient mansion that could absorb chaotic airflow and transform it into natural energy was a great temptation to all the immortal sections. If Immortal Chuan auctioned it, he could get a lot of benefits. The group of immortals stared quietly at the small landmass. Reverend Miao Miao said with a half-joking and half-serious tone, "Immortal Chuan, I suppose you must have obtained countless benefit from discovering this ancient mansion? Ha! I wonder if you could show it to us?" Immortal Chuan continued, "In this life-and-death match, neither side is allowed to use immortal-grade talismans, immortal-grade thunderbolts, or any other consumable offensive magical treasures. Otherwise, they will lose on the spot. Medicinal pills and demon pets are allowed to be used. Of course, fellow immortals, with your keen eyes, If any one of you uses a demon pet whose overall strength does not match its master's, we, the few of us, will judge the immortal sect he belongs to as the loser. A bright flame flickered in the void, stretching for several tens of miles. Immortal Chuan and the other 4 immortal monarchs led the group of immortal officials to clear a path in the front. All the heaven immortals exerted their powers at the same time, forming a long stream of light that flew at top speed in the void. In just a blink of an eye, they had traveled tens of millions of miles, and very soon they arrived at the edge of Puluo Heavenly Realm. Reverend Huelin's lips twitched as he gave Immortal Chuan a glance. After advancing carefully for several tens of thousands of miles, a spherical space with a diameter of about 10,000 miles suddenly appeared amidst the tumbling void. An enormous restrictive force had opened up such a safe space in this chaotic starry sky, which was filled with rich natural energy. A strange golden light filled the surroundings as a small landmass, measuring about 1,000 miles in both width and length, was hovering quietly in front of them. Everyone's attention was attracted by this space. When no one was paying attention, Wuxia nimbly threw something to the side. Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia knew that Lady Dark Goldwater was an idiot who only focused on cultivation and knew nothing about anything else. Therefore, she did not have any impression of a mansion of the human race in her memory. Shaking his head, Wuxia turned to Immortal Greenstaff and asked in a low voice, "Ancestral Master, what is the origin of this mansion of the human race?" The restrictive force that opened up this spherical space in the chaotic starry sky was coming from the core of that landmass. Chaotic airflows kept rushing into this space and were transformed by the restrictive force into the normal natural energies of 5 elements. A rich natural energy kept bursting out from the landmass, and the surrounding spherical space seemed to be expanding slowly. All the immortals on the scene had sharp ears. Upon hearing Wuqi's question, Immortal Chuan turned to give Wuqi a look. When he found out that Wuqi was the young man who had given him a large sum of bribes, he immediately had a good impression of him. Immortal Chuan nodded amiably, smiled, and said, "If that is the case, I'll tell you the origin of this mansion of the human race. Fellow immortals have brought quite a number of juniors here, and it is a good thing to let them gain some knowledge." Upon hearing Immortal Chuan's words, the group of immortals became excited like flies who had smelled the scent of blood. They fixed their eyes on the disciples of 2 immortal sects, secretly calculating the chances of winning. The sound of a jade bell rang out, as Immortal Chuan smiled and said, "That will be the best." Disciples of Huiling sect and Yuanhua sect quickly enter the mansion. The match will officially begin at noon 3 days later. During this period of time, you can familiarize yourselves with the terrain, adjust your aura, or simply try your luck and see if you can find some good treasures. Pilgrim Gu He's nagging kept buzzing in Wu Chi's spiritual ocean like a fly that could not be killed. Helpless, Wu Chi rolled his eyes and sealed off all his 6 senses. Only then did he manage to isolate himself from Pilgrim Gu He's nagging. Some of these mansions had drifted into the depths of the vast and immeasurable chaotic starry sky, while some had drifted for countless years due to the chaotic tide. Occasionally, they would be pushed close to a heavenly realm, and sometimes they would even break into the normal starry sky of a heavenly realm. Whenever this happened, the lucky immortal monarch in charge of the heavenly realm would receive an unexpected windfall. The price of a mansion was indeed not cheap. Smiling, Immortal Chuan clapped his hands and said, "Come, come, fellow immortal monarchs. Today is the day of a match between Huiling sect and Yuanhua sect. For the sake of a planet of energy stones, both immortal sects will each send out 10 nascent divinity cultivators and 100 nascent soul cultivators to fight in this mansion. No matter what, the disciple of whichever sect can walk out from this mansion in the end will be able to occupy the planet of energy stones for himself." Immortal Chuan nodded his head reservedly, then began to tell them about the origin of the mansion of the human race. Chapter 399. With his cultivation base skyrocketing, Wuxia exercised his mystic eyes of universe and could see every single blade of grass and every tree on this vast landmass. Just as Immortal Chuan had said, he didn't find any benefits in this place because Wuxia had also discovered that all the flowers, grasses, and trees on this landmass were ordinary species, and not even a single ginseng could be found. Even if these ordinary flowers, grasses, and trees had absorbed more natural energies over the years, what was the point? Not to mention that these plants had not absorbed much natural energies. Although the natural energies in the vicinity of this landmass were very rich, the natural energies on this landmass were very sparse. Through the observation of Wuqi's mystic eyes of universe, he could see a grayish-white beam of light was absorbing the natural energies in the vicinity at the core of this landmass, which is also the source of the powerful restrictive spells. The restrictive spells of the ancient mansion were very magical, as they could transform the chaotic airflows into natural energies of the 5 elements and release them. Meanwhile, the grayish-white beam of light was absorbing a large amount of natural energies emitted by this landmass. However, it was obvious that this grayish-white beam of light had developed a preliminary spirituality, as it was absorbing natural energies at a certain speed, which didn't affect the operation of the restrictive spells of the ancient mansion. On top of that, it was still able to support the continuous expansion of the spherical space around the mansion. The larger the spherical space was, the larger its surface area would be, and the larger its contact with the chaotic airflows would be. Thus, it would be able to absorb and transform more chaotic airflows. This grayish-white beam of light was very clever. It absorbed 70% of the natural energies transformed by the restrictive spells, and used the remaining 20% to maintain the operation of the restrictive spells. Meanwhile, it released the remaining 10% of natural energies, which gradually expanded the spherical space around it. When Wuqi's mystic eyes of universe swept across the grayish-white beam of light, his heart began to race. This was the innate yin energy of yin and yang, the purest yin energy among the innate yin and yang energies, the source of all the yin energy in the world. The innate chaos was transformed into yin and yang, and the so-called taiji transformed into yin and yang. The grayish-white light was the innate yin qi in the yin and yang qi. It was also one of the 2 yin qi that Wu Qi needed to cultivate the 7 foundation elevating technique, which was the next cultivation method of the 7 foundation building technique. Originally, the scroll of stealing had recorded some places that produced innate energies. However, those places were either very far away from the Puyuo heavenly realm, where Wuqi was now, and Wuqi did not have the ability to go there, or they were located in some extremely dangerous places, where even if Wuqi went there, he would be turned into ashes in a puff of smoke. Therefore, Wuqi was so happy to be able to find a wisp of innate yin qi here that he almost shouted out loud. However, under the watchful eyes of all the immortals, over 1,000 heaven immortals were using their Dharma eyes to observe every move made by Wu Qi and his companions. Their powerful divine will had locked down everything around them. So how could Wu Qi have the chance to collect the innate yin energy? But without the innate yin energy, how was Wu Qi going to cultivate the 7 foundation elevating technique to the next level? Currently, he had 10 innate nascent souls in his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, and the 7 foundation elevating technique required him to shatter these nascent souls, fuse them with the innate yin and yang energies, and eventually form an innate nascent divinity. No matter what, Wu Qi had to get his hands on this yin energy. His eyes darting from side to side, Wu Qi pulled Princess Zhang, Li's tender hand, and landed on the ground. The place where Yuan Hua sect's disciples landed was next to a small lake. It was a place with lush water plants and beautiful sceneries, making it a good place to set up camp. All the disciples of Yuan Hua sect who participated in the life and death match were from White Cloud Immortal sect, and 70% of them had the surname Jian. All of them were blood relatives of the same clan, and with the elders of Jiang clan taking care of them, they moved in an orderly manner. Very soon, they began to deploy various defensive mechanisms and traps around the lake. Several hundred miles away, the group of over 100 disciples from Huiling's sect was divided into 5 groups, obviously led by 5 peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators. They were noisy when they moved, and only after a full 15 minutes after they landed on the ground did they begin to slowly deploy all kinds of defensive formations under the command of a nascent divinity cultivator who was appointed as the leader. However, it was obvious that there was a grudge between the people of these 5 factions, as their cooperation was sloppy, and their efficiency was shockingly low. High up in the sky, Daoist Qi nodded his head happily and said with a smile, "We now have 70% chance of winning." Meanwhile, Reverend Huelin's face was extremely unsightly. He gave a fierce glare at Immortal Kahi, who was standing next to him with an unsightly expression, and scolded him with a voice transmission. "So, these are the good disciples you found? Look at them. Then look at those Yuan Hua sect disciples on the opposite side. If not because I have the confidence to defeat that old fart Yuan Hua, wouldn't our sect have lost a treasured planet of energy stones for no reason?" Immortal Kahi bowed his head helplessly with a long face. He also found it strange that all the disciples of Yuan Hua sect who participated in the life and death match were so obedient. Under the lead of a cultivator, all of them were doing what they were supposed to do, just like a group of filial sons and grandsons carrying out tasks assigned by their patriarch. Immortal Kahi did not expect that his guess was right. The leader of Yuan Hua sect's disciples in this life and death match was Xianxia, a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator, commonly known as Daoist Xiao. Furthermore, 70% of the disciples of Jiang clan were his sons and grandsons. As for the other 30% who were not from Jiang clan, most of them had the surname Lu. However, Lu Wuxia, Jiang Xiaoxiao's partner in dual cultivation, was the patriarch of these Lu clansmen, and she was also one of the 10 peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators sent by Yuan Hua sect in this life and death match. With her around, all the cultivators with the surname Lu were naturally very obedient. In less than 2 hours, while the disciples of Huiling's sect were still idling, under the command of Daoist Xiao and Lu Wuxia, Wuxia and the others had already constructed a city made of clay, measuring about 1 mile in both width and length. It was surrounded by countless restrictive formations, forming a powerful defensive and early warning system. When everything was done, Daoist Xiao, who always wore a smile on his face, cried out loudly, "Disciples of Yuan Hua sect, listen up, build your own tents, circulate your energy, and regulate your breath. 3 days later, we will fight a life and death match with the disciples of Huiling's sect." All the disciples of Yuan Hua sect answer at the same time. Right in the middle of the city made of clay, they pulled out the white tents they brought with them and pitched several dozens of tents according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. After that, they hid in the tents and began to regulate their breath, trying their best to adjust themselves to the best condition. The group of immortals hovering in the sky shook their heads and shifted their attention away from the disciples of Yuan Hua sect, turning to look at the 110 disciples of Huiling's sect with a smile on their faces. These people were still weakly deploying formations and traps. However, the gaps between the various formations they deployed were large enough for a horse to run, and no one knew what the purpose of these restrictive formations was. Some immortals who were not very kind suddenly burst into loud laughter. Without giving any face to Reverend Huilin, they began to make comments on these disciples of Huiling's sect who were going to participate in the tournament. There were even some immortals who were mean by nature who simply grabbed their own disciples, using the vastly different performance of the disciples of Huiling's sect and Yuan Hua sect as a teaching material to teach their own disciples a lesson, telling them that they must live in harmony and be as smart and capable as the disciples of Yuan Hua sect, and that they must never be like those useless fools from Huiling's sect. Reverend Huilin's face turned uglier and uglier. Gradually, his eyes were filled with pale golden blood veins. As he stared at Immortal, Kuhi furiously. If he knew this was going to be such a disgrace, he would have asked his own disciples from Huiling's sect to participate in the battle. However, those nascent divinity and nascent soul disciples of Huiling's sect had suffered a great loss in the battle with Yuanhua sect. Left with no other choice, Immortal Kuhi had to find a group of outer sect disciples as his disciples. These disciples were the disciples of 4 outer sect disciples, together with a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator from Huiling sect, and over 20 cultivators led by a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator from Huiling sect. But obviously, such a hodgepodge of disciples was not as strong as the disciples of Yuanhua sect. Xianxia? How could that young fellow bring up such a group of obedient and capable disciples? Reverend Huilin's heart felt heavy. For the first time in his life, he was not optimistic about the future of Huiling's sect. It was a sign of prosperity for Yuanhua sect to have such smart, capable, obedient, and organized disciples. On the other hand, why did the disciples of Huiling sect seem to be in a state of decline? On the other hand, those heaven immortals who were part of the top 10 sects in Pueyuo heavenly realm, like Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect, were thoughtfully sizing up the disciples of the 2 immortal sections. Their eyes were flickering. Obviously, their attitude towards Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect would undergo a subtle change in the future. Pulling Princess Zhongli's hand, Wuxia squeezed into a spacious and lofty tent. After that, without saying anything, he put his arms around Princess Zhonglu and gave her a deep kiss. As Wuxia's eyes flickered, Princess Zhonglu, who was very familiar with Wuxia, widened her eyes and rolled her pretty eyes. Then, cooperatively, she tangled her warm little tongue with Wuxia's. As the 2 of them did this, the few strands of divine sense that were left on their bodies immediately moved away. All the heaven immortals present were reputable figures, and they would never do something like peeping on their juniors. Even if there were some people with bad conduct who liked to do such a thing, they would never make a fool of themselves in front of so many people of similar status. Therefore, with just a deep kiss, Wuxia had created an excellent condition for himself. With a sway of his body, Wuxia took a step back, drilling into the ground like a stream of water. A celestial fiend puppet squeezed out of the ground and transformed into Wuxia's appearance, sitting cross-legged on the ground while groaning, discussing some superficial Tao of talismans with Princess Zhonglu. Princess Zhonglu was sitting cross-legged in front of the puppet, pretending to be discussing some superficial Tao of talismans. Exercising an innate escape art, Wuxia smoothly avoided 19 layers of defensive mechanisms and quickly approached the core of the landmass, where a cave abode was excavated underground. This was the cave abode that Immortal Chuan said he could not break. The last few layers of defensive mechanisms in the cave abode were indeed very powerful and extremely complicated. Wuxia could see through the ins and outs of these restrictive spells, but he really did not have the ability to open them. Perhaps the person who constructed them had an overall strength equivalent to an upper-tier gold immortal. There was no way Wuxia could break them. For example, Wuxia knew that he could blow up a stone wall with explosives, but his strength was only equivalent to 1 or 2 grams of explosives. He could only blow up stones for fun, and could not do anything to a stone wall that was 1,000 feet thick. In the face of such powerful defensive mechanisms, one would need a very strong cultivation base to break them. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia carefully hid himself outside one of the powerful defensive mechanisms, releasing just a tiny bit of his innate 5 elements aura. Abruptly, the innate Yin energy hidden in the core of the cave abode moved, transforming into a beam of white light and piercing through the layers of defensive mechanisms effortlessly, quickly coming before Wuxia. After briefly sensing the aura emanated from Wuxia, the innate Yin energy fused into Wuxia's body without hesitation. A stream of cold air flowed through his body. Wuxia took a deep breath and carefully exercised the 7 foundation establishment technique, guiding the innate Yin energy into the innate Yin meridians in his arms, making it stay there safely. Right after the innate Yin energy fused with the Yin meridians, all the energy in Wuqi's body began to surge and surge like a rioting mob. Chapter 400. As soon as the innate Yin energy entered his body, Wuqi's fleshly body, which was tempered by the mystic technique of scroll of stealing, immediately went through a tremendous transformation. Every single cell in his body was cheering as they absorbed the subtle aura emanating from the Yin energy. In just a brief moment, Wuqi's body, which had become sharp because of practicing the flood dragon transformation technique, and his bulging muscles, had suddenly become smooth, and harmonious. An endless stream of Yin energy was flowing and circulating in Wuqi's body. With a slight twist of his body, Wuqi's body began to twist and wriggle like water. He took a deep breath, and his body became as hard as steel, while his muscles began to bulge out from under his skin. The innate Yin energy was circulating crazily in his body. As the innate Yin energy was the most restrained, Wuqi's innate energies of 5 elements were shrinking rapidly like mud under a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. In just the time of 2 to 3 breaths, the innate energies that filled all the meridians in Wuqi's body had been compressed to 1/10 of their original volume. The energy contained in each unit of innate energies had increased by 10 times. Perhaps the power of an ordinary fire thunder spell cast by Wuqi was comparable to the raging thunder strike, which was unleashed by a peak stage nascent divinity cultivator by consuming a huge amount of energy. On top of that, as the innate Yin energy was restrained and hidden, Wuqi's aura had also become faintly discernible and was even comparable to that of an ordinary human. It was stated in the Scroll of Stealing that only when one had absorbed the innate Yin energy could all the escape techniques of hiding one's whereabouts in the Scroll of Stealing be cultivated to the ultimate stage. Now, even if Wuqi did not use the mystic technique to restrain his aura, as long as he walked into a crowd of mortals, ordinary immortals would think that he was just a mortal. Feeling the magical transformation in his body, Wuqi shook his head in a happy yet troubled manner and breathed out a long sigh. His innate energies had been reduced by 90%. Even with the speed of his 10 nascent souls breathing at the same time, it would still take him some time to replenish the consumed innate energies. Of course, this was a good thing, but after a few days of hard work, his meridians would be filled up again. Unwilling to give up, Wuqi looked at the ancient restrictive spell that was emitting a faint bronze light like an iron wall in front of him. He shook his head and quickly returned to the ground. The Scroll of Stealing did mention all sorts of tricks to solve this kind of restrictive spell that was left behind from the ancient times. However, currently, Wuqi did not have the ability to break it, so he could only look at it and sigh. But with this innate Yin Qi, it was worth it. Everything was worth it. As long as he could find the innate Yin and Yang Qi, he would be able to cultivate the 7 foundation elevating technique, using the innate Yin and Yang Qi as the heaven and earth furnace and his own body as the cauldron, crushing his nascent soul that contained his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, and forging his innate nascent divinity in an unprecedented way. An innate primordial spirit that had fused with the innate Yin and Yang and the 5 elements was an existence comparable to an immortal soul. Once his innate primordial spirit was formed, Wuqi had officially embarked on a path of cultivation that was completely different from the current cultivation world. The end of this path would lead straight to the true great Tao of the heaven and earth, but it would depend on whether Wuqi had the luck to reach that point. As the innate Yin Qi entered his body, the Hasek in Wuqi's spiritual ocean let out a joyful sigh and said, "Little fellow, your luck is really wonderful. Perhaps I should address you as master in advance. As long as you possess the overall strength of a gold immortal, I'll be at your beck and call, and I'll never regret it." Carefully and stealthily, The hassock extracted a thread of the innate yin qi that was flowing in Wuxi's body. After that, it let out a joyful cry and fused the extremely magical energy into its own soul, then fell into a deep sleep comfortably in Wuxi's spiritual ocean. To Wuxi, the loss of this thread of innate yin qi was nothing. The innate yin qi that had fused with his 7 profound yin meridians was constantly absorbing the innate energy essence exhaled by Wuxi's nascent soul, transforming it into new innate yin qi. Bringing with him a comfortable and cool feeling, Wuxi leaped back to the ground and soundlessly fused with the celestial fiend puppet. He smiled and nodded at Princess Zhonglu, then pulled her hand. Once again, both of them were entangled with each other. Once again, several dozens of divine wills swept across the tent, then quickly retreated as if they had just seen a ghost. 3 days later, these immortals no longer sent their divine wills near Wuxi and Princess Zhongli's tent. The small fireball hovered high up in the sky, and everyone's shadows were right under their feet. Noon had arrived. Immortal Chuan's loud cry was heard coming from the void. The life-and-death match between Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect has officially begun. The winner of both sides will occupy that energy stone planet. In this match, no one-time use items such as talismans or yin thunderbombs are allowed to be used, and there are no other restrictions. In the end, the immortal sect with a disciple who survived will be the winner. Daoist Xiao gave a long and sonorous cry, shooting up into the sky together with a green sword beam. Looking at the direction where the disciples of Huiling sect had set up their camp, he cried out sternly, "Fellow Taoists from Huiling sect, is there anyone who dares to fight me?" It was just a distance of several hundred miles. Even though some cultivators did not have the ability to see through this distance with naked eyes, the divine will of peak-stage nascent soul cultivators was more than enough to cover this space. Therefore, when Daoist Xiao shouted out his challenge, several dozens of divine wills from Huiling sect had already enveloped the area. All the disciples of Yuanhua sect who were participating in the life-and-death match flew up into the sky. Lu Wuya, who had white hair but a face as beautiful as a young girl, hovered side by side in midair with Daoist Xiao. Laughing loudly, she said, "I'm Wuya. Is there any fellow Taoist who is willing to give me some advice?" The other 8 peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators of Yuanhua sect flew up into the sky one after another, hovering in midair and shouting, "We'll be waiting for you, fellow Taoists." Before their voices could fade away, a loud boom of wind and flame was heard coming from a distance. A small hill, about 1 mile tall and several miles in circumference, suddenly left the ground and flew up into the sky. The underside of the hill was surrounded by a strong, pitch-black wind, while a raging fire was burning on top of it. The scorching temperature of the flame turned the entire hill red, as if it would melt at any time. Large fireballs broke off from the hill and fell down, flying at top speed towards Wuxi and his company, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. It took the time it took to finish a meal to fly tens of miles high up into the sky, and only then did it arrive above the earthen city built by Wuxi and his company. The strong, dark wind under the hill dissipated abruptly, and the hill began to fall back down. A bright red light towered up into the sky from the top of the hill, and a great amount of heat burst out from the red flame. It made Wuxi and his company feel as if they were in a furnace. While Daoist Xiao and his company were about to fight back, Lord Xianxia had already cried out joyfully, "Fellow disciples, let this little dragon show me what he is capable of." Laughing wildly, Lord Xianxia suddenly transformed into his true form of a flood dragon. A black flood dragon mixed with some golden scales soared up into the sky, his over 3,000 feet long body wriggling up into the sky, then slapped forcefully on the hill with one of his claws. A tremendous hidden force exploded out, and the magic power attached to the hill was shattered by the claw. The huge hill was sent flying backward for some distance, and was about to fall down to the ground. But before the hill could fall, Lord Xianxia had already opened his mouth and recited a few incantations. A tornado rose from the lake next to him, rolling up the flaming hill and sending it flying towards Huiling's sex base. The speed of the tornado was a few times faster than the dark gale coming from underneath the small hill. Within the time it took to finish a pot of tea, the small hill had arrived right above the Huiling's sex base. Along with a wild whistling noise, the rapidly spinning small hill smashed down forcefully. The wind had fanned the flames, and more than half of the hill had been melted. Just when a few nascent soul disciples of Huiling's sect sprung up into the sky, preparing to roll the hill back like Lord Xianxia did, Lord Xianxia suddenly glared at them and unleashed an invisible force. The hill exploded abruptly, turning into several hundred huge balls of lava and falling down to the ground. Deafening booms of explosions echoed out one after another, as Huiling's sect's base suddenly turned into a sea of flames. Columns of flame and smoke that reached several miles high could be seen everywhere. The result of Huiling's sect's disciples slacking off and not meticulously constructing their defensive system was now reflected, as nearly half of their defensive formations were destroyed by Lord Xianxia with just one attack. 7 early-stage nascent soul disciples of Huiling's sect were knocked flying away by the explosion. Their defensive magical treasures were ripped to shreds, and blood was spraying all over their bodies. Suddenly, a huge catfish flood dragon sprung down from the sky. The catfish flood dragon, who had grown to over 3,000 feet long, opened her mouth and swallowed the 7 nascent soul cultivators. After that, she opened her mouth and sprayed out a stream of black water, pushing the dozens of nascent soul cultivators far away. Their defensive magical treasures flickered and flickered, producing a series of explosive noises. Wuxia shook his head as he watched. As Patriarch Yuan Hua feared that his disciples would suffer a loss, he had given each of them a middle-grade spirit weapon and a lower-grade defensive outfit. Now, all the cultivators on the scene were equipped with 2 spirit items, and their overall offensive and defensive strength had improved by at least a few times. But what was going on with Huiling's sect? They were all shabby lower-grade and middle-grade magical treasures, the kind that were poorly crafted. But after being smashed by Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon, they were actually thrown into confusion. While Wuxia was shaking his head and sighing, the nascent divinity cultivators of Huiling sect finally struck. 10 beams of cold light shot out, flying straight towards Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon. Judging from the luster of the beams and the faintly discernible spirit pressure, it was obvious that they were 10 spirit items. Wuxia nodded his head inwardly. That made sense. How could Huiling's sect be so poor? Perhaps it was because Reverend Huilin was too stingy. High up in the sky, Reverend Huilin's face turned unsightly. He was indeed too stingy, as he had only given 10 nascent divinity disciples a set of excellent spirit items, and ignored all the nascent soul disciples who participated in the match. In his opinion, it was these 10 nascent divinity disciples who would decide the outcome of the match, and those nascent soul disciples were just cannon fodders who could buy time. Why would they be given excellent spirit items? As the nascent divinity cultivators of Huiling's sect struck Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia, Chi-Chi let out a dragon roar as they stepped on dark clouds and retreated at top speed. Lord Xianxia opened his mouth and sprayed out several dozens of layers of water shields in front of him. Meanwhile, Catfish Flood Dragon kept spraying out black waves of water. The waves brought with them a bone-piercing coldness and smashed onto the bright beams formed by the spirit items, sending up a large sheet of cold air. In just a few blinks of an eye, Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia were forced to flee. Together with 8 other peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators, Daoist Xiao and Lu Wuya hastily charged forward, while the rest of Yuan Hua sect's cultivators formed into formations and charged forward as well. Wuxia let out a long cry as he excitedly pulled Princess Zhang, Li's little hand, and rushed forward. The spirit breeding ring flickered with a bright light, as Goldhorn and Silverhorn rushed out with a deafening hiss. 2 beams of red and white intertwined with each other as they shot out. A miserable howl echoed out as a nascent divinity cultivator from Huiling's sect had his body pierced through. All the immortals in the sky looked over in horror, while Reverend Huilin cried out wildly, "Cheater! That guy cheated!" Chapter 401. This doesn't make sense. Absolutely not. Reverend Huilin cried out with his saliva flying all over the place. 5 immortal monarchs, please be careful. The pair of wings on the back of these 2 great pythons is definitely an ancient bloodline. Given their huge size, they are definitely flood dragons, and they have formed their nascent divinities. They are 2 demon immortals of nascent divinity realm. How could a mere nascent soul disciple own such demon pets? Cheating. They are definitely the left hand of Yuanhua sect. Reverend Huilin said with a righteous tone, "They know they cannot defeat us, Huiling's sect. That's why they resorted to such a dirty trick." While Reverend Huilin was shouting and protesting, Goldhorn and Silverhorn had already shot out dozens of red and white beams in a row, killing 7 nascent divinity cultivators of Huiling's sect on the spot, while the other 3 were covered in wounds and looked like they were going to fall to the ground soon. Even Taoist Imowan's smoke Luan shield could not withstand the raging flame and cold beams unleashed by the brothers, let alone the spirit items controlled by these nascent divinity cultivators. Wherever the red and white beams went, spirit items were broken and fleshly bodies were damaged. Goldhorn and Silverhorn had shown their mighty power, causing Huiling sect's cultivators to flee with their arms around their heads, blood and flesh flying in all directions. The brothers and catfish flood dragon opened their big mouths and kept swallowing the blood and flesh that filled the sky. They seemed to be enjoying the feast, but little did they know that Reverend Huilin was already protesting loudly from above. Nevertheless, Reverend Huilin was just protesting, as he was too lazy to save his disciples. What a bunch of useless fools. Let them all die. As long as he could confirm that Yuanhua sect's cultivators were cheating, Huiling's sect would win the match. So what if a few of their disciples died? Wuxia followed closely behind Goldhorn and Silverhorn. 2 flying swords wheeled and danced in the air, emanating a large sheet of dark light. All of a sudden, a sword beam flashed, as it pierced through the defensive magical treasure of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator in front of him, piercing through his forehead. Suddenly, Goldhorn rushed up, coiled his long tongue, and swallowed the early-stage nascent soul cultivator into his stomach. Initially, Wuxia only had the sword of Greedy Wolf. However, as he was appreciated by Patriarch Yuanhua, he was given a flying sword of upper-grade spirit item level, the Xuanhao. This flying sword was made from the cold jade of the seabed and tempered with 10,000 years of Xianbing. It was a pure Yin-water attribute flying sword. Just now, Wuxia had obtained the innate Yin-Shi, and the 5 elements energy in his body carried a trace of extreme Yin aura. Coupled with the sword-controlling method in the Xianyin water scripture, he could control the Xuanhao sword with ease and fluency. The sword of Greedy Wolf darted back and forth, clashing head-on with the flying swords of those Huiling sect cultivators. Every single time, it would break the flying swords and magical treasures of those Huiling sect cultivators. As for the Xuanhao sword, it brought up a large waterfall and created several tens of large and small whirlpools in the air, pulling all the cultivators of Huiling's sect into them one after another. The huge Yin force silently twisted and pressed down, crushing the defensive treasures of those cultivators, or those nascent soul cultivators themselves, who could not bear the huge pressure, fainted with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. No matter it was those cultivators whose defensive magical treasures were destroyed, or those who fainted, they would end up in the stomachs of Goldhorn, Silverhorn, and Catfish Flood Dragon. However, the one who was even more efficient than Wuxia was Princess Zhonglu. A 5-color divine gleam flickered in her eyes, while an invisible force kept echoing in the air. From time to time, Cultivators of Huiling sect would be controlled by Princess Zhang Lu with a mystic technique and obediently put away their defensive magical treasures. Therefore, in broad daylight, there would be a perfect thunderbolt striking down from the sky, striking the day's cultivator and turning him half-cooked, while emitting an aroma of human flesh that could make one's scalp go numb. On the contrary, these cultivators who were struck by thunderbolts were especially welcomed by Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Later on, the two brothers would spend a lot of time around Princess Zhonglu, snatching and devouring these half-cooked cultivators. In just 15 minutes, the disciples of Huiling sect had suffered a crushing defeat, as over 70 of them were killed by Yuan Hua sect swords. However, when they fought back before their death, they were all blocked by the lower-grade defensive spirit items carried by Yuan Hua sect's disciples. Even after fighting for so long, not a single Yuan Hua sect disciple had a scratch on their skin. Reverend Huilin cried out sternly in the sky, "5 immortal monarchs. The evidence is conclusive, and the facts are clear. Yuan Hua sect's disciples are cheating." All the immortals nearby looked at Reverend Huilin contemptuously. "Since you know Yuan Hua sect's disciples are cheating, why didn't you save your own disciples first? After all, they're the disciples of Huiling sect. If you were to rescue them, you would at most lose a dozen of your men, unlike now, where most of them have been slaughtered by Wuxia and his men, and only about 20 lucky disciples are still fleeing in panic." All the heaven immortals present could tell that Reverend Huilin was intentionally using the flesh and blood of his own disciples to strengthen his persuasion. The more disciples who were like ants were killed, the more sympathy Reverend Huilin would receive. Perhaps the 5 immortal monarchs who acted as the judges would have their hearts softened and declare Yuan Hua sect to have lost the match. Of course, as the immortal monarchs of the celestial court, Reverend Huilin did not consider the possibility of their hearts softening. In any case, he just wanted to let all the immortals present here have a good look at how a nascent soul disciple of Yuan Hua sect had actually released 2 nascent divinity ancient pythons to participate in the match. According to the rules agreed upon beforehand, this was cheating, and cheating would result in a loss. There was one more thing that Reverend Huilin did not say out loud, and perhaps he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. All the disciples chosen by Huiling sect disciples are elites who are 1 in 10 million. If not for Wuqi's cheating, there is no way Huiling sect would have lost the match. However, when Reverend Huilin looked at the shabby lower-grade magical treasures of his own disciples, looked at the lower-grade spirit item outfits worn by Yuan Hua sect's disciples, and looked at how they were controlling those powerful spirit items as nimbly as fishes swimming in the water, no matter how thick his face was, he was too embarrassed to say those words out loud. Daoist Qi sneered and said, "Senior Huilin, I'll address you as senior here. But I hope senior will not speak carelessly and accuse Yuan Hua sect for no reason. Those 2 great pythons are indeed the demon pets subdued by our disciple, Wuqi. Half a month ago, they transcended their heavenly tribulation in Green Cliff Mountain and formed their nascent divinities. Yuan Hua sect is not cheating." Not allowing Reverend Huilin to say anything, Daoist Qi sneered and said, "The few immortal monarchs have agreed upon the rules of the match. How could Yuan Hua sect be so stupid to do something as foolish as putting themselves in a desperate situation and giving others a handle?" Immortal Chuan pondered for a brief moment, then exchanged a glance with the few immortal monarchs standing next to him, then nodded slightly at the same time. Reverend Gu He gave a loud laugh, then suddenly raised his hand and drew a line in the air. A beam of golden Buddhist light shot down like a wall, crossing the landmass underneath and separating Wuqi and the disciples of Huiling sect. With a deep voice, Reverend Gu He cried out, "Buddha is merciful. Yuan Hua sect has gained an absolute advantage in the first match today. There is no reason for us to kill anymore. Let's call it a day." Reverend Gu He only said that Yuan Hua sect had gained an absolute advantage, but he did not say that Yuan Hua sect had won a match. Obviously, he wanted to check the relationship between Goldhorn and Silverhorn, as well as Wuqi. He wanted to make sure that Yuan Hua sect did not cheat. Only then he could decide the outcome of the match. At this point in time, only 3 nascent divinity cultivators were left standing among the disciples of Huiling's sect. However, they were all covered in blood. Reverend Gu he stepped forward and separated both sides. Immediately, the 3 nascent divinity cultivators from Huiling's sect fell to the ground, panting and panting like mortals. One after another, all the immortals descended to the ground, surrounding Goldhorn and Silverhorn curiously. They were frowning, and some of them even stole glances at Wuxia with different thoughts in their minds. Wuxia could sense the malice in these people's hearts, and he knew that they were coveting Goldhorn and Silverhorn. However, Wuxia was not afraid of them. As long as he did not leave Green Cliff Planet easily, who could touch even a single hair of his? Immortal Chuan took a few round around Goldhorn and Silverhorn, nodded his head, and said with a smile, "They are indeed extraordinary. I think these 2 strange pythons are the legendary dragon pythons of fire and ice, right? I've read about them in the rare books found in the Celestial Court. Little friend Wu Qi, what a great fortune you have." Wu Qi cupped his fist and bowed to the Reverend, then said with a deep voice, "You flatter me, Immortal Monarch. Wu Qi is just lucky." Knowing what these immortals wanted to investigate, Wu Qi beckoned at Goldhorn and Silverhorn, then said with a smile, "Goldhorn, Silverhorn, reveal your nascent divinity, and let these senior immortals see the relationship between you and me." With a sway of his body, a large sheet of clouds rushed out from around him, and a white cloud carried Wu Qi's fake nascent soul as it flew out. As this fake nascent soul was cultivating white cloud immortal sex energy unity mystic technique, it was surrounded by a large sheet of light clouds. In the hands of the fake nascent soul, there were 2 beams of red and white light hovering in midair. Goldhorn and Silverhorn bowed their heads. A beam of red and a beam of white light shot out from between their brows, transforming into the shadows of 2 great pythons and slithering quickly around Wu Qi. Goldhorn and Silverhorn's nascent divinity was strong and ferocious. One was shrouded in raging flame, while the other was shrouded in icy wind. Inside and outside their nascent divinities, countless restrictive runes could be vaguely seen. As all the Heaven Immortals were experts in this field, they could tell with just one glance that Goldhorn and Silverhorn's nascent divinities were resonating with the light on Wu Qi's palms. Obviously, their nascent divinities were completely controlled by Wu Qi. Reverend Huilin cried out sternly, "This does not prove that Wu Qi has subdued these 2 great pythons." Wu Qi sighed, shook his head, and said, "I can swear to the heaven that Goldhorn and Silverhorn are demon pets that I personally subdued. Actually, if Goldhorn and Silverhorn were demon immortals of Heaven Immortal Realm, Wu Qi would be suspected of cheating. However, they had just formed their nascent divinities, and all the senior immortals could tell with just one glance that they had just formed their nascent divinities a few days ago. Cheating? Where did that come from?" Taoist Qi snorted coldly, gave Reverend Huilin a sidelong glance, and said mockingly, "Could it be that Senior has no choice but to twist words and force logic?" Reverend Huilin bellowed furiously, "I can't lose. Taoist Qi, how dare you?" Immortal Chuan and the other few immortal monarchs exchanged a glance, then shook their heads at the same time. Clearly, Reverend Huilin was not a man of integrity. It was his own disciples who did not live up to his expectations, and it was fine if they lost, but why did he have to accuse Wu Qi of cheating? Nevertheless, no matter how they looked at it, there was nothing doubtful about Wu Qi's subduing of these 2 great pythons. It could only be said that Wu Qi was too lucky, and that was why he could get such a great reward. Without giving Reverend Huilin any chance to say more, Immortal Chuan cried out in a deep voice, "Yuan Hua sect is the winner of this match. No more objections." He gave Reverend Huilin a glance, whose face had turned livid, and said coldly, "The second match will now begin. Patriarch Yuan Hua of Yuan Hua sect and Reverend Huilin of Huiling sect, please get ready for the duel." Reverend Huilan's expression flickered, and he suddenly burst into a loud laughter. Yuan Hua, old fogey, where are you? Reverend Huilan became arrogant again. The smile had returned to his face, as if the crushing defeat just now had never happened. Chapter 402. Wuxia stared coldly at Reverend Huilan, who was acting so arrogant and domineering. How could a guy like him cultivate to such a level? Reverend Huilan paid no attention to Wuxia's meaningful gaze. He just raised his head and cried out loudly, Yuan Hua, come out and fight me. His sonorous voice echoed across 10,000 miles in all directions. If Patriarch Yuan Hua were in the space where the ancient mansion was located, he would definitely be able to hear his voice. But even after Reverend Huilan had called out dozens of times, Patriarch Yuan Hua still did not show up. Reverend Huilan became even more excited. He stared at Immortal Chuan and said loudly, Immortal Monarch, Yuan Hua is not here. Could it be that he is too scared to show up? Does that mean I won this match? Immortal Chuan and the other few immortal monarchs exchanged a glance, hesitating and not daring to make a decision. This matter was related to the ownership of the headquarters of two immortal sects, and with so many immortals watching, if the patriarchs of the two immortal sects didn't have a serious fight to decide the ownership of the Green Cliff Star and Huang Xiao Star, the few immortal monarchs present on the scene would have a bad reputation. For example, would people say that these few immortal monarchs had been bribed by Huiling's sect and were intentionally siding with Huiling's sect? The Celestial Court had a strict discipline. Although all immortal monarchs were very motivated, if they wanted to be promoted, their reputation as an official was also an important test. It was for this reason that Immortal Chuan mediated the conflict between Huiling's sect and Yuan Hua sect. If several dozens of heaven immortals were killed suddenly in the heavenly realms under his rule, it would definitely leave a heavy mark on his personal file. At least, he would be accused of not having a good control over the situation, and it would be a great obstacle to his future promotion. Every promotion of an immortal monarch represented real benefits. Heavenly realms with richer natural energy, larger territories, more abundant natural resources, and more immortals would be rewarded with corresponding immortal stones and immortal pills. More importantly, with every promotion, they would be able to receive guidance from those almighty experts in the Celestial Court and be able to visit those almighty experts' immortal abodes to listen to the teachings of the Great Tao. That was the most important thing. Therefore, Immortal Chuan and the others didn't dare to make a rash decision. After all, this matter concerned two great immortal sects. Wuxia looked at Immortal Chuan and the others, who had their eyeballs darting from side to side, and he immediately felt a great joy in his heart. The status of these people was similar to the village cadres on Earth. The competition between the two immortal sects was like a group fight between the people of two villages. This would have a huge impact on their performance evaluation. A bowl of water must be leveled, otherwise no one would know what would happen next. Coldly looking at Immortal Chuan and the others, Wuxia recalled the plan they came up with in the Green Cliff Mountain. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the cloud path that he came from. At this time, there should be some movement on the wind-blown plains of the Songtu planet, right? Could Taoist men succeed? Upon thinking of this, Wuxia turned to look at the group of eminent cloud sects heaven immortals. As the number one immortal sect in Puyo Heavenly Realm, Eminent Cloud Sect had a total of 42 heaven immortals. However, there were only 11 of them here today. Of course, as the founding ancestral master of Eminent Cloud Sect, Reverend Yun was sitting cross-legged on the back of a large black crane, looking at Reverend Huilan with a smile on his face. However, Wuxia felt that there was something wrong with the aura emanating from Reverend Yun. Could it be that the prophecy had really come? Seeing that Immortal Chuan and the other immortal monarchs did not say a word, Reverend Huilan could not help but shout angrily, Immortal monarchs, since Patriarch Yuan Hua doesn't have the courage to fight, you should declare me the winner. According to the bet, this Green Cliff planet should belong to Huiling's sect. Immortal Chuan cleared his throat. While frowning, he was about to say something, but suddenly, a stream of light cut through the chaotic airflow and broke into the ball-shaped space. In just a blink of an eye, Patriarch Yuanhua had arrived with blood all over his body. The pale golden blood on Patriarch Yuanhua's body had not dried yet, and was still emanating a very strong wave of immortal energy. Obviously, the blood had just flowed out from the body of an immortal. Patriarch Yuanhua flicked his long sleeve and wiped away the blood. He coughed violently, then laughed and said with a hoarse voice, "Reverend Huilin, you can't wait any longer? Well then, let's do it. Immortal monarchs, please be my witnesses. If Reverend Huilin is killed by my sword today, Xianxia planet will belong to Yuanhua sect." Patriarch Yuanhua coughed again. Golden blood was seen trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Laughing fiercely, he said, "Huilin, come, let's fight to the death." With a wave of his right hand, a misty green cloud shot out from his fingertip, transforming into an immortal sword that looked like it was condensed from clouds and mist. It was faintly discernible, as if it did not have a real body, and began wheeling rapidly around him. This was the prime immortal item, the Cloud Shadow Sword, which Patriarch Yuanhua had spent several hundred periods of painstaking effort to gradually craft and temper after transcending his tribulation and becoming an immortal. When the sword beam was unleashed, Patriarch Yuanhua's body turned into a layer of mist. It was difficult to lock onto him with divine will. Immortal Chuan gave the bloodstains on Patriarch Yuanhua's body a thoughtful look, his brows knitted into a tight frown. With a serious expression, he cried out in a deep voice, "Fine, let's fight according to the bet. No matter who wins, if there is any conflict in the future, it can only be limited to the matter between Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect. The conflict is not allowed to expand." What Immortal Chuan meant was very clear. If you want to fight and kill each other, that is your freedom. You can take revenge on each other in the future, but you're not allowed to call your friends and make the matter worse. There was a hint of threat in his tone. If you dare to make a scene, don't blame me for using the force of the celestial court to suppress you. Patriarch Yuanhua cupped his fist and bowed to Immortal Chuan, agreeing to his words. On the other side, Reverend Huilin leaped back about 100 miles. He rubbed his palms together, and a brilliant and strong golden beam shot out from his palms. It was a strange-shaped immortal sword with an ancient design, looking as if it was forged entirely from gold, and was constantly bursting with a large sheet of golden flame. This immortal sword was as wide as a palm and as long as 7 feet. From the tip of the sword to the hilt, a row of 13 fist-sized prismatic crystals were inlaid. Every single crystal flickered with a dazzling red light, and the flames of the light expanded and contracted like the heart of a living being. Wuxia sucked in a cold breath as he looked at the immortal sword. It was an upper-grade immortal sword, a powerful immortal item that could only be crafted by heaven immortals of at least 18th tier or above, and the item spirit in it had a power equal to at least that of an 18th tier heaven immortal. With Reverend Huilin's overall strength that was equal to, or even slightly weaker than, Patriarch Yuanhua, how was it possible for him to control an immortal sword of at least 18th tier or above? Could it be that Reverend Huilin had the same innate energy as Wuxia and was able to attract an upper-grade immortal item? It did not make sense. When the golden immortal sword was unleashed, the weather immediately changed, and the scorching aura forced all the immortals to retreat. They stared at Reverend Huilin in surprise, and suddenly understood why he had the courage to rush to Green Cliff Planet and fight Patriarch Yuanhua, and even bet the foundation of his sect on it. With this immortal sword in his hand, Reverend Huilin had the right to do so. It was like a baby challenging another child with a rocket launcher, and it was a sure win. The problem was when all the heaven immortals present scanned Reverend Huilin with their divine will, they found out that he only had a cultivation base of 20th tier heaven immortal. How could he control an upper-grade immortal sword like this? Immortal items had their own spirits, and they were the proudest of all. Without the corresponding overall strength, how could they be controlled by someone? With the golden immortal sword in his hand, Reverend Huilin laughed complacently and said, Yuan Hua, I'll kill you with my sword today. Yuan Hua sect. Hee hee. Reverend Huilin laughed hideously, and the meaning behind his words was clear. As long as he killed Patriarch Yuan Hua sect would no longer need to exist. With an immortal sword that was above 18th tier, Reverend Huilin's overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was determined to wipe out Yuan Hua sect, and the energy stone planet that the two immortal sects were fighting over would definitely belong to Huiling's sect. Although the immortal monarchs of the Celestial Court were nominally ruling all the heavenly realms, the only decisive factor between immortals was still the overall strength. The strong would win, and the weak would be prey to the strong. This was the eternal truth of immortal cultivators. Wuxia stared coldly at Reverend Huilin, who was acting arrogantly. No wonder he had such a strong confidence to fight Yuan Hua sect. But he reckoned it was not too long ago that he obtained the golden immortal sword. Otherwise, Huiling's sect would not have fought Yuan Hua sect for over 1,000 years, and still could not decide the ownership of the energy stone planet. According to the time, Reverend Huilin must have obtained the immortal sword just a few days before Wuxia came to Puyo Heavenly Realm. The few immortal monarchs fixed their eyes on the immortal sword in Reverend Huilin's hand, their faces grave. It was especially true for Immortal Chuan, whose face was alternating between blue and pale. With such a powerful immortal sword, Reverend Huilin's overall strength had surpassed Immortal Chuan's. In the future, it would be difficult for Immortal Chuan to manage Huiling's sect. The situation was giving him a headache. Among all the heavenly realms, there were some extremely powerful immortal sects whose overall strength was so strong that they could ignore the laws of the Celestial Court. Those immortal monarchs who were in charge of the Celestial Court were living like their grandchildren, without any power or glory. Immortal Chuan really did not want to become an unlucky fellow like them. However, the golden immortal sword was so powerful that the group of immortals couldn't even stand firmly before it. How were they supposed to fight? While all kinds of thoughts were tumbling in everyone's mind, Patriarch Yuan Hua suddenly laughed and said, Huilin, it seems the item spirit of this immortal sword is severely injured and has fallen into a deep sleep, right? Otherwise, how could you control it? Reverend Huilin nodded and said, yes. When I found it, it was covered in wounds, and its item spirit was on the verge of shattering. I suppose some mighty immortal fell in a battle with someone, and his immortal item accidentally fell into Puyo Heavenly Realm. Luckily, I found it. Waving the immortal sword casually, Reverend Huilin let out a long laugh and said, Yuan Hua, if your Yuan Hua sect can be merged with Huiling's sect, I can. Patriarch Yuan Hua shook his head. Without paying any attention to Reverend Huilin, he carefully and respectfully pulled out a strip of cloth from under his sleeve, measuring 6 inches long and 2 fingers wide. It looked like a strip of cloth that was casually torn off from his clothes. A few runes were scribbled on the strip of cloth with pale golden blood, and it was emanating a very faint wave of immortal energy. Patriarch Yuan Hua gave Reverend Huilin a cold look, then pointed his finger at the strip of cloth. Suddenly, it burst into flames. A tiny beam of golden light shot out from the strip of cloth, crossing 100 miles of void and lightly falling onto Reverend Huilin's body. Amidst the terrified gazes of all the immortals, Reverend Huilin suddenly vanished into thin air. Chapter 4:03. The group of immortals was struck with terror, and they took another big step back. Annihilated, completely annihilated. A mighty 28th tier Heaven Immortal was actually destroyed by Patriarch Yuan Hua with that shabby-looking strip of cloth, leaving not even a broken soul behind. Such a power was simply too frightening. Without saying a word, Patriarch Yuan Hua sprung forward, grabbed the hilt of the golden immortal sword, and quickly sent his divine will into it. Suddenly, numerous runes lit up on the surface of the immortal sword, and a faint buzzing could be heard coming out of it. In just a blink of an eye, Patriarch Yuan Hua's divine will had approached the core of the complicated formation diagram and vaguely came into contact with the item spirit, which was lying dormant in the sword's core. The surrounding immortals suddenly came to their senses. No matter how Reverend Huilin was annihilated, and no matter what method Patriarch Yuan Hua used to suddenly destroy his soul, this immortal sword was simply too tempting. Although the item spirit of an immortal sword of 18th tier and above was severely injured, it could easily recover with some time and energy. With this immortal sword, they would be able to establish the foundation of being the #1 immortal sect in Puyo Heavenly Realm and the surrounding heavenly realms. Several hundred immortals struck at the same time. "Fellow immortal Yuan Hua, please let us have a look at this sword," cried Chi-Chi. Suddenly, the void around Patriarch Yuan Hua shattered as several hundred huge hands formed from immortal energies reached out and grabbed towards him. But as these huge hands were fighting and struggling with each other, they revealed a big flaw. The cloud shadow sword flashed and brought Patriarch Yuan Hua out of the void at top speed. Patriarch Yuan Hua gave a long cry and cried out, "Disciples of Yuan Hua sect, let's go." Immortal Chuan, that Huang Chao planet belongs to Yuan Hua sect now. Daoist Qi flicked his sleeve. A plume of smoke towered up into the sky, wrapping up Wuxia and all the disciples who participated in the life and death match, then transformed into a beam of light and fled along with Patriarch Yuan Hua. With a golden immortal sword in hand, Patriarch Yuan Hua flew in the front. Wherever the golden light passed, the chaotic airflow opened up a path, just enough for the disciples who were chasing after him to escape. However, the chaotic airflow had a bizarre nature and was extremely heavy. Even with the golden immortal sword in his hand clearing the way, Patriarch Yuan Hua's speed had dropped by at least 100 times. Although the disciples of Yuan Hua sect fled quickly, they were soon caught up by the immortals behind them. At the very front was Guru Gu He, who had a solemn appearance and was emitting a faint golden light. The string of Buddha beads in his left hand suddenly transformed into hundreds of soft and translucent Buddha lights and shot out, smashing towards Wuxia and the others like a storm. Guru Gu He cried out in a deep voice, "Fellow immortal Yuan Hua, this sword is fated with the Buddhist League. Please put it down and form a good relationship with the Buddhist League." A deep, muffled chanting that sounded like thunder was heard coming from within the over 100 balls of Buddhist light. The disciples of Yuan Hua sect who only possessed the cultivation base of nascent soul realm felt their heads tremble, and one after another, they rolled their eyes and fainted. Daoist Xiao and the rest of the 10 nascent divinity disciples were trembling uncontrollably. Although they were protected by the cloud unleashed by Daoist Qi, their nascent divinities were still shaking violently inside their bodies, nearly disintegrating into nothingness. Guru Gu He even slapped his forehead, unleashing a beam of Buddhist light that transformed into a huge claw shaped like the sharp claw of a great rock, grabbing towards Patriarch Yuan Hua. All the immortals could see that a large sheet of golden flame had burst out from the immortal sword in Patriarch Yuan Hua's hand. It looked like Patriarch Yuan Hua was on the verge of wiping out the divine will Reverend Huilin had left in the sword, and was about to brand his own divine will on the severely injured item spirit. Once Patriarch Yuan Hua took control of this severely injured immortal sword, with his cultivation base of peak stage 28th tier, his overall strength would skyrocket by a few times. Even if the few immortal monarchs joined forces, they would still be no match for Patriarch Yuan Hua. Therefore, they had to stop Patriarch Yuan Hua from refining the immortal sword now. As long as they could delay him for a moment and interrupt his refinement process, they would be able to seize the immortal sword with the joint attack of over 1,000 heaven immortals. As for who the immortal sword would belong to in the end, there must be a lucky one, right? And all the immortals felt that they were the lucky one. At that moment, Wuxia suddenly gave a long cry and waved his left hand. Countless dragon-scaled golden beams shot up into the sky, flying towards the over 100 balls of Buddhist light that Guru he had thrown down with a jarring whistle. The dragon-scaled golden lights hit the Buddha light intensely, causing the Buddha light to burst into muffled bangs. The dragon-scaled golden lights shattered into pieces, but the Buddha light that was falling from above was also deflected by the huge impact of the dragon-scaled golden lights. More than 100 Buddha lights plunged into the chaotic airflow not far away and disappeared after a turn. Guru was so angry that he nearly coughed blood. The string of Buddhist beads was a precious treasure that he had been carrying with him since he began his cultivation. After being strengthened by his Buddhist power and willpower for countless years, it had become one with his mind, and its power was not weaker than ordinary immortal items. But after being struck by Wuxia's attack, the string of Buddhist beads was swept away by the chaotic airflow. Not even a primordial immortal could find such a small string of Buddhist beads in the chaotic starry sky. It was a well-known fact that Buddhist cultivators had always lived a poor life. Usually, they only had 2 or 3 Buddhist treasures, which are the condensation of all their Buddhist power and willpower. They did not pay much attention to other worldly possessions. As for Guru he only had this string of Buddhist beads, which was the only Buddhist item he carried with him. All his years of cultivation had been spent on this string of Buddhist beads. Despite the fact that Guru's cultivation had reached a certain level, he was still so angry that he began to curse out loud. "Damn you, Junior. Give me back my treasure." He furrowed his brows. He was too lazy to chase after Patriarch Xianxia. Instead, he waved his right hand, shooting out a huge claw that looked like the sharp claws of a rock towards Wuxia's head. If the claw managed to grab hold of Wuxia with a gap in their overall strength, Wuxia would definitely have his bones broken and tendons torn, killing him instantly. At this moment, he did not care whether Wuxia was fated with the Buddhist League or not. Wuxia snorted coldly and clenched his jaws tightly. He felt a throbbing pain in his heart. The Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield was unleashed just now, and at least 10,000 dragon scales were shattered by the Buddhist beads. It was a precious treasure crafted using the dragon scales that he looted from Waning Dragon King's ancestral grave. After losing 10,000 dragon scales, both the offensive and defensive strength of the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield had dropped by 40%. "Old bald donkey, give me back my dragon scales." Wuxia was so angry that he jumped up and down violently. He glared at Guru then opened his erect eye. Abruptly, over 100 blinding purple thunderbolts shot out from the cold electric mirror, smashing onto Guru's body. At the same time, Wuxia took out all the immortal talismans given to him by Patriarch Jiangyun, by Xia, and Xingwu, throwing them behind him as if his life depended on it. Pilgrim he gave a muffled snort. Visible lines of muscles bulged out from under his skin as he had activated his golden Arhut body. The thunderbolts unleashed by the cold electric mirror landed on his body and exploded, producing loud, tinkling noises as if he was striking a huge golden bell. However, it only tore a small patch of skin on his chest, and not even a single drop of blood gushed out. However, the cold electric mirror was, after all, fused with a clump of 9 Heavens Dipper Thunder essence, and after a long period of cultivation by Wuxia, its power had reached the level of an ordinary immortal item. Although the thunderbolts did not severely injure they had consumed a great deal of his energy. He felt a dull pain in his chest, and his vision turned dark as he was forced to hover on the spot, unable to move. Several dozens of immortal talismans exploded. Instead of using the standard method to trigger the immortal spells and divine abilities contained in the talismans, Wuxia used the most violent and direct method to detonate them at the same time. Large sheets of white clouds, water vapor, green mist, and strong light turned into a hazy ball of light and shadow and exploded. The sharp claws unleashed by Guru were instantly ripped to shreds, while the tunnel opened up by Patriarch Xianxia was also destroyed by the explosion. As the immortal talismans twisted the tunnel, The chaotic airflows and the surroundings surged in a messy manner, nearly dragging Guru Gu He into the chaotic starry sky. It scared him so much that he cried out miserably, grabbing Reverend Meow Meow's ankle, who was rushing towards him. Only then did he manage to struggle out of the chaotic space. On the other hand, all the immortals who were chasing after them were blocked by the sudden collapse of the tunnel with their divine wills and visions. Because of that, the distance between them and Wuxia became much further. Seizing the opportunity, Patriarch Yuan Hua abruptly changed his flying direction, breaking through the chaotic starry sky and flying diagonally towards it, bringing Wuxia and the others. Taoist Qi quickly followed behind him. He did not forget to pat Wuxia's shoulder and praise loudly. "Wuxia, my good boy, you've done a great job." Patriarch Yuan Hua, who was busy opening up a path in the front, also praised loudly. "You've done a great job. As long as we can make it through today, this immortal sword will be the cornerstone treasure of Yuan Hua sect." Excellent, excellent. I never expected Hui Ling to have such a precious treasure in her hand. That's why we messed up the situation. Otherwise, everything would be within our plan. Upon hearing that, Wu Qi smiled wryly. When they were having a secret discussion in Green Cliff Mountain, he did not expect this to be the result. Originally, everything had been settled. Wu Qi and the rest of the 110 disciples would defeat the disciples of Hui Ling's sect, seizing the ownership of the Energy Stone planet. This was the first step that they should take. After that, Patriarch Yuan Hua would stay in Green Cliff Planet until Reverend Hui Ling issued the challenge. At that time, he would rush to the scene through the teleportation formation that he had prepared beforehand and face the severely wounded Reverend Hui Ling with his uninjured body. As long as Patriarch Yuan Hua killed Reverend Hui Ling, Yuan Hua sect would have won the match. But, unexpectedly, the reason why Reverend Hui Ling had the courage to raise his bet was actually an immortal sword of 18th tier or above. It had thrown the situation into chaos, forcing the people of Yuan Hua sect to flee in panic. Furthermore, Wu Qi was curious if Patriarch Yuan Hua would use that strange little strip of cloth if Reverend Hui Ling did not possess this immortal sword. As the little strip of cloth was able to kill Reverend Hui Ling in an instant, its origin must be extraordinary. Judging from its appearance, it should be Patriarch Yuan Hua's trump card. Nevertheless, although the situation had changed, the result was still good. Yuan Hua sect had won the Huang Qiao planet justifiably. Not only had their territory doubled in size, they had also occupied the entire Energy Stone planet. With that, the future of their sect was going to be very bright. At the thought of this, no matter it was Patriarch Yuan Hua, Taoist Qi, or even Wu Qi and the other disciples of Yuan Hua sect, all of them laughed out loud, their voices filled with complacency. Not only Huang Qiao planet and the Energy Stone planet, but Patriarch Yuan Hua had also obtained an upper-grade immortal sword. With that, Yuan Hua sect would definitely be the biggest power in Puyo Heavenly Realm in the future. With a powerful sect as their backing, the future development of their disciples would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the pressure coming from the front lessened, as Patriarch Yuan Hua brought all his disciples and rushed out of the chaotic starry sky. The immortal sword in his hand suddenly let out a faint cry. Taking advantage of the moment when the item spirit was at its weakest, Patriarch Yuan Hua had forcibly branded it with his divine will. Right at this moment, a strange beam of light approached from the side. It was Reverend Yun, who had come before Patriarch Yuan Hua in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Yuan Hua, how dare you kill a disciple of Eminent Cloud sect?" Reverend Yun immediately unleashed a thunderbolt. Chapter 404. Time returned to the time when Wu Qi sneaked into the ancient mansion and subdued the innate Yin energy. On Green Cliff Mountain, Patriarch Yuan Hua, who had fully recovered from his injuries, had broken through the bottleneck of peak stage 28th tier and stepped into the realm of 27th tier Heaven Immortal, was sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop, exercising his nascent divinity and nourishing the Cloud Shadow Sword in his spiritual ocean. Next to him was a teleportation formation, about 1,000 feet in diameter. It was a grand universal teleportation formation that could teleport him alone to the void where Wuxia and the others were. Right when Wuxia entered the spherical space where the ancient mansion was located, and at the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the landmass, he had thrown a teleportation formation near the entrance. Therefore, Patriarch Yuan Hua was able to arrive at the scene of the duel with the fastest speed. A tiny green beetle was seen lying on Patriarch Yuan Hua's chest. It was the sun beetle of the mother-son green beetles, while the other mother beetle was brought by Daoist Qi. As soon as the result of the duel was decided, Reverend Huilin would issue a challenge, and Daoist Qi would use his hand to stimulate the mother beetle, causing the sun beetle to react. That would allow Patriarch Yuan Hua to arrive in time. Patriarch Yuan Hua sat on the mountaintop, trying his best to adjust his condition. A faint smile could be seen on his lips. He was very satisfied with Patriarch Jiangyin, Wuqi, and all the other disciples. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Patriarch Jiangyin could establish such a huge foundation and train such an excellent group of disciples. Whether it was the duel or the duel, Yuan Hua sect was bound to gain a complete victory and lay the foundation of becoming the #1 immortal sect in Puyo Heavenly Realm. How could they have such a good opportunity during normal times? The Celestial Court had a very tight control over all the heavenly realms. If two great immortal sects were to fight each other for no reason, the immortal monarchs of the Celestial Court would interfere. Therefore, even though Yuan Hua sect's overall strength was far stronger than Huiling sect's, they could not openly occupy Huiling sect's foundation. But Reverend Huilin actually came knocking on their door. No matter what trump card he had, Patriarch Yuan Hua stroked the 3 strips of cloth in his sleeve, and his heart was immediately filled with confidence. When Patriarch Yuan Hua was still an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, he was fond of traveling. As long as he could accumulate some energy stones, he would travel to various planets in Puyo Heavenly Realm through teleportation formations to broaden his horizons. One year, on a barren planet, Patriarch Yuan Hua came across an immortal who had fallen from the sky, his body covered in blood, and only his head barely intact. The immortal was on the verge of death, but Patriarch Yuan Hua's luck had taken a turn for the better. He found a green jade milk in that barren, desolate place that was only used as a transit planet for a void teleportation formation. It was a spirit medicine that could nourish the immortal soul, gather energy, and bring the dead back to life. On top of that, the green jade milk had been growing for tens of periods and contained a very strong natural energy. With this spirit medicine, the compassionate Patriarch Yuan Hua saved the immortal, who had lost all his limbs and all his internal organs destroyed by the thunder flame, with only his head still barely recognizable as a human. After being saved by Patriarch Yuan Hua, the immortal did not say anything. He just pulled off Patriarch Yuan Hua's sleeve and left him 9 shabby-looking spirit talismans that looked like strips of cloth, as well as a promise. Patriarch Yuan Hua had used 6 of the 9 spirit talismans in his many years of cultivation. Each of them had annihilated one or a group of formidable enemies of Patriarch Yuan Hua. From nascent divinity cultivators, ordinary heaven immortals, to the few 29-tier fiend immortals who conspired to seize the foundation of Yuan Hua sect 3 periods ago, none of them could escape the fate of annihilation with these spirit talismans. This was Patriarch Yuan Hua's greatest secret and also his greatest reliance. It was easy to imagine the overall strength of the immortal who was saved by Patriarch Yuan Hua, as he was able to make such a powerful spirit talisman out of ordinary linen strips. The promise the immortal made to Patriarch Yuan Hua was that if Patriarch Yuan Hua could break through the realm of gold immortal one day, he would take him as his disciple, as well as all of Patriarch Yuan Hua's disciples. If any of Patriarch Yuan Hua's disciples could break through the realm of gold immortal, that immortal would take Patriarch Yuan Hua as his disciple as well. Once he broke through the realm of gold immortal, that immortal would take him as his disciple as well. Patriarch Yuanhua twitched his lips and smiled wryly helplessly. He knew he was lucky enough to save an extraordinary figure, but the condition of taking him as his disciple was a little too harsh. Only a gold immortal could be his disciple. What was the cultivation base of that immortal? Patriarch Yuanhua breathed out a faint sigh and stopped his recollection. He ran his fingers over the 3 tiny strips of cloth talismans, wondering what kind of trump card Reverend Huilin would have waiting for him. But no matter what trump card Reverend Huilin had, it could not be as powerful as these spirit talismans. Grinning coldly, Patriarch Yuanhua began to think about the discussion he had with Wuxia and the others. Patriarch Yuanhua had always had the ambition to strengthen Yuanhua Immortal Sect, because with a strong foundation, he would be able to obtain more cultivation resources, such as immortal stones. With a great amount of immortal stones, the speed of immortals cultivation could be increased. Therefore, a long time ago, Patriarch Yuanhua had begun to plant spies in other immortal sections. Initially, it was the disciples of Huiling's sect who found the clue about the planet of energy stones before Patriarch Yuanhua. But Patriarch Yuanhua soon received the news and was the first to set out. As a result, he found the planet earlier than Huiling's sect and gained the upper hand in terms of morality. But this time, Eminent Cloud's sect had a very strange reaction after Catfish Flood Dragon devoured Yin Tianao's grandnephew. Immediately, Patriarch Yuanhua activated the spies in Eminent Cloud's sect and found out some news that made his heart race. Snow-armored heaven-devouring python, Eminent Cloud's sect's biggest reliance, was about to transcend the thunder tribulation of shapeshifting. Once he transcended the tribulation, he would be able to transform into a human, and his divine abilities and magical power would be greatly improved. The reason why Eminent Cloud sect had swallowed the grievance of Catfish Flood Dragon was that snow-armored heaven-devouring python could not make a move now, and Reverend Yun was afraid that someone might take advantage of him. Therefore, they dared not to pursue the matter. On the other hand, the higher-ups of Eminent Cloud sect had come to a decision. Once snow-armored heaven-devouring python transcended the thunder tribulation, Eminent Cloud sect would seek revenge. What made Patriarch Yuanhua even more worried and angry was that Eminent Cloud sect had long decided to annex Huiling's sect and Yuanhua sect. Huiling's sect and Yuanhua sect were fighting like tigers, and most of their heaven immortals were wounded. It would take them at least 10,000 years to fully recover. Therefore, no matter who won in the end, the overall strength of both immortal sects would suffer a great loss. Some of Reverend Yun's disciples from Eminent Cloud sect were serving in the Celestial Court. As a result, the relationship between Eminent Cloud sect and the Celestial Court was closer than that of all the other immortal sects in Puyo Heavenly Realm. Therefore, Reverend Yun had made a decision. After the duel between Patriarch Yuanhua and Reverend Huilin, no matter who won, one of them would die in the fight between 2 tigers. Eminent Cloud sect would seize the opportunity to strike with all their might, devouring the one who lost between Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect. In order to achieve this goal, Reverend Yun had even found a substitute who transformed into his own appearance and watched the duel. As for Reverend Yun himself, he brought a group of tens of immortals from his sect, hiding somewhere near Huiling's sect's Huang Qiao planet. Once he received the news of Reverend Huilin's defeat, he would immediately bring his men to Huang Qiao planet and destroy Huiling's sect's foundation. Meanwhile, another group of 13 immortals from Eminent Cloud sect had snuck into Yuanhua sect a long time ago, waiting to launch a surprise attack on Yuanhua sect's Spirit Pills Palace and other important places. If the loser of the duel was Patriarch Yuanhua, once he died, the morale of Yuanhua sect would plunge into chaos, and 13 heaven immortals would be more than enough to cause a great damage to Yuanhua sect. Eminent Cloud sect's wishful thinking had shaken the heavens, and Patriarch Yuanhua had cooperated with them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. The 13 immortals from Eminent Cloud sect had snuck into Green Cliff Planet a few months ago, disguised as itinerant cultivators. Currently, they were living in Green Cliff Immortal Market, spending their days leisurely enjoying fine wine and beautiful women. But today it was time to draw in the net. This was the plan put forward by Wuxia. Since Eminent Cloud Sect wanted to extend their hands to Green Cliff Immortal Market, they would have to cut off their claws. Even if they had to sacrifice the entire Green Cliff Immortal Market, they would have to kill all 13 Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect. With that, Eminent Cloud Sect's overall strength would be greatly reduced, and they would no longer dare to lay their hands on Yuanhua Sect. Even if Eminent Cloud Sect brought the lawsuit to Immortal Chuan, Yuanhua Sect would still be in the right. 13 Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect had snuck into Yuanhua Sect for no reason. What could that be? At that point in time, as long as they killed all the witnesses, they could just say that 13 Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect had attacked Yuanhua Sect intentionally. With that, they would be the scapegoat, and Eminent Cloud Sect would not be afraid of a lawsuit. Just as Patriarch Yuanhua was recalling the plan he and Wuxia came up with, a communication jade slip placed next to him suddenly moved, and a soft voice drifted out from it. The grand array that was set up near the Green Cliff Immortal Market had already been activated, and the entire market had been completely surrounded. 13 Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect were now attacking the formation that trapped them. However, there were 10 Heaven Immortals from Yuanhua Sect guarding Green Cliff Planet, and they had the advantage of being the host. With the formation completely trapping the Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect, there was no chance for them to escape. After listening to the report from the disciples, Patriarch Yuanhua grinned coldly, then sped towards Green Cliff Immortal Market with his sword in hand. With the help of the formation, Patriarch Yuanhua fought a fierce battle and killed all 13 Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect. However, he himself suffered a serious injury as well. After killing all the Heaven Immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect who had snuck into Green Cliff Planet, Patriarch Yuanhua immediately heard a shrill cry from the Green Lotus Immortals. Without hesitation, Patriarch Yuanhua stepped into the teleportation formation and rushed to the scene of the duel. When he saw that Reverend Huelin's trump card was actually an upper-grade immortal sword, Patriarch Yuanhua immediately used a spirit talisman and killed Reverend Huelin on the spot. In the end, the immortal sword was too attractive and attracted the attack of so many immortals at the scene. Without hesitation, Patriarch Yuanhua brought all his disciples and fled from the scene. Unexpectedly, Eminent Cloud Sect reacted very quickly. Reverend Yin had already learned that his disciples who had snuck into Green Cliff Planet were killed. Knowing that his plan was exposed, Reverend Yin did not want to suffer such a loss. Flustered and exasperated, he immediately rushed over and stopped Patriarch Yuanhua and his company. Relying on the fact that his cultivation base was stronger than Patriarch Yuanhua, Reverend Yun threw all caution to the wind and unleashed a thunderbolt. But what Reverend Yin did not know was that Patriarch Yuanhua was no longer the same as before. He was now a 27th tier Heaven Immortal. Looking at the thunderbolt plunging down from above, Patriarch Yuanhua grinned coldly. Abruptly, the immortal sword in his hand shone with a large sheet of golden light, transforming into a beam of light that swept out. Chapter 405. Daoist Yun's meticulous plan was ruined by someone, and he even lost 13 Heaven Immortal Sect disciples. He was so angry that his brain was about to boil. 13 Heaven Immortal Sect disciples were not in the realm of nascent soul or nascent divinity. Everyone below the realm of Heaven Immortal was an ant, and nascent divinity cultivators could be cultivated at any time. But these were 13 Heaven Immortals. Eminent Cloud Sect had been established for several hundreds of periods, but they had only produced a total of over 40 Heaven Immortals. But before he could get any benefits from the scheme, he had painstakingly schemed against Yuanhua Sect and Huiling Sect. 13 of his Heaven Immortals were killed. 1/3 of Eminent Cloud Sect's overall strength was wiped out just like that. More importantly, one of the 13 Heaven Immortals who were killed on Green Cliff Planet was Reverend Yun's illegitimate son. Yes, an illegitimate son. Reverend Yin had an affair with one of his disciples, and they secretly gave birth to this child. The blood essence of a heaven immortal was very precious. If not for the fact that Reverend Yin loved his disciple very much, he would not have agreed to give birth to this child. Nevertheless, since he had given birth to this child, Reverend Yin cherished him very much. None of the descriptions, such as the apple of his eye, could describe how much Reverend Yin loved him. In fact, Reverend Yin had even found a way to get this child to serve in the celestial court as long as his cultivation base improved by another level. But today, Patriarch Yuan Hua had killed Reverend Yin's illegitimate son and 12 of his disciples. "Yuan Hua, you old villain, give me back my son." Exasperated, Reverend Yin did not care whether his illegitimate son could be exposed or not. After unleashing the first thunderbolt, he followed it up with several dozens of thunderbolts. Eminent Cloud Sect's cultivation technique was based on the technique of water and thunder. The immortals of Eminent Cloud Sect had mastered the acquired water element thunderbolts, and the power of their thunder technique was second to none in Puyo Heavenly Realm. If it were any other day, Patriarch Yuan Hua would have suffered a great loss from the thunderbolts. But now, his cultivation base was at the same level as Reverend Yin, and he was armed with an upper-grade immortal item. Amidst the blinding golden light, a long golden beam shot out and swept away the dozens of thunderbolts unleashed by Reverend Yin. Then, the sword beam swept across Reverend Yin's body, causing his Taoist robe to glow with an immortal gleam. However, as the golden beam flashed, his defensive immortal robe was ripped apart, and the sword beam pierced right through his body. A miserable howl rang out. As Reverend Yin was not present just now, and did not know the origin of the immortal sword, he could never have dreamed that Patriarch Yuan Hua would be holding such a powerful weapon. The sword beam pierced through his body and sliced Reverend Yin's ribs into two. Golden immortal blood splashed in all directions. Reverend Yin's lower body was thrown far away, while three big mouths stretched over impatiently. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, and Catfish Flood Dragon opened their mouths and bit Reverend Yin's lower body, ripping it into 3 pieces and swallowing them. Wuxia's eyelids twitched to the sight. It was such a good material, but it was wasted by these 3 fellows. Looking around, Wuxia was wondering if he should expose some of his treasures so that he could keep Reverend Yin's upper body. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out from the chaotic starry sky behind him. Strange lights kept flashing and flashing, as over 1,000 immortals rushed out together with their disciples. Pilgrim Gu, he was at the forefront, roaring furiously, "Fellow immortal Yuan Hua, that sword in the Buddhist League." Guru Gu, he shut his mouth abruptly, because Patriarch Yuan Hua had casually tossed the immortal sword up into the air. The immortal sword transformed into a dazzling golden beam of light, wheeling around Patriarch Yuan Hua for a while. It came with an extremely astonishing momentum, and a scorching heat wave came blowing at Guru Guhi's face, making it hard for him to breathe. Guru Guhi, who was originally angry, suddenly smiled sweetly. He put his palms together and softly chanted the name of Buddha, then said with a smile, "So that's how it is. I was wrong. This sword is destined to be with fellow immortal Yuan Hua. Fellow immortal Yuan Hua, if you have time, please pay me a visit on my barren mountain. We need to get to know each other." Patriarch Yuan Hua stroked his beard and laughed. He nodded and said, "I'll definitely pay you a visit." With a smile on his face, Pilgrim Gu, he took a few steps back, gazed at Wuxia with a friendly look in his eyes, and nodded his head intimately. It was as if the incident of Wuxia knocking his prime Buddhist treasure away had never happened, and Pilgrim Gu, his attitude towards Wuxia was extremely warm and affectionate. Wuxia gave Pilgrim Gu a cold glance. He was not in the mood to talk to this monk, who could change his expression faster than anyone else. Those immortals who rushed out from behind Pilgrim Gu, he halted their steps as well. Since Patriarch Yuan Hua had refined this immortal sword, it would be too difficult for them to seize it. For a moment, All the immortals who had joined hands to attack Patriarch Yuan Hua turned to him and said, "Congratulations on obtaining such a precious treasure, fellow immortal Yuan Hua." As the saying goes, spirit treasures choose their own masters. Fellow immortal Yuan Hua is a man with great fortune. Patriarch Yuan Hua nodded with a smile, cupping his fist and greeting the immortals enthusiastically. Only Reverend Yun flew back to Eminent Cloud's sex team with a stream of blood in his body. The Reverend Yun, who was sitting on the giant black crane, cried out in alarm. With a twist of his body, he transformed into a burly man with a long beard, grabbed Reverend Yun's upper body, and cried out, "Master, who hurt you?" Although that was what he asked, the burly man's eyes had already turned to look at Patriarch Yuan Hua. It was a well-known fact that apart from Immortal Chuan, Reverend Yun was the strongest expert in Puyo Heavenly Realm. Among so many immortals present, apart from Patriarch Yuan Hua, who else could cut Reverend Yun's body into two so cleanly and neatly? Patriarch Yuan Hua smiled and shook his head without saying a word. He was in a good mood now and was just waiting for Eminent Cloud Sect to make their move. He did not want to waste his breath. Reverend Yin pointed his fingers in the air, barely forming a dozen incantation gestures to stop the blood from bursting out. After that, he cried out at Immortal Chuan with a heart-wrenching voice, "Immortal Monarch, please seek justice for Eminent Cloud Sect. Yuan Hua Sect has killed 13 of our heaven immortals for no reason, and even beat me into such a sorry state. Immortal Monarch, please seek justice for Eminent Cloud Sect." At this moment, Reverend Yin really wished he could establish a good relationship with Immortal Chuan. If he had a daughter, he would be more than happy to give her to Immortal Chuan as a concubine. But now, he was severely wounded, and his sect had lost 13 heaven immortals. The overall strength of Eminent Cloud Sect had suffered a great loss, and without the support of a powerful backer, Eminent Cloud Sect might really face the calamity of destruction. In recent years, Eminent Cloud Sect had been acting in an unscrupulous and overbearing manner. From an incident of Yin Wuxia forcibly robbing Peppermint and Angelica, one could easily tell what kind of conduct Eminent Cloud Sect had. No one knew how many enemies were secretly keeping their eyes on Eminent Cloud Sect. If they were not careful, Eminent Cloud Sect's foundation would be torn apart by countless enemies. Upon seeing Reverend Yun's miserable appearance, Immortal Chuan could not help but narrow his eyes, giving Patriarch Yuan Hua a quick glance. Patriarch Yuan Hua cupped his fist and said, "Please seek justice for me, Immortal Monarch." It was Eminent Cloud Sect who sent their disciples to sneak into Green Cliff Planet, hiding in Green Cliff Immortal Market and plotting against us. As Yuan Hua was meditating and preparing for the duel in Green Cliff Mountain, they mistakenly thought that I had left Green Cliff Planet. Therefore, they suddenly launched an attack with the intention of looting Green Cliff Immortal Market, and were killed by Yuan Hua. Please investigate this matter, Immortal Monarch. Reverend Yin rebuked furiously. Bullshit. That stinks. The disciples of Eminent Cloud Sect looting Green Cliff Immortal Market is simply overwhelmed by extreme anger. Reverend Yin no longer cared about the elegance of his words. Looking at Reverend Yun's expression, Wuxia could not help but interrupt. How could a man with a mouth full of bullshit say others are bullshit? This is the real stinking smell. Why did 13 heaven immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect sneak into Green Cliff Immortal Market without notifying us? Don't tell me they're short of money, so they went to the brothels in Green Cliff Immortal Market to sell their bodies? Grinning coldly, Wuxia said viciously, "Although there are brothels in Green Cliff Immortal Market, they only serve girls and prostitutes. Green Cliff Immortal Market does not do this kind of business. Immortal Monarch, if the reason why 13 heaven immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect sneaked into Green Cliff Planet was not to loot Green Cliff Immortal Market, could it be that they were really there to sell their buttocks?" Patriarch Yuan Hua's eyelids drooped as he burst out laughing. As immortals were concerned about their dignity, they would never say such vicious words. as Wuxia was just a nascent soul cultivator. What could he do even if he cursed at him? Patriarch Yuan Hua was very angry when Reverend Yun cursed him a moment ago. Therefore, Wuqi's nonsensical words were exactly what he wanted. Reverend Yun's eyes went wide with anger when he heard Wuqi's words, and he nearly choked on his breath. Pointing his trembling finger at Wuqi, Reverend Yun roared furiously. Immortal Monarch Chuan, how dare he interrupt such an ignorant and immoral junior? Immortal Chuan was taken aback, hesitating for a brief moment. If it were any other nascent soul cultivator who dared to interrupt, he would have already killed him. But as for Wuqi, Immortal Chuan still remembered the bag of energy stones he gave him as a bribe. How could he bear to kill such a sensible young man? Clearing his throat, Immortal Chuan smiled and said, Wuqi, you have to watch your words. How could a fellow immortal from Eminent Cloud's sect do something like that? Changing his tone, Immortal Chuan asked Reverend Yun, but why did 13 heaven immortals from Eminent Cloud's sect go to Green Cliff Planet? Reverend Yun was tongue-tied and could not say anything for a moment. Right at this moment, the sound of drums and bugles was heard coming from afar as 30 flying ships approached at top speed. These flying ships were 10,000 feet long and over 100 feet wide, with pavilions as tall as 6 stories built on the deck. Thick and heavy metal decks were densely hung on the outside of these flying ships, engraved with countless complicated ancient runes. Standing on the prow of each flying ship was a group of tens of heavily armored soldiers. They were tall and burly, yet they did not emanate any energy ripple. Behind these soldiers was a thin layer of mist, within which the shadows of various ferocious beasts could be vaguely seen. On the flying ship in the middle, a 10-feet-tall burly man was hammering a dragon-skinned war drum with a deafening sound. Although there was no air in the starry sky, the drumming still went straight into everyone's ears, causing them a dull pain in their ears and making them lose their balance. There was a tall flagpole on every flying ship, on which a huge flag, measuring several tens of feet in circumference, was fluttering even though there was no wind. With a keen eyesight, Wuqi saw a huge character, used several tens of feet in both width and length, embroidered on the flag. Using this pale green character as the background color, a row of characters was embroidered neatly in the middle of the flag. You patrolling heaven, guarding the land, and protecting the people. Marquis Jianyu Hua Heavenly Realm. Marquis Jianyu. Immortal Chuan was taken aback. Together with the other immortal monarchs, he cursed at the same time, Marquis Jianyu Zong. What is he doing here? Damn it! It was a spectacular sight to see a few immortal monarchs cursing at the same time. Even Wuqi could not help but be stunned. After that, cold sweat broke out from Wuqi's back as he exchanged a glance with Princess Zhang Lu in shock. Marquis Jian, you Zong. Chapter 406. Human Emperor. Ever since the ancient great saint, Huahuang clan, joined hands with many almighty experts and created the human race by combining the bloodlines of divine dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and many other divine beasts, using the divine light and spirituality of the myriad spirit cauldron as the foundation and combining them with the bloodlines of divine dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and many other divine beasts. Human emperors were born. Some were wise, some were mighty. Some could cut through all the obstacles and create a fertile land for the human race to survive, and some could slay demons and devils to protect the development of the human race. Since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race had built the only dynasty since the beginning of time. Human Emperor Yu had infeft all the heavenly realms, appointed the protector of the people, and protected the human race in all directions. Accompanied by the muffled beating of dragon-hide war drums, 30 flying ships approached the crowd at top speed. Wuqi saw the strange expressions on the faces of Immortal Chuan and the other immortal monarchs. It was as if there was a big pile of dog poop placed in front of them, and they had no choice but to swallow it licking their lips and saying that it tasted delicious. It was an indescribable expression. Wuxia also noticed that Immortal Chuan's left hand, which was placed behind his back, had clenched into a fist with blue veins protruding out of the back of it. Suddenly, loud shouts of "Ha!" were heard coming from the flying ships. It was a thunderous roar and filled with towering, killing intent. Large groups of armored soldiers rushed out of the cabins and lined up on the deck like Chi-Chi, their eyes flickering with a cold gleam as they stared coldly at the immortals and cultivators on Wuqi's side. An undisguised hostility and opposing aura made Wuqi frown. The relationship between Marquis Jian, Yuzong, and the immortals was not good. The reaction of the heaven immortals from the nearby heavenly realms was also very interesting. Cautiously, they retreated a few miles back and formed into the most traditional formation of 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, assuming a defensive posture. The heaven immortals stood on the periphery, while their disciples guarded the inner formation. It reminded Wu Qi of the African bison back on Earth. When they encountered wild beasts, they used this formation to protect their calves. The might of a human emperor was indeed extraordinary. Holding Princess Zhang Li's hand, Wu Qi looked coldly at Immortal Chuan and the other immortal monarchs as they walked towards the flying ship in the middle. Patriarch Yuan Hua raised his hand and gestured for all the immortals and cultivators of Yuan Hua sect to step back and join the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. A deep laughter rang out from the flying ship in the middle. A chariot pulled by 3 flood dragons darted out from the flying ship, flying towards Immortal Chuan and the other immortal monarchs, escorted by nearly 100 armored warriors. On the chariot, a valiant-looking middle-aged man, who was wearing a jade-colored battle robe and a light golden armor, and had a crimson cloak on his back, was sitting straight on a bronze throne that was carved with countless images of fierce beasts, looking at them coldly. The appearance of this middle-aged man was 80% similar to Yu Huda, Yu Hatian, and Yu Heling. Wu Qi and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance. Yu Zong, the Marquis Jian of Yu dynasty who governed Yu Hua Heavenly Realm, was the father of the 3 dead men. Yu Hua Heavenly Realm was a mid-upper grade heavenly realm that was very far away from Pulyuo Heavenly Realm, and it was where Yu Zong, Marquis Jian, governed. His jurisdiction covered a very vast area of the starry sky around Yu Hua Heavenly Realm, and even Pulyuo Heavenly Realm was under his jurisdiction. Of course, after several apocalypses, the Celestial Court was established, and the almighty experts in the universe had set the rules. The Celestial Court governed the immortals. The human emperor governed the mortals, and immortals ruled independently, without interfering with each other. Although Yu Zong's jurisdiction was very vast, he was just a marquis of the land protector conferred by the human emperor. Thus, he had no authority over the immortal monarchs of the Celestial Court. Immortal Chuan and the others were just fearful and helpless when facing Yu Zong. Immortal Chuan laughed dryly, sounding like he was crying. He realized that it was a very unpleasant laughter and stopped abruptly after a few dry laughs. Then he cupped his fist and bowed to Yu Zong, who was sitting in the chariot, and said, "Greetings, Marquis Jian." Sitting in the chariot, Yu Zong did not rise to his feet, nor did he return the greeting. Instead, he gave Immortal Chuan a cold grin and said arrogantly, "Dispense with the formalities." The 3 simple words made the faces of Immortal Chuan and the other few immortal monarchs turn red instantly. A faint immortal pressure spread out and quickly enveloped all the armored soldiers on the 30 flying ships led by Yu Zong. All the armored soldiers let out a loud cry at the same time. A towering killing intent converged into a nearly corporeal sword energy, slashing viciously onto the immortal pressure unleashed by Immortal Chuan and the others, ripping it into pieces. Suddenly, Patriarch Yuan Hua laughed in a low voice and said, "This Marquis Jian, Yu Zong, is just as the rumors said, arrogant and unruly. If not for the fact that the Celestial Court has to show some respect to the human emperor. Someone like him would have long been killed by those almighty immortals." Wuxi's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice, Ancestral Master, roughly how strong is this Yuzong's overall strength? Patriarch Yuan Hua said coolly, Yuzong, Marquis Jian, is the overseer of Yu Hua Heavenly Realm, protecting the safety of the human race in this part of the universe. TSK. This is just an empty title. The mortals living in the territories of various immortal sects have long established their own dynasties. How can he interfere in their affairs? He is nothing more than a spy sent by the human emperor of Yu dynasty to this part of the universe. His overall strength is really strong. I reckon his cultivation base is at least equivalent to a 20th tier Heaven Immortal. 20th tier Heaven Immortal? His overall strength was about 200 times that of a 36th tier Heaven Immortal. Compared to Patriarch Yuan Hua's current cultivation base of 27th tier, Yuzong's overall strength was about 4 times greater. But with the golden immortal sword in his hand, Patriarch Yuan Hua's overall strength was more than enough to fight against Yuzong. Therefore, he did not have to fear Yuzong's overall strength. There were tens of thousands of armored soldiers on the 30 flying ships brought by Yuzong, and their overall strength was not weak at all. Yuzong's military strength was far stronger than any immortal sect in Puyo Heavenly Realm, and this was the biggest fear these immortals had for him. None of the immortal sects in Puyo Heavenly Realm had such a strong backing like Yuzong. The few immortal monarchs, who were infuriated by Yu Miao's rude behavior just now, had their immortal aura shattered by the killing intent unleashed by the armored soldiers. Their bodies trembled, and their faces turned extremely unsightly. Immortal Chuan sneered and said, Is Marquis Jian purposely trying to humiliate us by coming here? If Marquis Jian only wants a few enemies, we know we are no match for him. I'll report to Heavenly Lord Sanyu of Yu Hua Heavenly Realm now, and ask him to explain things to Marquis Jian. What do you think? Heavenly Lord Sanyu of Yu Hua Heavenly Realm was an experienced Heaven Immortal with an extremely profound cultivation base. He was the immediate superior of Immortal Chuan and a few other heavenly monarchs, and was in charge of controlling the vast starry sky around Yu Hua Heavenly Realm. His territory was even larger than Marquis Jian's Yuzong, and he was the only person who could suppress Yuzong in this region. On top of that, Heavenly Lord San, you had a very strong backing in the Celestial Court. No matter it was his own overall strength or the power behind him, he could easily suppress Yuzong. Upon hearing Immortal Chuan's words, Yuzong suddenly sneered and said, Using Heavenly Lord Sanyu to suppress Yuzong? Hee. While laughing coldly, Yuzong rubbed his nose. There were a few very obvious black lines on his nose. Obviously, they were the marks left by the ghost aura in his body after he was struck by the ghost curse unleashed by Princess Zhang Lu last time. Princess Zhang Lu twisted her tiny waist complacently, then gently grabbed Wu Qi's palm and sent a voice transmission to Wu Qi. How is the power of Zixian's curse? Even a 20th tier Heaven Immortal could not withstand the power of that ghost curse. Wu Qi nodded silently. It was a little surprising that the ghost curse unleashed by Princess Zhang Lu had really hurt Yuzong. Yuzong let out a few unpleasant hisses from his nose, then put down his palm and said in a cold voice, I know that you, Immortal Chuan, have found an ancient mansion of Yu dynasty. Immortal Chuan's expression changed abruptly. With a livid face, he cried out, What do you want? Yuzong waved his hand and put on a very generous face as he said, I'm not in a good mood these days, so I won't waste my breath on you. I only want the treasures left in the core of the ancient mansion. Those treasures belong to the human race, and they are useless to you immortals. Apart from that, I won't take anything from you. What do you say? Immortal Chuan's face turned even more unsightly. That's unreasonable, he said coldly. If you bring those treasures of the human race to the market in the Celestial Court, you can exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal stones, immortal items, or immortal pills. How can you just take them for nothing? Yuzong rubbed his nose, and the unpleasant hisses came from his nostrils once again. His body trembled slightly, and he said angrily, Cut the crap. I'm not going to take all these benefits for nothing. I brought so many soldiers here, and I've spent so much on eating and drinking all the way here. I brought 30 battleships with me, and the energy stones I've spent to travel across the starry sky are not small. Immortal Chuan, don't be so shameless. Wu Qi shook his head. Why is this Yu Zong behaving like a bandit? Of course, as he had just lost 3 sons, Wu Qi could understand his feelings. Looking at Immortal Chuan and the others, Wu Qi sighed silently. Vaguely, Wu Qi had a feeling that Yu Zong was venting all his anger on Immortal Chuan and the others. Daoist Qi came next to Patriarch Yuan Hua and asked in a low voice, "Master, if a fight breaks out, are we going to help the immortal monarchs?" Patriarch Yuan Hua turned his head and gave the heaven immortals from Eminent Cloud sect a look. Apart from Reverend Yun, a few Eminent Cloud sect immortals were staring at them with a fierce gleam in their eyes. Patriarch Yuan Hua shook his head lightly and said, "If a fight breaks out, bring your children back to Green Cliff Planet. Then go and reinforce your junior brother. I'll stay here and hold the line for the few immortal monarchs." With the golden immortal sword, Patriarch Yuan Hua was filled with confidence and said that he would help the few immortal monarchs to hold the line. When his words were heard by the other heaven immortals, they were filled with envy and jealousy. But Reverend Yun's heart sank. Reinforce Taoist men? Why would Taoist Qi reinforce Taoist men? What was Taoist men doing now? While all the immortals were having their own thoughts, Yu Zong suddenly gave an impatient roar, clenching his right fist and thrusting it toward Immortal Chuan. Immortal Chuan did not expect that Yu Zong was really as barbaric as the rumors said, and the punch landed squarely on his body. The official robe of immortal monarchs worn by Immortal Chuan was a lower-grade immortal item given to him by the Celestial Court when he was appointed as an immortal official. As soon as Yu Zong punched out, a crisp bird cry rang out from Immortal Chuan's immortal robe, and a green sparrow darted out from it, bringing with it a large cloud of smoke. The cloud of smoke wheeled and wheeled, and there was a vague gleam of rivers and mountains flickering in it. Yu Zong's punch sank into the cloud and suddenly became slower and slower. Yu Zong sneered, then suddenly cried out, "Jade, butterfly, hissing wind, kill." A jade-colored cloud of smoke rushed out from behind Yu Zong's back, within which came the soul of a jade-colored butterfly, about 1,000 feet long, with a flash, transformed into a beam of strong jade-colored light, and attached itself to Yu Zong's right arm. The power of Yu Zong's punch was suddenly increased by at least 100 times. Accompanied by an extremely unpleasant ripping noise, dozens of holes were ripped open on Immortal Chuan's immortal robe, as Yu Zong's punch landed on Immortal Chuan's right chest. Countless jade-colored butterfly-shaped beams shot out from Yu Zong's fist and smashed into Immortal Chuan's body. Immortal Chuan howled miserably as his right chest was completely shattered, and his right arm was knocked flying away by Yu Zong's punch, together with a large amount of golden immortal blood and pale golden flesh. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers on the 30 battleships roared in unison, and all 30 battleships charged forward abruptly. Chapter 407. The few immortal monarchs flew into a rage when they saw Yu Zong's attack. Without hesitation, they ordered their immortal officers and disciples to charge forward and engage in a fierce battle with Yu Zong's army. Meanwhile, all the heaven immortals of the 5 heavenly realms had fled in all directions. Apart from Patriarch Yuan Hua and a few others who stayed behind to keep an eye on the few immortal monarchs, the others had long fled with their disciples. Wuxia wanted to stay and watch the show. After all, Lady Dark Goldwater did not have many memories about Yu Dynasty, and she only had a vague memory of its existence. At first, Wuxia was wondering if this Yu Dynasty was a small dynasty in some mortal world where Lady Dark Goldwater was born. But little did he expect that it was actually a colossal dynasty built by the entire human race. While pondering over this question, Wu Qi's body suddenly trembled as he suddenly recalled some books Lu Xiaobai had read in the past. Yu Xia Xianxia, Is this Yu dynasty the one recorded in the few ancient books on Earth? The one that claimed to be even more ancient than Xia dynasty? 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yu dynasty, Huahuang clan. Could this Yu dynasty be that Yu dynasty? With his mind filled with wild thoughts, Wuxia held Princess Zhang, Li's little hand, and followed Taoist Qi back to Puyuo Heavenly Realm. All the disciples who participated in the match had been teleported back to Green Cliff Planet, and only Taoist Qi brought Wuxia and the few others to Tsang-Tu Planet through a teleportation formation. In the windy plain of Tsang-Tu Planet, the vast flatland measuring 1,000 miles in circumference sank 1,000 feet into the ground. Huge holes and cracks could be seen everywhere, and the ground was stained with golden and red blood. 2 groups of cultivators were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Together with 18 Yuanhua sects Heaven Immortals, Taoist Min was attacking 10 Eminent Cloud sects Heaven Immortals, while several hundred Yuanhua sects Nascent Divinity and Nascent Soul disciples were attacking the less than 100 Eminent Cloud sect disciples. A great python, over 3,000 feet long and as white as snow, with scales glinting with a dazzling watery gleam, was spreading its wings, throwing its head back and roaring furiously, spraying a large sheet of blood-red light at a crimson tribulation cloud in the sky. The tribulation cloud rotated unhurriedly, preparing for the next wave of powerful attacks. A strong demonic aura burst out from the great serpent's body. Because of this cold and murderous demonic aura, the area covered by the tribulation clouds grew larger and larger, and the lightning tribulation that was brewing also grew stronger and stronger. The stronger the fiendish demon and the more ancient the bloodline of the fiendish demon, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation they would have to endure. The snow-armored serpent had reached the level of 25th tier Heaven Immortal before it had to face the thunder tribulation of form transformation. It was not hard to tell how strong it was. However, it was obvious that the thunder tribulation of form transformation that it was about to face was definitely more powerful than the thunder tribulation that an orthodox demon would have to face after transforming into human form. On Myriad Immortals planet, those demon imperial advisors and sinecures of the 6 dynasties could transform into human form even though they only had the cultivation base of nascent soul realm. Compared to this snow-armored heaven-devouring python, who had to cultivate to the 25th tier Heaven Immortal realm to face the lightning tribulation of transformation, the gap between them was like the distance between the clouds and the sky. The great serpent's body was riddled with several dozens of huge wounds and several dozens of scales that were charred and pitch black by the explosion. After being wounded, the ferocious nature in its bones was aroused. The little immortal aura emanating from its body immediately transformed into a towering evil aura. The dark green demonic aura blanketed an area of several tens of miles in circumference, causing the tribulation clouds in the sky to expand even faster. This was the scene that Wuxia and his company saw when they arrived at Tsang-Tu Planet. The disciples of Yuanhua sect, led by Taoist, Min had gained the upper hand in all aspects. Apart from the fact that the number of Heaven Immortals brought by Taoist Min was much greater than that of the enemy, they had also launched a sneak attack from behind and had the help of spies. Furthermore, they had exhausted over 70% of the immortal talismans and Guiyuan vibrating bombs stored in Yuanhua sect storage. Upon seeing this, Taoist Qi whistled, brought Wuxia and the others, and charged towards the disciples of Eminent Cloud sect. With the fall of Reverend Huilin, the decline of Huiling's sect was imminent. Eminent Cloud sect's Reverend Yun was severely wounded, and they had lost 13 Heaven Immortals. If they could kill all 10 Heaven Immortals here, then take the opportunity when the snow-armored heaven-devouring python was transcending its thunder tribulation to kill this cornerstone of Eminent Cloud sect, they would lose their status as the number 1 immortal sect in Puyuo Heavenly Realm, and Yuanhua sect would definitely rise to power. The bamboo stick in Taoist Qi's hand transformed into layers of green shadows, transforming into a green flood dragon and swinging its claw at the head of one of Eminent Cloud's sect's Heaven Immortals. The defensive immortal barrier of the Heaven Immortal had been badly damaged by Daoist men caught off guard by Daoist Chi's sneak attack. The barrier shattered on the spot, and the flood dragon ripped the top of his head open with one claw. Several tens of green-wood immortal thunders burst out from the flood dragon's mouth, smashing into the Heaven Immortal's head. A miserable shriek echoed out as the Immortal's immortal body fell to the ground. A golden immortal soul soared up into the sky, trying to flee. However, the flood dragon transformed from the bamboo stick thrown out by Daoist Chi gave a deafening roar, coiling its body abruptly and transforming into a dazzling green rope that tightly bound the immortal soul. The sound of wind and flame was heard as a large sheet of red flame burst out from the green rope, burning the immortal soul and making it shriek miserably. This was the power of an immortal item. The item spirit had already cultivated to the realm of spirit immortal, and its intelligence was comparable to that of an immortal. It could control the immortal item better and change its divine abilities and spells according to the actual situation on the battlefield. With the help of the item spirit's incantation, the power unleashed by the immortal item would be at least twice as strong as usual. Daoist Chi had killed one of the enemy's Heaven Immortals with just one strike, throwing Eminent Cloud sect's formation into chaos. One of the immortals cried out sternly, "Retreat!" All disciples of Eminent Cloud sect, retreat at once. But before the immortal could utter two words, another Heaven Immortal cried out sternly, "Don't retreat. Patriarch Shue's thunder tribulation has just descended. No one is allowed to retreat. Protect Patriarch Shue at once. As long as he can transform successfully, all these villains will have to die." While all the disciples of Eminent Cloud sect were at a loss of what to do, Daoist Chi had already joined the battle with a few Heaven Immortals who came with him. Wuxia let out a long laugh as he spat out the sword of Greedy Wolf and the Xuanhao sword from Chi-Chi's sleeves. As Wuxia's cultivation base had improved tremendously, when the sword of Greedy Wolf was unleashed, it would turn into 21 pitch-black wolf heads, streaking across the sky while leaving long trails of light behind them. As long as they touched a human body, a large piece of flesh would be ripped apart by the razor-sharp sword beams. Meanwhile, the Xuanhao sword transformed into a large sheet of pitch-black water mist, rushing forward together with several dozens of looming vortexes. No matter it was flying swords or magical treasures, as long as they were not upper-grade spirit items, they would be corroded by the water mist and slowly crushed into powder. Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon simply transformed into their true forms of flood dragons, plunging into the group of Eminent Cloud sect's nascent soul and nascent divinity disciples, slaughtering them without holding back. Catfish Flood Dragon was carrying a huge hammer in her claw, smashing it in all directions, giving those Eminent Cloud sect's disciples a great pain. When any ordinary magical treasures touched the heavy hammer, they would immediately lose their luster and crack. Before long, a dozen of Eminent Cloud sect's disciples were smashed into meat patties and swallowed by Catfish Flood Dragon. However, what made those Eminent Cloud sect's disciples, and even those Heaven Immortals, feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts was Princess Zhonglu, who was standing quietly at a distance. She stood on a cloud, her hands constantly changing incantation gestures. She chanted some simple spells, such as seal, crack, shatter, restrict, and some other spells. Suddenly, all the energies of those disciples of Eminent Cloud sect vanished, or their connection with their flying swords and magical treasures were suddenly cut off, or their bodies were ripped apart for no apparent reason. There were even 2 Heaven Immortals who were accidentally struck by Princess Zhongli's spell, staggering and falling from the sky with their vision darkening. In the end, those Heaven Immortals from Yuanhua sect saw the opportunity, and a few immortal swords shot through the air, riddling their bodies with holes. Snow-armored Heaven-devouring Python threw his head back and roared furiously. Little brats of Yuan Hua sect. Just wait until I transcend my thunder tribulation of form transformation. I'll definitely put you in a life and death situation. Children of Eminent Cloud sect. You. After a brief moment of hesitation, snow-armored heaven-devouring python bellowed, "Back off. I don't believe I can't transcend this tribulation." It would have been better if snow-armored heaven-devouring python did not shout, as Goldhorn and Silverhorn had their attention fixed on those dead Eminent Cloud sect disciples. His loud roar immediately made the two brothers turn their greedy gazes towards him. Two unpleasant dragon roars rang out, as Goldhorn and Silverhorn transformed into two beams of light and sped towards snow-armored heaven-devouring python. He is just a mere snow-armored heaven-devouring python. I'm the big brother, so I want 60% of his blood essence. Silverhorn did not want to be outdone. As the big brother, you should take care of the little brother. 60% of his blood essence is mine. Shouting and yelling, the two brothers charged towards snow-armored heaven-devouring python, opening their bloody mouths and biting down towards him. Suddenly, snow-armored heaven-devouring python raised his head and fixed his eyes on Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Dragon pythons of fire and ice? Shouldn't you have gone extinct long ago? His voice was filled with unconcealable shock and fear. His tone was filled with both anger and fear, and everyone present could hear it loud and clear. Snow-armored heaven-devouring python's reaction made the hearts of many Eminent Cloud sect disciples sink. Not only did this great python of 25th tier heaven immortal realm not dare to fight Goldhorn and Silverhorn, he even spun and fled. He even ignored the thunder tribulation that could strike down from the sky at any time, twisting his body and fleeing into the distance in a wretched manner. Saliva is sprayed out from Goldhorn and Silverhorn's mouths as the brothers chased after snow-armored heaven-devouring python with all their might. They were emanating a frightening aura that could only be sensed by the same clan of serpents. It was an absolute suppression that only natural enemies could have on their prey. Snow-armored heaven-devouring python even ignored the fact that Goldhorn and Silverhorn only had the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm. He let out a shrill howl of terror and fled into the distance in a wretched manner. Daoist Qi and Daoist Min nearly fell from the sky. If they knew this snow-armored heaven-devouring python was so afraid of Goldhorn and Silverhorn, why would they fight so desperately? Why would they come up with a plan of a raid of 10,000 miles? Looking at how fast snow-armored heaven-devouring python was fleeing, Wuxia grinned coldly. With a flick of his left wrist, a beam of purple light shot up into the sky, transforming into several dozens of thin purple ropes in just a blink of an eye and tying up the python's body tightly. Goldhorn and Silverhorn roared joyfully and charged forward. Disregarding any danger, the brothers wrapped themselves around snow-armored heaven-devouring python and gave him a heavy bite. In an instant, 2 large strips of flesh were bitten off from the python's body. "You've eaten his flesh, but leave his scales to me, or I'll skin you alive," Wuxia cried out hastily. The scales of a 25th tier heaven immortal great python were much better than those left behind by whinnying Dragon King's ancestors who had ascended to the immortal world. Daoist Qi cried out hastily as well. "We've eaten his flesh, but the scales belong to Wuxia. As for the serpent bones and tendons, they're supreme-grade materials for crafting immortal items." Daoist Min did not care that Goldhorn and Silverhorn were Wuxia's demon pets. He roared at the top of his voice. "There must be a serpent pearl in this snow-armored heaven-devouring python's body. Leave the serpent pearl, and I'll exchange all my belongings with you." While the group of people was shouting and yelling, the tribulation cloud trembled, and a violent thunderbolt about 1 mile in diameter struck down. Chapter 408. When the thunder tribulation came crashing down, Goldhorn and Silverhorn suddenly realized what a stupid thing they had done. Any thunder tribulation, as long as there were other living beings within its range, would have its power increased by several times. Not to mention that they were two great pythons, a species whose bloodline was even more ancient and powerful than that of a snow-armored, heaven-devouring python. Therefore, the power of this thunder tribulation was at least 10 times stronger than that of a snow-armored, heaven-devouring python. The crimson thunderbolt was dark and gloomy like dried blood. When it came crashing down from 100 miles up in the sky, the entire windy plain trembled, and even the Tsang-Tu planet under their feet seemed to twitch abruptly. Xianxia and Silverhorn wailed as they tried to escape from the snow-armored, heaven-devouring python's body. However, the brothers were afraid that they would not be able to hold their prey tightly, so the three snakes twisted their bodies into braids. How could they escape in a hurry? Seeing that the crimson thunderbolt was about to hit his head, Goldhorn was so frightened that his saliva sprayed all over his face. "Master, sir, senior, young master, help. We can't take it. We can't even take a single thunderbolt." Silverhorn was crying so hard that his tears sprayed out like a fountain. Looking pitifully at Wuxia in the distance, he cried out, "Boss, manager, help. Our lives are very precious. If the clan of dragon pythons of fire and ice wants to flourish and grow stronger, we have to shoulder the responsibility." A five-colored ray of light flashed behind Princess Zhongli's back, and in the blink of an eye, she had come next to Wuxia. With a wave of her hand, she sent a five-colored ray of light toward the tribulation cloud above her. Immediately, a deep, muffled rumble of thunder rang out from the cloud, and the tribulation cloud, which covered an area of 100 miles in circumference, shrunk by 10%. The thunderbolt that had just shot out from the tribulation cloud and was about to burn Goldhorn and Silverhorn, as well as the snow-armored, heaven-devouring python, was weakened by 30% as well. Just as Princess Zhongli was about to cast a divine ability to disperse the tribulation cloud, Wuxia suddenly shouted, "Wait, wait." When the thunder tribulation of shape-shifting descended, Wuxia unleashed his sword beam and plunged right under it. Then he opened his erect eye, and a mirror shrouded in clouds, as thin as a piece of paper and with countless lightning sparks flashing within it, rushed out of it and slowly hovered above Wuxia's head. After the cold electric mirror had absorbed the essence of the lightning tribulation, it had developed its own intelligence. After being nourished by the innate energies of 5 elements in Wuxia's spiritual ocean, the cold electric mirror had gradually recovered its original appearance. The cold electric mirror was an immortal item that belonged to an ancient water immortal, who lived in the underwater mansion occupied by Catfish Flood Dragon. However, after the water immortal's death, the cold electric mirror's artifact spirit was damaged and fell into a long slumber. Through the passage of time, the grade of the cold electric mirror had declined, and it eventually turned into an ordinary magical treasure. After being nourished by the essence of the lightning tribulation, and especially refined by Wuxia's innate energies of 5 elements, the artifact spirit in the cold electric mirror had gradually awakened, fusing with the newly born intelligence of its artifact spirit, and gradually regained its original appearance. The arrival of the lightning tribulation today had made the cold electric mirror jump with excitement. The snow-armored, heaven-devouring python was planning to borrow a wisp of life force from the lightning tribulation to get rid of its python body and transform into a human form, while the cold electric mirror was planning to borrow the power of the lightning tribulation to reforge its newly fused artifact spirit, allowing it to transform into a spirit immortal and regain its original essence as an immortal item. When the lightning tribulation fell, the cold electric mirror gave a joyful cry. Large sheets of cloud sprayed out from its surface, transforming into a huge net that swallowed the huge thunderbolt into its surface. After absorbing the thunderbolt, the once cold electric mirror suddenly turned bright red. Strange lights kept bursting out from its surface, and vaguely, a tiny figure with a blurry figure, purple-blue in color and flickering with countless electric sparks, could be vaguely seen amidst the flashing lights. From the information sent to him by the cold electric mirror, Wuxia knew what was happening. Hastily, he kept sending his divine will into the mirror, carefully injecting the energy of his soul into the tiny blue figure. After receiving the source of soul energy generously injected by Wuxia, the artifact spirit of the cold electric mirror immediately grew rapidly like a balloon, especially because it was the body of an artifact spirit that had been reforged by Wuxia's source of soul. It was equivalent to Wuxia's incarnation and could no longer be separated from him. Another thunderbolt fell, and the cold electric mirror happily swallowed it into its body. The energy of the thunderbolt was digested by the cold electric mirror, while the tiny wisp of fortune contained in the thunder tribulation was carefully guided into its body by the artifact spirit. Using Wuxia's source of soul energy as the material and the tiny wisp of fortune as the glue, the artifact spirit gradually returned to its original body according to its previous appearance. The artifact spirit of the cold electric mirror was a little fish. It was 1 foot and 2 inches long, shaped like a crucian carp, with a translucent body and a row of gorgeous silver-blue fins that stretched out from its back, measuring several feet in length. It looked like a dreamy little fish. After absorbing the power of 71 thunderbolts in a row, the artifact spirit raised its head happily and cried out into the sky. The cry was melodious and pleasant to the ear, but when it reached a far distance, it suddenly turned into a thunderous roar that left several dozens of cracks on the wind-climbing plane, bringing with it a large sheet of electric sparks. The artifact spirit wheeled quickly around Wuxia. Wuxia reached out his hand and held onto the artifact spirit of the cold electric mirror, then nodded his head happily. The artifact spirit was so agile and had a very strange appearance. Even the scroll of stealing did not record the origin of this strange fish. Clearly, it was not a species that was born naturally and should be a mutant of some unusual fishes. After a long slumber, the artifact spirit had forgotten many things. Apart from most of the principles related to thunderbolts found in the core of its soul, everything else had been worn away by the passage of time. He had even forgotten his own name. Wuxia stroked the fish, casually gave it a name of cold electric, then threw it back into the cold electric mirror. Seeing that the artifact spirit of the cold electric mirror was successfully reborn, a 5-colored auspicious ray shot up into the sky behind Princess Xianxia's back, transforming into several dozens of 5-colored chains and plunging into the tribulation clouds. As she waved her hand, a loud rumble of thunder rang out in the sky, as if the sky was about to collapse. The red clouds moved quickly in all directions, turning the sky the color of blood. The 5-colored chains broke off from Princess Xianxia's back, swaying as they drifted towards those disciples of Eminent Cloud Sect, who were struck dumb with astonishment. From the remaining 4 to 5 heaven immortals, to over 30 nascent divinity and nascent soul disciples, each of them had a 5-colored chain formed from auspicious rays attached to their bodies. The chains were shapeless and did not emit any energy ripple. No matter how the disciples of Eminent Cloud Sect struggled and tore them, they just refused to budge and remained firmly attached to their bodies. The tribulation cloud disintegrated, and several dozens of huge balls of thunder and flame came smashing down along the 5-colored chains. It was so fast that no one could cover their ears. Before these remaining disciples of Eminent Cloud Sect could dodge, the thunderbolts had already smashed into their bodies along the 5-colored chains. A few miserable howls rang out, as the bodies of a few heaven immortals from Eminent Cloud Sect were ripped apart, leaving behind only their immortal souls that fled in all directions in a sorry state. As for the rest of the nascent divinity and nascent soul immortals, nothing was left behind. How could these ordinary cultivators withstand the materialization, thunder tribulation that was aimed at snow-armored heaven-devouring Python? Using a mystic technique, Princess Xianxia had triggered all the power of the thunder tribulation in the tribulation clouds and released it in an instant, landing on the bodies of these disciples of eminent cloud sect and seriously wounding them on the spot. Those immortal souls wanted to flee, but there was no way they could do so. Daoist Qi and Daoist men recovered from the shock and immediately launched a deadly attack, turning all the souls of eminent cloud sect's heaven immortals into ashes. When Goldhorn and Silverhorn saw that the materialization thunder tribulation had vanished, they immediately laid down on the body of snow-armored heaven-devouring Python with great satisfaction, then began to devour his flesh and blood. They still remembered the request of Wuxia, Daoist Qi, and Daoist men. They spat out all the scales as if they were eating the shells of melon seeds, and kept all the snake tendons and bones intact. As for those snake cores that Daoist men asked for, there were indeed 24 white snake cores emanating an immense cold air in snow-armored heaven-devouring Python's body. Goldhorn and Silverhorn knew that Daoist men and Wuxi's lineage did not get along well, so they did not swallow the snake cores into their mouths. Instead, they kept dripping their saliva onto them, purposely trying to disgust Daoist men. If not for the fear of being scolded by Wuxia, the brothers could have done something even more disgusting. While Goldhorn and Silverhorn were enjoying their prey, and the disciples of Yuan Hua sect were busy cleaning up the battlefield, picking up the intact magical treasures, talismans, spirit pills, and many other things from the dead enemies, a green-red tribulation cloud suddenly appeared, wheeling slowly in the sky. With just one look at the tribulation cloud, Wuxia knew that it was the immortal spirit tribulation that a spirit item had to go through when it transformed into an immortal item. It was just like when a nascent divinity cultivator wanted to ascend into an immortal, and he had to go through a thunder tribulation. Now, the cold electric mirror was facing its immortal spirit tribulation. Raising his head to look at the thunder tribulation, Wuxia pointed his finger out. Immediately, the cold electric mirror spun and transformed into a bright and clear beam, shooting straight into the sky and flying into the tribulation cloud that was taking shape. The cold electric mirror shone brightly, as the enormous power of thunder tribulation in the tribulation cloud was quickly absorbed by it. In just a quarter of an hour, the tribulation cloud had vanished without a trace, and all the tribulation thunders had become a nourishment for the mirror. Wuxia summoned the mirror back, then happily shoved it back into his forehead. Right now, there was a vertical eye on his forehead, glinting with a purple gleam. From time to time, wisps of faint electric arcs could be seen flashing in it. Following Wuxi's will, when the vertical eye was closed, it would turn into a thin purple gleam. Once it was opened, a cold gleam could be seen shooting out from it, with endless clouds and electric arcs roiling and rocking in it. It contained a vast pressure and was a very astonishing power. Daoist Qi clicked his tongue and exclaimed in admiration. Wuxi's fortune was truly enviable, as he was able to own an immortal item even though he was just a nascent soul cultivator. There was also the spirit-restricting rope that trapped the snow-armored heaven-devouring python, which was also an immortal item. Although it was a 33rd tier lower-grade immortal item, there were many nascent divinity disciples in Yuan Hua sect who did not own an immortal item. Joyfully, he activated the cold electric mirror. Soundlessly, a thunderbolt shot out from between his brows and hit a small hill about 100 miles away. The ground trembled slightly, and the hill that stood about 1 mile tall was instantly turned into ashes. Daoist Qi clapped his hands and praised Wuxi's good luck, while Daoist White Sparrow, who was standing behind Daoist men, was staring at Wuxia with a gloomy expression. Wuxia raised his head and gave Daoist White Sparrow a glance. A killing intent rose in his heart. Chapter 409. On Green Cliff Planet, everyone in Yuan Hua sect, including Patriarch Yuan Hua, was rejoicing. The banquet was held in Patriarch Yuan Hua's small world, Green Cliff, Immortal Abode. Over 30 Yuan Hua sect heaven immortals, as well as all their disciples of Jindan realm and above, were present at the banquet, joyfully celebrating the few great events that had just happened to Yuan Hua sect. Firstly, they had defeated Huiling's sect, killed Reverend Huilin, and won the Huang Qiao planet and the planet of energy stones. Secondly, they had defeated Eminent Cloud's sect, severely wounded Reverend Yun, and killed over 20 heaven immortals and snow-armored heaven-devouring python. With that, they had dropped Eminent Cloud's sect from the number 1 immortal sect in Puluo Heavenly Realm to the 5th. With that, they had replaced Eminent Cloud's sect as the fully deserving number 1 immortal sect in Puluo Heavenly Realm. Thirdly, Patriarch Yuanhua had obtained an upper-grade immortal sword. With this immortal sword, Yuanhua sect's dominant position in Puluo Heavenly Realm was unshakable. Fourthly, Patriarch Yuanhua had saved Immortal Chuan of Puluo Heavenly Realm from the hands of Yuzong, Marquis Jian. Immortal Chuan had promised Patriarch Yuanhua that he would recommend a few heaven immortals from Yuanhua sect to the Celestial Court using the backing of his sect. With that, Yuanhua sect would have a good relationship with the Celestial Court. With the protection of the Celestial Court, Yuanhua sect's future development would be more stable and reliable. With a few great events happening one after another, how could Yuanhua sect not be overjoyed? Immortal Green Staff generously took out all the spirit wine he brewed, and all the immortals drank to their heart's content. Even with Patriarch Yuanhua's strong cultivation base, he was 70 to 80% drunk. Everyone in Yuanhua sect left happily. All the immortals returned to their abodes, while the other disciples returned to their posts. Chi-Chi had activated all the restrictive formations on Green Cliff Mountain, guarding against any counterattack from Huiling's sect or Eminent Cloud sect. When he left Green Cliff Immortal Abode, Wu Qi's body flickered, and a celestial fiend puppet replaced him, returning to Greenwood Peak with Princess Zhang Lu and the others. As Immortal Green Staff and the others were drowsy from the drunkenness, and with Wu Qi's ingenious escape art, none of them discovered his little trick. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qi had traveled thousands of miles, all the way to Qingtsong Peak, where the Green Cliff Mountains Protective Formation Corps was located. Not long after Wu Qi stayed at the foot of Qingtsong Peak, a cloud slowly drifted over. Taoist White Sparrow and Taoist Emoluan were seen standing side by side on the cloud, while a few disciples of Taoist White Sparrow stood beside them. From afar, he heard Taoist Emoluan's voice. "White Sparrow, don't mess with them anymore." Taoist White Sparrow remained silent, while Taoist Emoluan breathed out a long sigh and said, "The ancestral master has spoken. Unless master wishes to betray Yuanhua sect, he can no longer go against them. Now that Yuanhua sect has a bright future ahead of them, it's pointless to waste our energy for some old matters." Wu Qi was hiding in a huge tree, restraining all his spirit, energy, and divine sense, and listening to the conversation between Taoist Emoluan and Taoist White Sparrow. Taoist White Sparrow had stirred up trouble in Spirit Herb's palace, torturing Peppermint and Angelica. After that, Elder Tai Yu held him accountable, and he was chased out of Spirit Herb's palace. Taoist Min felt helpless. After all, he was a disciple of his sect, and he had brought many disciples back to the sect to help in the war. It was a great show of filial piety. Therefore, Taoist Min had no choice but to arrange Taoist White Sparrow to stay on Qingtsong Peak, asking him to look after the operation of the protective formation. It had only been slightly over a year since Taoist White Sparrow returned to Yuanhua sect, but he had been promoted from the supervisor of Green Cliff Immortal Market to the supervisor of Spirit Herb's palace, and then to the guardian of the protective formation. The few changes in his position were all related to Wu Qi. Taoist Min had entrusted Taoist Emoluan with the task. Now that Yuanhua sect was on the brink of prosperity and everyone would be able to obtain great benefits in the future, Taoist Min had made the wise choice to mend the relationship with Taoist Qi. Since they were about to mend a relationship, it was a little inappropriate for Taoist White Sparrow to keep pestering Wu Qi. Therefore, Taoist Emoluan seized the opportunity to enlighten Taoist White Sparrow. Wu Qi grinned coldly upon hearing that. The Jade Bones soul-searching flag was still hiding in his spiritual ocean, and was being slowly subdued by Wuxia. As Taoist White Sparrow regarded this immortal item as his own life, it was absolutely impossible for him to reconcile with Wuxia. Of course, if Wuxia returned the Jade Bones soul-searching flag to Taoist White Sparrow, he would be able to put this matter behind him. But, as it was not easy for Wuxia to obtain such a high-grade immortal item, how could he possibly return it to Taoist White Sparrow? Therefore, the enmity between them was set in stone, and there was no room for reconciliation. Taoist White Sparrow had revealed his killing intent to Wuxia over and over again. How could Wuxia not kill him? And how could he feel at ease? After nagging and persuading Taoist White Sparrow for some time, Taoist Immortal could not help but feel angry when he saw Taoist White Sparrow's silence. He snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, spun and left without bothering to pay any more attention to Taoist White Sparrow. As Taoist White Sparrow was afraid of losing face, he did not tell anyone that his immortal item was taken away by Wuxia. During the battle in Green Cliff Immortal Market, when Taoist White Sparrow took out the Jade Bones soul-searching flag, even his disciples were knocked out of their minds. Apart from Wuxia and himself, no one knew that Taoist White Sparrow had such a powerful immortal item, and no one knew that it was actually taken away by Wuxia. Seeing his master leave in a rage, Taoist White Sparrow was in a dilemma. At last, Patriarch Yuan Hua spoke out and tried to mediate the relationship between the two disciples. With him in charge, both Taoist Qi and Taoist men were willing to reconcile. Although Taoist White Sparrow had one of his arms chopped off by Patriarch Xianxia, it was nothing compared to the enormous benefits brought by the bright future of his sect. After spending 100,000 years in a laborious cultivation, transcending the thunder tribulation and becoming a heaven immortal, his arm had fully regrown. Therefore, he could put aside the little grudge between them. But the Jade Bones soul-searching flag, at the thought of this immortal item, Taoist White Sparrow's heart raced. With such a powerful immortal item, he even felt that the grade of Jade Bones soul-searching flag should be a few grades higher than the immortal sword Patriarch Yuan Hua obtained. An immortal item of such grade was extremely rare. How could Taoist White Sparrow be willing to part with it? Should he tell Taoist Min and Taoist Immortal about it, and force Wuxia to return it to him? Taoist White Sparrow's heart raced again. If he told them about the immortal item that was a few times higher than Patriarch Yuan Hua's, perhaps he would not be able to keep it anymore. Staring at Taoist Immortal's back that was disappearing into the distance, Taoist White Sparrow clenched his jaws as he stared at Qingsong Peak and said in a low voice, "Wuxia, oh Wuxia, you've made me suffer a lot. Well, since that is the case, don't blame me for being too cruel. My disciples, keep a close watch on Wuxia's every move for the next few days, and when he is alone, I'll kill him and bring all of you away from here." Taoist White Sparrow suddenly thought it through. With the Jade Bones soul-searching flag in his possession, so what if he betrayed Yuan Hua sect? Not only could he kill Wuxia and seize the flag back, he could also find two immortal items, the immortal mirror of cold lightning and the spirit-restricting rope from Wuxia. Perhaps he could even find some of the good stuff. That was worth the risk. As long as he could bring all his disciples out of Green Cliff Planet and return to his sect, he could abandon the sect and flee with all his disciples. With that, he could easily find a new place to settle down. Narrowing his eyes, Taoist White Sparrow grinned coldly and said, "In for a penny, in for a pound." In the past, when I was in Yuan Hua sect, I was only an outer sect disciple despite spending 1,000 years studying the Tao. Only after struggling painstakingly for over 100,000 years did I achieve what I have today. Since when did Yuan Hua sect mistreat me? Not only will I kill Wuxia and seize back what belongs to me, I'll also teach Yuan Hua sect a good lesson. Laughing ferociously, Taoist White Sparrow said complacently, "I've painstakingly brought my disciples back to reinforce my sect, but I didn't even get any benefits from it. I don't really care about such a heartless sect. After I kill Wuxia, We'll destroy the core of Green Cliff Mountain's defensive formation and let Eminent Cloud Sect and Huiling Sect find trouble with them." Wuxia shook his head, and his mind was filled with confidence. Since Taoist White Sparrow was about to betray Yuanhua Sect, Wuxia would not feel any mental pressure after killing him. Laughing coldly, Wuxi's fake nascent soul, which was cultivated with the darking water scripture, suddenly rushed out from the top of his head. A large sheet of cold energy spread out in all directions, blotting the sky and covering the earth. Amidst the cold energy, some white runes could be seen faintly visible, and the space 1 mile in circumference was suddenly enveloped by an extremely thin crystal wall. This crystal wall was the Dark Ing crystal barrier, which Lady Dark Goldwater used to defend against Wuxi's attack. It was the divine ability with the strongest defensive strength found in the Dark Ing water scripture. Unless 10 cultivators with the same cultivation base as the user were to attack it at the same time, there was no way they could break the defense of the Dark Ing crystal barrier. With Wuxi's current cultivation base, he was able to fight head-on against a 36th tier Heaven Immortal. Without 10 Heaven Immortals joining forces, no one could break the crystal wall. What was even more amazing was that, as the Dark Ing crystal barrier was gentle and reserved, all auras within it would be shielded by it. As a result, no matter how hard Wuxia fought inside, no one would be able to find out what was happening in here. Unless someone happened to sweep their divine will towards this place, no one would be able to find out what was happening in Wuxi's place. Taoist White Sparrow felt a chill running through his body, and the frightening cold air even slowed down the flow of his blood. "Who are you, fellow Taoist?" he cried out in alarm. Wuxia was too lazy to talk to Taoist White Sparrow. Since there was enmity between them, he might as well kill him quickly and cleanly. Why should he waste his breath? With a casual wave of his hand, the spirit-restricting rope transformed into a shocking purple beam and shot out, binding up Taoist White Sparrow and all the disciples behind him. As Wuxi's cultivation base was now much stronger than before, the power of spirit-restricting rope had naturally improved significantly. As Taoist White Sparrow was tied up by the spirit-restricting rope, even the thinking ability of his immortal soul was completely restricted. It was even worse for the few disciples behind him. Their fleshly bodies and nascent divinities were crushed by the spirit-restricting rope, and they died miserably on the spot. Wuxia leaped forward, while Goldhorn and Silverhorn rushed out and devoured all of Taoist White Sparrow's disciples. After that, Wuxia grabbed Taoist White Sparrow and casually pointed a finger at his forehead. The divine flame of order shot out and burned into Taoist White Sparrow's body. In just a blink of an eye, Taoist White Sparrow was refined into several hundred blood and soul crystals. After shoving all the blood and soul crystals into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, Wuxia gathered 90% of his energies and transformed them into the Dark Ing Immortal energy through his fake nascent soul. Then, according to a technique found in the Dark Ing water scripture, Black Water Thunder Suppressing Technique, he condensed it into a black thunderbolt the size of a human head in his palm. Casually, he threw the thunderbolt towards Qing Tsang Peak. After that, Wuxia retrieved Goldhorn and Silverhorn, spun, and left. The thunderbolt flew leisurely towards Qing Tsang Peak, brushing past it at an oblique angle and slamming into a lofty mountain behind it. A muffled thunderclap echoed out, and a lofty mountain 100 miles in circumference was shattered by the thunderbolt. All the natural energies were transformed into snow-white ice flakes that shot in all directions. A bright gleam flickered on Qing Tsang Peak, and amidst the latent force of the thunderbolt, the entire mountain was shaking violently, nearly collapsing. Wuxia patted his buttocks and left. Yuanhua Sect, which had just finished its celebration banquet, was plunged into chaos. Countless sword beams were shooting in his direction. Chapter 410. Somewhere in the ocean of Green Cliff Planet, The ocean measured about 30,000 miles long and 14,000 miles wide. It was the largest ocean on Green Cliff Planet. The foundation of Yuanhua sect was located on Green Cliff Mountain. On this ocean, there were only tens of small islands, planted with some spirit herbs that needed a large amount of water vapor to grow. In the shallow waters near the islands, a large number of underwater breeding grounds were built with restrictive spells, where many pearl mussels were bred. Some of them had lived for several thousand years, and the pearls they produced were excellent materials for crafting all kinds of magical treasures. In the depths of this ocean, hidden in the canyons at the bottom of the ocean, were several dozens of energy stone veins. However, these energy stone veins were the last strategic storage of Yuanhua sect and would never be exploited unless it was absolutely necessary. Every few years, Yuanhua sect's immortals would come here to inspect the condition of the energy stone veins. 3 years ago, Taoist Qi personally came to investigate. After being nourished by several hundred periods of natural energy, supreme-grade energy stones had already been produced in these energy stone veins. Because of the lack of exploitation, the natural environment of this ocean had been preserved very well. It was especially so for an archipelago located at the southeast corner of the ocean. Thousands of islands of different sizes stretched across the ocean, each of them extremely beautiful and filled with abundant natural energy. It felt like spring all year round, making it an excellent choice to build a cave abode. A sword beam streaked across the sky. Wuxia was sitting lazily on it, glancing around at the small islands on the ocean. He was looking for an island with the best scenery and the richest natural energy, where he could build a cave abode that belonged to him and Princess Zhonglu, as well as Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon. Off in the distance, a colorful cloud was seen flying up and down in all directions, leaping and landing on the island like fleas. It was Princess Zhonglu riding on the cloud, playing with Peppermint and Angelica on the island. Princess Zhonglu was also shouldering the heavy responsibility of finding a suitable island. However, after taking a stroll around the island with Peppermint and Angelica, she was immediately attracted by the beautiful scenery, as well as the strange products that were very different from those found on the mainland. Therefore, she simply brought the two little girls and started running around. From afar, he could hear the laughter of Princess Zhonglu, Peppermint, and Angelica. Wuxia suddenly realized that Princess Zhonglu was still a young girl who knew nothing about the world. Even if she had inherited the bloodline of the primal god race from an unknown ancestor, she was still a young girl at heart. A shrill howl came from a distance away. A whale, which had a single horn on its head and already had the power of a flood dragon, leaped up from the water. Behind its body, 3 gigantic bloody mouths suddenly darted out of the water and closed on the back of the whale. Its sharp teeth let out a loud, creaking noise, nearly swallowing a half of the whale's body. Terrified, the whale fled deeper into the ocean, while Catfish Flood Dragon, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn followed closely behind him, looking as if they would not stop until they devoured him. After following Wuxia for over a year, Catfish, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn had obtained too many benefits. Especially after they had eaten more than half of Reverend Yun's body. The enormous immortal energy and blood essence had given them a great boost to their overall strength. Catfish Flood Dragon had successfully broken through the realm of nascent divinity, and the extra immortal energy and blood essence had made her body expand to 5,000 feet long, turning her into a behemoth. The 3 greedy fellows had been harming the sentient creatures in the ocean for a long time. Meanwhile, Lord Xianxia was hovering several hundred miles away on the surface of the ocean, holding the seal of Dragon King of Longyuan River in his hand and exercising the demon gathering technique unique to the Dragon King's bloodline, summoning all the aquatic demons in this ocean. Green Cliff Planet was an important place for Yuanhua sect. Every 100 years, the disciples of Yuanhua sect would carry out a bloody purge against all the aquatic demons in this ocean, wiping out all the aquatic demons that might pose a threat to Yuanhua sect. Therefore, Lord Xianxia had spent a great deal of effort to gather only a few hundred prawn and crab soldiers on the surface of the ocean. Most of them were still in the realm of drawing energy into their bodies, and had barely gained some intellect. They cannot be considered to possess any divine abilities or magical power. In Wuxi's eyes, these prawn and crab soldiers were just some seafood. They could be caught and used to make a good stew, but it would take him several hundred years to expect them to do something. However, Lord Xianxia was used to being a demon king on Myriad Immortals' planet, and since Wuxi was going to build an immortal abode on a vast ocean, he had the thought of showing off his power as a demon king. So, naturally, he had to gather some subordinates. Even though these little demons of the level of seafood could only serve as guards of honor, at least they would look impressive. Sitting on the sword beam, Wuxi kept a close watch on Princess Zhang Lu and the few others with his divine will as he yawned lazily. When he killed Taoist White Sparrow, he used the black water thunder-suppressing art to unleash a violent thunderbolt that nearly collapsed Qingtsong Peak, which made Patriarch Yuan Hua realize that there was a great flaw in Yuan Hua Sect's defense system. Under Wu Qi's suggestion, Yuan Hua Sect dispatched several hundred elite nascent soul and nascent divinity disciples to build immortal abodes all over Green Cliff Planet. At the same time, they also built an early warning system. Once someone sneaked into Green Cliff Planet, they would immediately send a warning to Green Cliff Mountain. Wu Qi volunteered to build an immortal abode that belonged to him and Princess Zhang Lu on this vast ocean. It was Wu Qi's intention. After all, he had too many things that he could not show to others, and it was necessary for him to build an independent abode far away from Green Cliff Mountain. If not for this idea, he could have just left after killing Taoist White Sparrow that night, and there was no need for him to throw a heavenly thunderbolt at Qingtsong Peak. But now, everything was going according to his plan. With an immortal abode built on Green Cliff Planet and Yuan Hua Sect as the foundation, Wu Qi would be able to develop his overall strength and power boldly. Wu Qi nodded thoughtfully as he looked at the seafood that was chattering beside Lord Xianxia. There was a formation in Scroll of Stealing called Demon Spirit Star Gathering Formation, a formation that specialized in gathering the essence of the stars and the moon and giving birth to demons. Perhaps he could construct such a formation here and give birth to a batch of water demons and ocean monsters. While he was deep in thought, Wu Qi's divine will swept across a small island that looked like a screen, standing over 5,000 feet above the surface of the ocean. The island measured about 30 miles from east to west and less than 2 miles from north to south. Right in the center of the island was a screen-shaped mountain that occupied 70% of the island's surface area. Both the north and south sides of the mountain were steep, as if they had been cut by a knife, and the rocks were as fine as jade. Natural energy could be seen filling the gaps between the rocks. A thin layer of palm-thick green moss could be seen clinging to the rocks, while several thousand trees of different sizes could be seen growing sparsely on the rocks, decorating the mountain like an exquisite bonsai. There was a circle of 36 small coral reefs within 100 miles of the island. With a slight adjustment to the position of these islands, Wu Qi could construct a Big Dipper killing formation, which was listed as an immortal grade formation in Scroll of Stealing. Underneath the island was a place where water and fire intermingled. An underground volcano was suppressed by a water element energy vein at the bottom of the ocean. As the water and fire clashed, an endless life force was brewing underneath the island. The shoals near the island were very rich, and countless pearl mussels and other mussels could be seen lying on the shoal. All these proved that the island was full of natural energy and life force. And that was the reason why such a strange scene could be seen. Wu Qi exercised the mystic eyes of universe. The volcano under the island measured tens of miles in circumference and contained a tremendous heat. Surprisingly, the water element energy vein that suppressed the volcano stretched for several tens of thousands of miles, all the way to the main peak of Green Cliff Mountain. This energy vein is one of the main energy veins of this ocean. Wuxi's eyes lit up, and he happily chose this island. If not because his divine will was different from ordinary immortals, which allowed him to fuse it with his surroundings and discover some traces that were hard to detect, he would not be able to find this underground energy vein that was concealed by the volcano's aura. Presumably, it was because of this volcano that the cultivators of Yuan Hua sect did not discover the existence of this main energy vein. With a complacent smile on his face, Wuxi flew towards the island and circled around the mountain a few times. This made him even more complacent. Right on the top of this screen-shaped mountain were 9 interconnected caves, each of which led to a huge underground cave that measured about 1 mile in circumference. Through Wuxi's mystic eyes of universe, he could see that these 9 caves were emitting a faint purple glow, which made them look like human hearts that were pumping blood, emanating an endless life force. Wuxi's heart raced. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a large number of primordial runes into the surroundings with all his might. His energies transformed into dazzling primordial runes, sprinkling down in all directions while accompanied by a deep, ancient, and desolate incantation, completely enveloping the entire island. Surprisingly, a spirit cave of such caliber had escaped the detection of Yuan Hua sect. This was the characteristic of an innate lower-grade immortal abode, and it was called the 9 Orifices Exquisite Acupoint. Judging from the purple mist that was being emitted by this immortal abode, after several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the first thread of immortal energy would be produced in this underground cave. It was immortal energy, not ordinary natural energy. But it was not surprising, as when the immortal energy was formed, it would only condense the essence of the natural energy, while the rest of the impurities would turn into a purple mist and spray out. In the eyes of ordinary immortals, this purple mist was a complete waste. How could they know that an immortal abode that could even make those high-level heaven immortals fight for it with all their might? After all, the foundation of Yunhua sect was too shallow, and they had never seen a real immortal abode. Complacently, Wuxi sealed off the entire island, then flew into the 9 Orifices Exquisite Acupoint, and through the energy condensing and immortal ascension ball he obtained from Tsang Ao, immortal abode, into the ground. With the help of this energy condensing and immortal ascension ball, which could condense natural energy into immortal energy, it would probably take only a few years for this immortal abode to become a real immortal abode. When everything was done, Wuxi took out a great amount of materials he brought from Myriad Immortals' planet and began to decorate the abode that belonged to him. Starting from the underground cave, 1 formation discs after another that were crafted on Myriad Immortals' planet were laid out, and a great number of formation flags and defensive items were laid out. Countless energy stones and materials needed for the formation were placed into the formation. Very carefully, Wuxi used the greatest power he could muster to construct a series of 36 layers of nested formations in the immortal abode. The formation stretched from the underground cave to the bottom of the ocean, from the bottom of the ocean to the surface of the ocean, from the ocean to the surface of the ocean, to the sky, to every flower, grass, sand, and stone on the surface of the island. Wuxi devoted himself wholeheartedly to the transformation of the island. Gradually, the island and the 36 coral reefs around it became hazy, and then became clear again. After that, they were once again shrouded by countless clouds and smoke, and then everything returned to normal. After repeating the process several dozens of times, the island finally returned to its original state. If anyone had been to this island before, he or she would be surprised to find that the position of the island and the coral reefs around it had undergone a subtle change. It was as if the light, time, and space in this space had been slightly twisted. But when one took a closer look at it, everything looked the same as usual, and the island could not be any more normal. Wuxi flew to a cave entrance on the cliff facing east, then embedded a jade plaque with the words Wu Xian Immortal Abode carved on it into a rock. Wu Xian Immortal Abode was the first footprint Wuxi left in this world of leisure. Chapter 411. As for Lord Xianxia, he was busy training his shrimp soldiers and crab generals. As for Catfish Flood Dragon, she would only collude with Goldhorn and Silverhorn, and neither of them was a trustworthy person. Peppermint and Angelica knelt on the ground, raising their heads obediently to look at Wuxia. "Please tell us, Master," they said at the same time. Nodding satisfactorily, Wuxia said with a smile, "In a few days, Master will leave Green Cliff Planet for a period of time. Goldhorn and Silverhorn will stay here to protect Xianxia. You two will have to keep an eye on these two brothers, and don't let them cause too much trouble." A few wisps of silver gleam flickered in Princess Zhongli's eyes, and her voice became unpredictable. "If you don't come back within 100 years, I'll go out and look for you. There's a blessing hidden in the ominous, and a fatal disaster lurks in the blessing. But there are also a few very strong purple energies that cover your future, so Xianxia has no idea what you will encounter." Upon sensing Wuqi's arrival, Princess Zhongli slowly opened her eyes. Surprisingly, her pupils were a magnificent silver-purple color, with countless stars flashing and blinking in them. She looked at Wuxia and said in a low voice, "I saw you're going to leave Green Cliff Planet to look for something very important." Only Lord Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the ocean. The seawater had condensed into a lotus platform that measured dozens of feet in circumference, its petals absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon and injecting it into Lord Xianxia's body. His muscles were wriggling in an orderly fashion, and from time to time, the roar of a tsunami could be heard coming from his body. Above his head was a tiny golden flood dragon hovering amidst a cloud, also working hard to absorb the essence of the stars and the moon. Specks of silver light kept seeping into the golden flood dragon's body, and from time to time, mysterious runes could be seen flashing on the top of its head. Using the divine sense imbuing technique, Wuxia taught the two sisters the primary cultivation technique of Darking Water Scripture. This basic cultivation technique included all the cultivation techniques and insights of the Great Tao, from guiding qi into the body all the way to the Xiantian, Jindan, nascent soul, nascent divinity, and the 36 tiers of heaven immortal. Perhaps those lofty heaven immortals would not pay attention to him, an ant whose aura was only that of a peak stage nascent soul cultivator. As for those who were below the heaven immortal realm, or even a 36-tier heaven immortal, who would Wuxia be afraid of? Therefore, Wuxia was going to Panga Continent to try his luck. With all kinds of treasures on him, Wuxia was not afraid of the dangers along the way. Peppermint and Angelica, who were drenched in sweat, opened their eyes and knelt on the ground. They kowtowed to Wuxia and said, "Disciple thanks Master for your great kindness. Master's kindness is as high as the heavens and as deep as the earth. Disciple will never be able to repay Master's kindness, even if their bones are crushed." The silver moon hung high in the blue sky, and light-colored thin clouds dotted the blue dome of heaven, inlaid with a silver rim by the moonlight. Silver scales danced on the surface of the ocean, while the essence of the stars and the moon that could be seen with naked eyes sprinkled down from the sky in a hazy silver glow, quietly pouring into the ocean. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia sealed Princess Zhongli's little mouth with his lips. After giving the two little girls some instructions, Wuxia sent a voice transmission to Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. After that, he floated up into the sky and came before Princess Zhongli, who was silently exercising her divine technique, using the mystic technique of the ancient gods to absorb the mysteries of the heaven and earth and retrieve the divine power that existed in her bloodline. Carefully controlling the input of his energy, Wuxia used the dark Yin energy he cultivated in his fake nascent soul to circulate it through the sisters' meridians. He even injected a part of his energy essence into Peppermint and Angelica's bodies, helping them open up their conception and governing meridians, clearing all the obstacles in their circulations, and bringing them into the preliminary realm of drawing energy into their bodies, allowing their cultivation bases to reach the peak stage of Xiantian realm. Wuxia stared at Princess Zhonglu in horror. Was the bloodline of the ancient gods so magical? Did she already possess the preliminary ability of foresight? Wuxia planned to teach them the following cultivation techniques after they became heaven immortals. After all, the profound in-water scripture was of great importance. If all of its essence was injected into the souls of the two little girls, the immense comprehension of the heavenly Tao and the understanding and analysis of the profound Yin energy would definitely shatter their weak souls. It was a soup that Wuxia found in Scroll of Stealing, a special concoction made by the ancient gods to stimulate the bloodline of their mixed-blood descendants, called the energy-gathering and spirit-restoring soup. It was not difficult to find the ingredients for this soup. In the past few days, Wuxia had gathered all of them and mixed a few doses of the soup for Princess Zhonglu. The effect was pretty good, and the innate divine soul of Princess Zhonglu was growing at a tremendous pace. After a while, Wuxia suddenly breathed out a sigh of relief and slowly loosened his hands. From the layout of the restrictive spells inside and outside of Wuxian immortal abode to the spirit herbs he brought from Myriad Immortals planet he had planted on the island, and many other miscellaneous things, Wuxia had told them a lot. Peppermint and Angelica listened to them and kept them in mind, memorizing all the instructions given by Wuxia. On the island named Jade Spirit Island, Princess Zhonglu was sitting cross-legged on the westernmost point of the screen-shaped mountain. Her body was shrouded in a five-colored auspicious light, and her body had turned translucent. Illusions of the stars and the universe and the tides of earth flame were flashing on her skin from time to time. Next to her was a jade bowl about the size of a human head, in which there were a few drops of dark liquid from the soup. Peppermint and Angelica stuck out their tongues and nodded with a little fear. Wuxia nodded, then sat down next to Princess Zhonglu and gently put his arm around her shoulder. Of course, Peppermint and Angelica could not fully assume the responsibility of supervising Goldhorn and Silverhorn. The main authority to control them was still in the hands of Princess Zhonglu. But there were always times when Princess Zhonglu was in a secluded cultivation or was not free, so she could only let the two little girls work a little harder. 3,000 carefully selected seafood. No, 3,000 carefully selected shrimp and crab soldiers were floating quietly on the surface of the ocean, enjoying the nourishment of the essence of the stars and the moon, which was 300 times denser than usual. There were 5-foot-long lobsters, 30-feet-long sharks, bed-sized turtles, and a few huge whales. These little demons, carefully selected by Lord Xianxia, were breathing white mist from their mouths, greedily sucking in the endless cool air around them. Wuxia's plan was to directly condense the strongest and most perfect innate nascent divinity, which possessed the magical effects of yin and yang and the five elements, and reach the root of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Then, he would use the heaven-stealing hand to quickly advance his cultivation base and break through the realm of Gold Immortal in the shortest time possible, resolving the thread of the Dark Yin Soul Captivation spell. The Dark Yin Water Scripture was a scripture that could lead one straight to the first tier of Gold Immortal realm. If the two sisters cultivated according to the scripture, as long as their luck was not too bad, they would have the hope of becoming Gold Immortals sooner or later. Their innate aptitude and foundation were very good. They had the best pure water element spirit root, and it seemed that they had a good comprehension ability as well. It would not be a problem for them to cultivate to the realm of heaven immortals according to the cultivation technique taught by Wuxia. Catfish was lying on her back on the surface of the ocean, her white belly covered with thick scales, and she was burping from time to time. Half of a whale's tail was hanging from the corner of her mouth, along which blood kept dripping into the ocean. The few whales who were cultivating diligently on the surface of the ocean were staring at Catfish with fear and trepidation, their bodies twitching and shivering from time to time. Not far away from them, Goldhorn and Silverhorn were lying on top of a reef that stood over 1,000 feet above the surface of the ocean, like two dead fish. The essence of sun and moon was constantly seeping into their bodies, and they were snoring in enjoyment. Cold and hot air were rushing and rushing around them, yet they managed to maintain a delicate balance and did not cause too much influence to the surrounding temperature. When I come back, both of you will have broken through the realm of heaven immortals, he said vaguely. Yes, he was on the look for the innate yang energy. As long as he could find it, he would be able to combine it with the innate yin energy to crush 10 innate nascent souls, fuse them into one, and form an innate nascent divinity. This was the most effective technique that could form an innate nascent divinity of the highest quality according to the scroll of stealing. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia touched the ears of the two little girls, then taught them some incantations and hand incantations in a low voice. The incantations and hand incantations could be used to control the restrictive spells in Goldhorn and Silverhorn's nascent divinity. Although it could not control their life and death, it could make the brothers feel extremely uncomfortable. As the two big fellows had just awakened their ancestral bloodline, their ferocious and wild nature had not been erased yet. If Wuxia were here, they would still restrain themselves a little. But if Wuxia was not here, perhaps the entire Yuanhua sect would be devoured by them. Therefore, it was necessary to leave behind some means to control them. In the scroll of stealing, there were 37 places where innate yang energy could be found. Wuxia did a quick calculation of his own cultivation base. If not for the fact that he was lucky enough to find innate yin energy, he could only find 2 out of the 37 dangerous places where innate yang energy could be found. And both of them were located on Panga continent. Although the scroll of stealing had a way to make up for all kinds of defects in the later stages, it would take too long, easily tens of thousands of years. As Wuxia was still under the control of the dark yin soul captivation, and his soul would perish in another 1,000 years or so, how could he have the mood to slack off? Of course, Wuxia could also shatter his nascent soul and form his nascent divinity at this stage, improving his cultivation base to the realm of heaven immortal before fusing with the yin and yang energy. But the innate nascent divinity he formed would only be a lower grade one. Although it was slightly stronger than the immortal soul of an immortal, there was a limit to its strength, and it was far less effective than fusing with the yin and yang energy when forming the nascent divinity. Princess Zhang Lu had taken Peppermint and Angelica as her disciples, and Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu were engaged. Therefore, it was reasonable for the two little girls to address Wuxia as their master. Wuxia did not ask them to change the way they addressed him. Instead, he stroked their heads and said with a smile, "Your master is still cultivating over there. Here, I need to give you some advice." Through Wuxia's fingers, a faint white light was carefully injected into the sisters' bodies. This was the limit of what Wuxia could do. The bodies of the two little girls could still withstand the energy of peak stage Xianxia realm. If he forcibly formed the Jin Dan for them, their fragile bodies might explode from the enormous energy. There was a limit to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. At the easternmost part of the screen-shaped mountain, near the entrance to the Wushuan immortal abode, which Wuxia had left behind, Wuxia had opened up a small platform near the entrance. It was about 80 feet in circumference, and a few hassocks were placed on the platform. After lighting up a pot of incense, Wuxia sat cross-legged on one of the hassocks and pressed his palms tightly against the sisters' foreheads. Chapter 412. Yuhua Heavenly Realm was the core of this starry sky. Heavenly Lord Sanyu, an 18th-tier heaven immortal, was stationed here by the celestial court. The Heavenly Lord was born in a very powerful immortal sect and had a very powerful backer. Under his command were 300 heaven immortals, nearly 10,000 nascent divinity cultivators, and countless immortal officials. Each and every one of them had a profound cultivation base and profound Taoist magic. He was the person with the true power of the celestial court, who controlled the nearly 10,000 heavenly realms surrounding Yuhua Heavenly Realm. Yuhua Immortal City was located at the center of Yuhua Heavenly Realm. Countless itinerant immortals and ordinary cultivators from the nearly 10,000 heavenly realms ruled by Yuhua Heavenly Realm frequented the market square of Yuhua Immortal City. Some of them were merchants, some were blacksmiths, some were brothels and gambling dens, and so on and so forth. There was no end to the number of people who lived there. Just like the cities built by mortals in the mortal world, this immortal city had all kinds of occupations. However, more than 50% of those who came and went in this immortal city were cultivators whose cultivation base had reached nascent soul realm, while the other 50% were mortals who worked as servants. Heavenly Lord San Yu's immortal abode was located right at the center of Yuhua Immortal City. It was a splendid building complex of nearly 100 palaces and pavilions, measuring nearly 10 miles in both width and length. It was built with golden bricks and jade tiles and shrouded in mist. There were only a dozen heaven immortals, several hundred nascent divinity immortal officials, and some servants who lived in this immortal abode all year round. However, in order to highlight the authority of the celestial court, the palace was extremely luxurious and magnificent. Every day, when the sun shone on the golden bricks and jade tiles, the golden glow could reach over 1,000 miles away. In contrast, there is a cluster of buildings 100 miles to the south of Yuhua Immortal City. All the palaces here were built with polished black stones. They were thick, ancient, and emanated a mysterious and barbaric aura that came from the wilderness. Almost all the palaces and pavilions had the same appearance. They were square-shaped palaces with tall doors, and ancient patterns of hunting, fishing, and herding were carved on the stones. A number of huge stone pillars of different sizes stood towering in front of the doors, each of which had a raging brazier burning on top of them. The strange green flame emitted from the brazier could also illuminate a distance of 1,000 miles, vaguely competing with the golden and jade light emanating from Heavenly Lord San Yu's immortal abode. This palace was protected by a thick and heavy wall made of black rocks. Flagpoles, over 1,000 feet tall, stood towering on all four sides of the city gate. A huge flag, over 200 feet in both width and length, was hung on these flagpoles, fluttering in the wind, revealing a huge character of you. In the middle of the day, in a palace in the northeast of this building, on a huge jade bed, a strong young man with dark skin was hugging a petite, thin, snow-white, and beautiful girl, violently gasping for breath. Both of them had just gone through a fierce battle. Sweat slid down their skin, drenching the fine brocade covering the jade bed. After a full 15 minutes, the girl finally let out a soft snort. She pushed the young man away with one hand and slowly sat up. Then, she slowly combed her pitch-black long hair that faintly exuded a layer of strange gray aura. The young man narrowed his eyes as he recalled the fierce battle just now. Then, he placed both hands on the girl's chest and said in a low voice, "Qing, can't you ask the great oracle to lend you a hand just once?" The girl leaned lazily against the young man, stroking his broad and thick chest with both hands as she sighed faintly and said, "Great-grandfather only has less than 20 years left to live, and there is not a member of our clan who can inherit his position as the great oracle. Now, great-grandfather is busy searching for spirit herbs to prolong his life, so how can he waste his life to perform divination on something that is not related to him?" The young man said in a low voice, "Can't I just perform divination on the location of the person who killed Huda, Hetien, and Helling?" The girl gave the young man a sidelong glance, sneered, and said, "Aren't you happy that they are dead? Don't tell me that you are still thinking of avenging them." Yuha Huan sneered, shook his head, and said mockingly, "Avenging them? Unless they are my brothers born from the same mother as me. Why would I have the mood to do that? I'm just curious, what did they do when they sneaked out of the clan? And what did they encounter that caused them to be killed by someone? All these years, they have hooked up with a nobleman. I'm just curious, what is that nobleman planning?" The girl, Qing Ying frowned, shook her head, and said, "Now that I think about it, it's really strange. You don't know what they've been doing all these years, but why doesn't Marquis Jin know anything about it? How much effort did he have to spend to calculate all these?" Yu Huan furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he gave Qing Ying a gentle smile and said, "Why don't you try asking the Great Oracle one more time? No matter what, you are the Ghost Master with the best aptitude in Qing clan, and the Great Oracle loves you the most. If worst comes to worst, I'll just offer the immortal fruit that can prolong my life for 10 years to the Great Oracle." Qing Ying shook her head and said in a low voice, "The people who killed Huda and the others are too far away from Yuhua Heavenly Realm. Great-grandfather is exhausted now, and his cultivation base is far from what it used to be. How can he find them? I'm afraid he will die on the spot with this divination. Now, there is no one in our clan who has enough strength to inherit the position of Great Oracle. If the position of Great Oracle of Yuhua Heavenly Realm is taken by another Great Oracle from the Directorate of Celestials, Qing Clan." Shaking her head, Qing Ying sighed and said, "Qing Clan has been living in Yuhua Heavenly Realm for over 300 generations. If they are replaced by someone else, Qing Clan." Yu Huan frowned. He loosened his grip and rose to his feet, then slowly put on his robe. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, "If that is the case, then forget it. A few days ago, my father came back from Puluo Heavenly Realm, and he was wounded all over his body. He's been in a bad mood lately. As I'm his only son, I have to pay him a visit." Yu Huan waved his hand and spun, walking towards the exit of the hall without giving Qing Ying another look. Qing Ying's expression flickered. Then she suddenly cried out, "Wait!" She stopped Yu Huan, then said in a low voice, "Huan, if you really want to find a murderer, I might be able to do it by using the mystic art of psychic connection, right? However, my cultivation base is too weak now. If I forcibly use the mystic art of psychic connection, the Yin deities will invade my fleshly body, and I'm afraid my lifespan will be reduced by half." Looking at Yu Huan with a sad expression, Qing Ying said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if they are dead. Why do you want to pursue this matter?" Yu Huan spun and returned to the side of the jade bed with a faint smile on his face. He hugged Qing Ying intimately and said, "Qing Ying, please help me with the divination. I'll definitely find some spirit herbs to replenish the lifespan you've lost this time. Don't tell me you don't trust me?" Qing Ying opened her mouth, then walked down from the jade bed without saying a word. With a point of her finger, a stream of clear spring water gushed out from the ground and quickly cleaned her body. While reciting an ancient and cryptic incantation, Qing Ying knelt down on the ground. Her long hair fluttered in the air. Suddenly, the hall was enveloped by a layer of grayish-white mist. An oppressive pressure rushed out from the mist, amidst which some vague figures emerged. These figures were bone-piercingly cold. They roughly had the body shape of a human, but their facial features could not be seen. When they appeared, Qing Ying's body suddenly trembled. About 40% of her pitch-black long hair had turned grayish-white, and her smooth and tender skin became dry and dull, as if she had suddenly aged by a few years. Yu Huan took a few steps back in panic. Unknowingly, a jade tablet engraved with strange runes had appeared in his hand. A ball of heat rushed out from the jade tablet, helping him neutralize the cold aura that felt like it could even freeze one's soul. Abruptly, the grayish-white mist shrunk inwards, wrapping around Qing Ying. A shrill cry came out from her mouth. Her body was shivering, and a grayish-white flame shot out from her fingertip, transforming into a 10 feet tall, grayish-white light screen in the hall. She cried out in a low voice, "This is the man, and he is related to the person who killed them. The person who killed them is too far away. With my current cultivation base, I can't find them through my divination." A miserable howl rang out, as dark blood oozed out from Qing Ying's 7 apertures at the same time. It was dark, foul-smelling, and sticky like paint. The scene of a teleportation formation in Yuhua Immortal City appeared on the light screen. Lights and shadows flickered above the formation as Wuxia strode out from it. He was clad in a green Taoist robe, with his half-length hair hanging loosely behind his back and a hairband tied in front of his forehead. He looked neat and tidy and did not wear any ornaments. A few idlers who were standing next to the teleportation formation came up to Wuxia with a smile on their faces, greeting him attentively. "That green-clothed Taoist, that's him." Qing closed her eyes, her body trembling as she cried out, If he doesn't die, both you and I will be killed by him. I saw so much blood. If he doesn't die, both you and I will be killed by him." Yuhuan's expression flickered. He stepped forward and hugged Qing, whispering a few warm words in a low voice. After that, he pushed her away mercilessly and strode out of the hall. He pouted his lips and gave a shrill whistle. An extraordinarily handsome black leopard with a horn on its head came flying over, lying down before him obediently. Yuhuan sat on the leopard's back, then cried out in a deep voice, "Flying Leopard Army, follow me to Yuhua Immortal City." A troop of 1,000 lightly armored soldiers, all mounted on colorful leopards, came running wildly, following closely behind Yuhuan. Inside Yuhua Immortal City, Wuxia, who had just told his master about his wish to travel the world, received the permission from Patriarch Yuanhua and many other heaven immortals in Yuanhua sect, and was even rewarded with a few spirit items, was walking out from the teleportation formation that connected Yuhua Immortal City to Puyuo Heavenly Realm. Qing had a marvelous technique of divination. When she learned that Wuxia was in Yuhua Immortal City, it was even 10 minutes before Wuxia departed from Puyuo Heavenly Realm. Therefore, right after Wuxia walked out from the teleportation formation of Yuhua Immortal City and was entangled by a few idlers standing outside the formation, Yuhuan, with a merciless and cold grin on his face, had already brought the Flying Leopard Army and rushed to the teleportation formation. The Flying Leopard Army is handling some business. Those who have nothing to do with it, get lost. Yuhuan let out a wild laugh, casually thrusting his spear and killing a nascent soul cultivator standing next to him. After that, he thrust his spear straight at Wuxia. Shadows of the spear flickered, and half of the square where the teleportation formation was located was enveloped by the strong wind brought up by the spearhead. Yuhuan thrust the spearhead straight at the root of Wuxia's thigh. Chapter 4:13. In the face of Wuxia's divine force, the strength of these armored soldiers was like a mayfly trying to shake an iron tree. They could do nothing to him. Effortlessly, he leaped forward and came before Yuhuan, grabbing his neck with one hand. Putting his slightly altered face before Yuhuan's face, Wuxia grinned hideously and said, "3 of your brothers are dead. Are you going to die together with them?" Instinctively, Wuxia reacted. With a slight twist of his left wrist, 36 scale-shaped golden beams shot out, transforming into a diamond-shaped shield that shielded before his thigh. Yuhuan's spear produced a long cry as it smashed forcefully onto the shield. A tremendous, rebounding force came from the shield. Yuhuan's muscles bulged, and a tremendous force passed through the spear and collided with the rebounding force. The silver spear, engraved with the pattern of Qilin treading on clouds, was bent into the shape of a crescent moon. Being pressed by 2 tremendous forces, the spear let out a continuous dragon roar and kept trembling. On the other hand, each of the soldiers of Flying Leopard Army was stronger than the leopards they were riding on. They did not show any signs of Qi cultivators, and their aura was more similar to the beast warriors of Great Yin Dynasty. Vaguely, one could sense the aura of souls of beasts coming out from their bodies. Among these soldiers, 2 skinny men clad in brightly colored soft armors were the strongest. Their physical strength was nearly as strong as a nascent divinity cultivator. When the cultivators near and far saw that a fight had broken out, those mortals who worked as laborers immediately fled with their hands covering their heads, while those nascent soul cultivators dared not to come any closer. They simply rode on their escape beams and fled from the scene. Only those nascent divinity cultivators with stronger cultivation base dared to stand near the square and watch the show. Meanwhile, a great amount of divine will swept across from the sky. They were the divine wills of the heaven immortals from various powers in Wuxia, Immortal City. Several hundred soldiers of Flying Leopard Army cried out at the same time. Abruptly, a few of them spread their arms and thrust toward Wuxia. There were too many soldiers of the Flying Leopard Army at the scene. If all of them rushed forward, it would be a hindrance. The encirclement of a few armored soldiers sealed off all possible angles for Wuxia to dodge. Another middle-aged man with a mustache, high cheekbones, and a sallow and skinny face pulled on Wuxia's sleeve and shouted, "Senior, Senior, you must come to our Profound Truth Pavilion to take a look. We have countless treasures there. Whether it's treasures, spirit treasures, or immortal treasures, we have everything. Ha! Thunderbolt Divine Lightning Seed refined by a golden immortal. Do you want it?" This is a supreme weapon for self-defense and life-saving, as well as for murder and robbery. Of course, Wuxia would not dodge. With a sway of his body, he shrunk down and became 3 inches shorter, and his shoulders became a few inches wider. His facial muscles were slightly adjusted, looking 80 to 90% similar to his original face, but he looked like a completely different person. Because of the crowd, no one could see through the slight change in Wuxia's body. He snorted coldly and suddenly leaped forward, brutally knocking away a few armored soldiers of the Flying Leopard Army who leaped at him, then punched them away. While he was still reminiscing the passionate kiss he had with Princess Zhonglu before he left, and there was still a little bit of Princess Zhong Li's rouge left on the corner of his mouth, a few idlers came up to Wuxia and began to introduce the good places in Wuxia Immortal City to him. These few people talked extravagantly, describing the shops they recommended as rare in the heavens and impossible in the earth, as if one could become a primordial immortal just by visiting one of their shops. Sure enough, the topic had come. "How did you know my whereabouts?" Wuxia cried out coldly. A jade-colored butterfly-shaped beam shot straight towards Wuxia. Looking at Yu Huan, whose face was twisted, Wuxia pondered for a brief moment. Suddenly, he pulled out the gold ingot he found from Wei Xiao, casually tossed it towards Yu Huan. Yu Huan, who was struggling with the earth element dragon scale shield, did not expect Wuxia to strike suddenly. The gold ingot brought up a strong wind and smashed viciously onto Yu Huan's nose, collapsing the bridge of his nose and leaving a fist-sized dent on his face. Yu Huan sneered complacently. With one swift motion, he grabbed the spear stuck in his chest, pulled it out slowly, pointed it at Wuxia, and cried out, "Don't you know how formidable the great oracles of the human race are? He can communicate with deities and ghosts, and can see through the destiny of the people. So, what's so difficult about knowing your whereabouts?" Wuxia glared at the man, an early-stage, nascent divinity virgin selling herself in a brothel. How many loan sharks did she owe to live such a miserable life? Yu Huan staggered to his feet. With one hand covering his nose, he pointed his other finger at Wuxia and said furiously, "Didn't you hear what I just said? The deaths of Yu Huda, Yu Hetian, and Yu Helling are related to you. If you don't want to be minced into meat paste and fed to the leopards, then cripple your own cultivation base and follow me. Hand over the person who killed them, and I'll spare your soul for reincarnation." It was a cultivation technique that was completely different from that of Qi cultivators. Perhaps it was a body-tempering technique unique to the human race. However, Wuxia could clearly sense that the nature of the souls of these armored soldiers was no different from that of ordinary mortals, and their lifespan was extremely limited. If not because they had fused with their beast souls, these people could at most live for over 100 years. Compared to the long lifespan of cultivators and the heaven immortals who had escaped the suffering of reincarnation, the lifespan of these armored soldiers was just too short. Before Wuxia set out, the earth element dragon scale shield had gone through another round of refinement. Wuxia had fused the scales of snow-armored heaven-devouring python into the shield, replacing the dragon scales of whinnying dragon ancestor. Snow-armored heaven-devouring python was a demon python with a cultivation base of 25th tier heaven immortal realm, and its scales were at least 10 times tougher than those used by Wuxia. As a result, the defensive and offensive strength of the earth element dragon scale shield had been greatly improved. While Yu Huan was shouting and screaming, a wild wind was seen approaching from far distance. An astonishing pressure came from it, causing many houses in the surrounding to collapse. There was no cultivation technique related to body tempering in Scroll of Stealing. Looking at these armored soldiers, Wuxia could not help but feel surprised. With the convenience of the teleportation formation, Wuxia had arrived at Yu Hua Heavenly Realm not long after he left Greencliff Planet. However, the two strongest armored soldiers were merely early-stage nascent divinity cultivators. As such, Wuxia was not afraid of them. As for Yu Huan, he was slightly weaker than the two armored soldiers. Wuxia stared coldly at these people, sneered and said, "Tell me, why are you attacking me when you are innocent?" Right at this moment, Wuxia heard Yu Huan's roar. Beams of cold light streaked across the sky, while the spear tore through the air and produced ear-splitting whistling noises. The spear in Yu Huan's hand stirred up a strong gust of wind, bringing with it the blood of the cultivator who was casually killed by him just now, as it thrust towards the root of Wuxia's thigh. Yu Huan howled miserably as blood sprayed out from his nose. Instinctively, he threw away the spear and covered his nose with both hands. However, just as he was about to clash with the earth element dragon scale shield, the spear had been bent into a crescent shape. As soon as he loosened his grip, the spear bounced back abruptly, and the sharp gourd tip at the end of the spear shaft pierced forcefully into his chest. A loud noise rang out as the spear pierced into his chest, and the tremendous force sent him flying over 1,000 feet away. Grabbing Yu Huan, he retreated step by step to the teleportation formation which Wuxia used to arrive here. Grinning coldly, Wuxia said, "Everyone stay back, or else I'll kill him." The handsome man, who had a powdered face and did not have any cultivation base, was clad in a small green shirt and had a big red flower stuck on his head, said with a smile, "Senior, a virgin with early-stage nascent divinity cultivation base has just arrived in our Spring Harmony restaurant. Today is the best day to bid for her grooming. Senior, please don't miss this opportunity." If a virgin with early-stage nascent divinity cultivation base is used as a cultivation vessel, it is equivalent to 300 years of laborious cultivation. Upon hearing Wuxia's scolding, the few idlers, who were so shocked by the pressure unleashed by Wuxia, exchanged a glance with each other, then walked lazily to the side. A blinding light was bursting out from the teleportation formation behind them, as another group of cultivators had arrived at Yu Hua Immortal City. The pain made Yu Huan's eyes go blank. He fixed his gaze on Wuxia's face, which was very close to his face, and kept the appearance of Wuxia in his mind. This was the main reason why Wuxia had changed his height and appearance during the chaotic situation. He did not want to be hunted by Marquis Jian, Yu Zong, and he did not want Yu Zong to find Yuan Hua's sect based on his appearance. Yu Huan cried out in terror, "Stay back. Everyone stay back, or else." Yu Zong's brutal voice rang out, "Who dares to touch my beloved son?" Vaguely, Wuxia unleashed a slight pressure and cried out in a low voice, "Shut up, all of you. Do you think I'm a greenhorn who has just made his debut? Are you trying to fool me with such a trick? Get lost, or else I'll attack you." Looking at these people, Wuxia thought of those hooligans and scoundrels who solicited passengers at the entrance of the railway station back on Earth. He glanced around, wondering if there was another group of cultivators waiting nearby, waiting to beat him up and rob him of his money. Apart from the fact that the item spirit's sentience was too weak, as it had not cultivated to the realm of spirit immortal, the defensive and offensive strength of the earth element dragon scale shield was not weaker than ordinary lower-grade immortal items. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Wuxia did not say a word. Instead, he grabbed the middle-aged man by the neck and pushed him away. What a thunderbolt ball crafted by a gold immortal. Will something crafted by a gold immortal be sold in Yuhua heavenly realm? It was not that Wuxia looked down upon the immortals and cultivators of Yuhua heavenly realm, but perhaps no one here could afford the price of even the simplest immortal talisman produced by a gold immortal. The spear let out a sonorous cry. Wuxia injected a thread of energy into the earth element dragon scale shield, strengthening its defense. He gave Yuhuan a cold glance and cried out, "Why did you kill someone for no reason? Why did you attack me for no reason?" Without waiting for Wuxia to answer, Yuhuan cried out, "Somebody, capture him alive. Cripple his cultivation base. Bring him back and interrogate him with torture." A large group of soldiers from the Flying Leopard Army tried to stop Yuhuan, but the rebound force from the spear was too strong. As it had fused with the two forces of Yuhuan and the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield, several dozens of soldiers, as well as their mounts, were knocked flying away by Yuhuan. Finally, they were stopped by the defensive barrier at the edge of the square. "His target is my thigh, and not any other vital body parts. Is he trying to capture me alive?" However, when these heaven immortals found out that one of the attacking parties was the Flying Leopard Army led by Yuhuan, they immediately retracted their divine will. The invisible voice transmission quickly covered the entire Yuhua immortal city. All the cultivators who came to watch the show fled. In just a blink of an eye, only the Flying Leopard Army, led by Wuxia and Yuhuan, remained in the square, which measured over 100 miles in both width and length, and was densely covered with nearly 100 teleportation formations that led to different heavenly realms. Wuxia clenched his fingers together, and a crisp cracking noise was heard coming from Yuhuan's neck. His neck was nearly broken by Wuxia. Over 100 well-trained soldiers from the Flying Leopard Army went to check on the injured Yuhuan, while the others quickly circled around and surrounded Wuxia. The mounts of these soldiers looked ferocious, emanating a wild and untamed aura from their bodies. Wuxia ran his divine will through these leopards, and found that none of them showed any signs of cultivation. However, they must have been tempered with some medicinal herbs or mystic techniques, as their fleshly bodies were so strong that they could be comparable to nascent soul cultivators who specialized in cultivating body cultivation techniques. Yuhuan sneered. Suddenly, his eyes went wide, and an even more vigorous force rushed out from his body. The tip of the spear and the golden shield rubbed violently, generating a large sheet of flame. Then he cried out with a stern voice, "That guy has blocked my way, so he deserves to die. As for you, do you still remember Yehuda? I'm his half-brother, Yuhuan." Chapter 414. The jade-colored beam took the shape of a butterfly, bringing with it the style of slaughtering a country and burning a city. It drew an arc in the air as it thrust towards Wuqi's forehead. Wuqi laughed strangely. Casually, he raised Yuhuan up and used him as a shield. He stuck his body closely to Yuhuan's back, using him as a human target. Although Wuxia had shrunk his body, Yuhuan was extraordinarily muscular. Wuqi's entire body was completely covered by him. The jade-colored beam spun abruptly, nearly brushing past Yuhuan's face. Amidst an ear-splitting whistling noise, it smashed towards Wuqi's temple. Wuxia snorted coldly, twisted his body, and abruptly teleported himself 1 foot backward. Naturally, Yuhuan's hand was pulled by him and teleported 1 foot backward as well. The jade-colored beam hit accurately on Yuhuan's cheek, piercing through the left side of his face and coming out from the right side. A miserable shriek burst out from Yuhuan's chest. His nose was dented, and there was a bloody wound on his cheek. Along with the jade-colored beam, fragments of his facial bones and teeth shot out from his right cheek, scattering messily all over the ground. What audacity! Yuzong suddenly appeared with a gloomy face. A thin layer of clouds was hovering above his head, and a huge jade puppet was flapping its wings gracefully amidst the clouds. Yuzong stared at Wuxia with bloodshot eyes, squeezing out one word at a time from between his teeth. "Let go of my son." Wuxia had his hand tightly gripped on Yu Hawan's neck, his middle finger pressing against his neck bone. With just a little bit of force, he would be able to crush Yu Hawan's bones. Yu Hawan and the others did not cultivate their nascent divinity, including those armored soldiers of the Flying Leopard Army. Instead, they had their souls coexisted with beast souls, borrowing the power of the beast souls to fight. Therefore, once their bodies suffered an irreversible injury, they would lose their lives. Compared to immortal cultivators, who could regain their bodies even if their fleshly bodies were crushed, the lives of Yu Hawan and even Yuzong were much weaker. After having Yu Hawan's life in his hand, Wuxia stared at Yuzong, smiled, and said, "You want me to release him?" The first condition. You are not qualified to negotiate with me." Yu Mu roared furiously. While Yu Miao's roar was still echoing across the square, Wuxia had already grabbed Yu Hawan's left arm, pinched his elbow, and pulled forcefully, pulling Yu Hawan's arm off his body. The sound of bone and flesh breaking rang out clearly in everyone's ears. Broken bones and flesh shot out in all directions. Grabbing Yu Hawan's broken arm, Wuxia sneered and said, "The first condition." Looking at his son, who was howling miserably, and then at the severed arm in Wuqi's hand, Yu Mu fixed his gaze on Wuxia and memorized Wuqi's appearance and body shape, which had been slightly adjusted. Gritting his teeth, he let out a furious bellow and rushed into a shop on the side of the square. Dozens of miserable howls could be heard echoing out. In just a blink of an eye, Yu Mu had killed all the people in the shop, then rushed out with blood all over his body. A very strong, murderous aura emanated from his body as he pointed his finger at Wuxia and said, "Fine, what are your conditions?" Wuxia pointed at all the teleportation formations on the square and said, "Destroy all the teleportation formations except the one that leads to Panga Continent, and bring me all the immortal stones. Give me all the jade slips that record the usage of the teleportation formations." Yu Mu was taken aback, but he immediately understood Wuqi's intention. Wuxia was afraid that Yu Mu would find out where he came from by following the teleportation formation he used. After all, in order to reach Yu Hua Heavenly Realm, one had to use the large teleportation formations constructed by the other celestial court. As long as he asked around according to the time, he would be able to find out where Wuxia came from. But after destroying all the teleportation formations, who would know when Wuxia came? Yu Mu rolled his eyes and was about to come up with an excuse to refuse, when Wuxia brazenly threw away Yu Hawan's broken arm, then placed his left fingers on Yu Hawan's left eye. Grinning hideously, Wuxia said, "How many sons do you have that I can deal with like this?" Yu Mu felt a warm sensation in his chest, and he nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yu Hawan was his only remaining son. Although he had a few daughters left, none of them could inherit his family business, and none of them could carry on the bloodline for him. Under the rule of the human emperor, all the major clans placed the most importance on the inheritance of the clan and the continuation of the bloodline. If Yu Hawan was killed by someone, when would Yu Mu be able to give birth to another son? Waving his hand weakly, Yu Mu cried out in a low voice, "Destroy all the teleportation formations, except the one that leads to Panga Continent. Take all the immortal stones and give them to him. Also, give him all the jade slips that record the usage of the teleportation formations." Without making a sound, the armored soldier of Flying Leopard Army punched his chest with his right fist, preparing to destroy the teleportation formations according to the order. Right at this moment, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky from Yu Hua Immortal Abode. An immortal, clad in a crane cloak, his body shrouded in a bright green gleam, with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks, eyes darting from side to side, and a shrewd air emanating from his bones, flew out and landed on the square. The immortal cupped his fist and bowed to Wuxia, then smilingly nodded at Yu Mu and said, "Marquis Jian, all the teleportation formations here are constructed by the Celestial Court, and they cost a lot of money. How can you destroy them just like that? Haha, Marquis Jian is a man with a huge business, and the cost is nothing to him, right? His son is more important, right? Clicking his tongue and praising, the immortal turned to Wuxia and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm Sanyu. Ha ha ha, I'm a chief supervisor of Yu Hua Heavenly Realm. Listen to me, fellow Taoist. This Marquis Jian only has 4 sons and 19 daughters. Ha! The other 3 sons were killed by someone before the new year, and the one in your hand is the only son of Marquis Jian." Yumu's face fell dramatically, but as he was about to interrupt Heavenly Lord Sanyu, the latter suddenly threw a tantrum. He pointed his finger at Yumu and cast the muting spell, an immortal spell. Yumu's throat turned stiff, and he could not say a single word. Heavenly Lord Sanyu cried out hastily, "To you, the human emperor has decreed that any minister who does not have a son will have their title of nobility reduced by 1 rank every 100 years. Fellow Taoist, you can't sell him at a low price." Wuxia raised his brows. Immediately, he had a very good impression of Heavenly Lord Sanyu. The human emperor had decreed that any minister who did not have a son would have their title of nobility reduced by 1 rank every 100 years. The heavenly Tao had determined that the stronger a living being was, the harder it was for him to give birth to a child. As Yumu possessed a cultivation base equivalent to a 20th tier heaven immortal, not only would he have to work very hard, he would also have to be lucky enough to meet a girl who could bear his yang energy and give birth to his child. Perhaps he would not have a son for several thousand years. After several thousand years, no matter how high Marquis Jian's title of nobility was into you, he would be reduced to a commoner by now, wouldn't he? Wuxia laughed. Without hesitation, he fished out a jar of ointment and sprayed it on the wounds on Yu Hahuan's broken arm and face. The ointment concocted by Wuxia himself was just like the ointment concocted by him for external wounds, which had a very violent nature. When the ointment sprinkled on Yu Hahuan's body, it was as if a bottle of strong nitric acid was sprayed on his heart, liver, and lungs. The pain made him howl, and howl miserably, while pale red cold sweat broke out from all over his body. The severe pain made his heart race, and all the capillaries under his skin burst open. Coincidentally, Heavenly Lord Sanyu's muting spell was broken by Yumu. Having witnessed everything, Yumu bellowed furiously, "How dare you, filthy Taoist!" Without hesitation, Wuxia pulled out a dagger and pressed it on Yu Hahuan's lower body. He looked at Heavenly Lord Sanyu, smiled, and said, "Does the human emperor have a rule that says the son of a certain Marquis Jian is a eunuch?" Heavenly Lord Sanyu tucked his hands under his sleeves, narrowed his eyes, and answered with a smile, "Eunuch? Can that be considered as a son?" Wuxia let out a few strange laughs, then tilted his chin at Yumu and said, 100 immortal stones. This is the second condition." Heavenly Lord Sanyu's eyes narrowed into 2 thin lines as he cried out, "Also, if you insist on dismantling the teleportation formation, you must compensate for the cost and manpower of the teleportation formation, as well as the hush money for those immortal monarchs of Yu Hua Heavenly Realm who have lost contact with the other heavenly realms. That will cost a lot of immortal stones as well." Yumu's body swayed, and he nearly fell to the ground. He stared at Heavenly Lord Sanyu and bellowed, "Sanyu, don't go too far. Why would a human race need immortal stones? They have nothing to do with the cultivation of the human race." Heavenly Lord Sanyu retorted with a sneer, "Do you dare to say that you don't have any immortal stones in your storehouse? Don't human warriors need immortal stones to assist their cultivation? How dare you talk nonsense?" Wuxia sneered, then quietly swung the dagger in his hand downward. A part of Yu Hahuan's pants was cut open, and the dagger plunged into his vital part, cutting open his flesh. A tiny stream of blood trickled down from his body, dripping onto the ground. Yu Hahuan let out a strange cry as a large amount of liquid poured down from his body. He was so frightened that he wet his pants. Disgusted, Wuxia retracted his left hand and said with a sneer, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Yu Mu's body trembled as he roared furiously. "Dismantle those teleportation formations and hand over all the materials to this bastard." "Bastards, are you all dead?" A large sheet of immortal light soared into the sky from Yu Hua immortal abode, as over 30 heaven immortals landed on a cloud with a smile on their faces. They stood in a straight line behind Heavenly Lord San Yu while smiling. Heavenly Lord San Yu stretched out his right hand, rubbed his thumb, index finger, and middle finger a few times as he chuckled and said, "Marquis Jian, you have yet to reach an agreement with me on compensation. Apart from the 18 giant teleportation formations that lead to Panga Continent, there are another 81 teleportation formations that lead to various heavenly realms. TSK, they're all going to be dismantled. The cost of construction, labor, and hush money." Arg. Yu Mu's eyes turned red. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "San Yu, I'll pay. You don't add to my troubles." Heavenly Lord San Yu smiled faintly, took a few steps back, and said, "Since you are willing to pay, everything will be fine. All right, Marquis Jian, please don't run around if you have nothing to do in the future. If you hurt an officer of the Celestial Court, it will be very difficult for me to explain to my superiors." Wuxia knew very well that the reason why Heavenly Lord San Yu blackmailed Yu Mu was because he wanted to obtain an unexpected fortune, but most likely, he wanted to vent the anger of Immortal Chuan and the others. For no reason, Yu Zong went to Puluo Heavenly Realm and started a fight, and nearly killed Immortal Chuan. As the direct superior of Puluo Heavenly Realm, how could Heavenly Lord San Yu not seize the opportunity to launch an attack? In just 15 minutes, all 81 teleportation formations that led to various heavenly realms were dismantled. All 81 immortal stones, which served as the core power of the teleportation formations, as well as other materials used to construct the formations, were stuffed into a large capacity storage bag hanging on his waist by Wuxia. When he was out in the world, he should never reveal his wealth. The image of Black Dragon Spirit Ring was too glaring. Therefore, he hung both the ring and the Spirit Breeding Ring in front of his chest instead of wearing them on his fingers. Immediately after that, one of Yu Mu's subordinates brought him 100 fist-sized lower-grade immortal stones. A very strong immortal energy drifted out from them, and Heavenly Lord San Yu's eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. He stared blankly at the immortal stones and did not move. Wuxia even wondered if Heavenly Lord San Yu would rob him if he did not have Yu Hawan's life and death in his hands, which made it difficult for him to kill Yu Hawan. 100 immortal stones was a real fortune that could move one's heart. Wuxia could not help but take a few deep breaths. Hastily, he shoved all the treasures into the storage bag. Grinning coldly, Wuxia said, "The third condition is for Yu Hawan to follow me to Panga Continent. When we arrive at a safe place, I'll let him go." Yu Hawan had to follow Wuxia to Panga Continent. Abruptly, Yu Mu moved his arms and roared furiously, "No way." All of a sudden, a sharp sword poked out from behind Wuqi's back, thrusting towards the back of Wuqi's head soundlessly. Chapter 415. The man who popped out from behind Wuxia was a short, skinny, and shriveled man who looked like a rat that had been dried up by the sun. He was holding a short sword in his hand. It was 1 foot and 2 inches long, as wide as a leek, and as thin as a gust of wind. A faint dark mist drifted behind his back, within which a bee soul that looked like a mouse with 6 legs could be vaguely seen. Without making any sound of wind or releasing any aura, the little man appeared out of nowhere behind Wuxia, then thrust the sword forward. The tip of the sword went straight toward the back of Wuqi's head at an incredible speed, as if it was going to pierce through Wuqi's head. There was a layer of tricolored gleam flickering on the tip of the sword. Obviously, it was dipped in a deadly poison. Heavenly Lord San Yu saw the little man who suddenly came out from behind Wuxia, but he kept his mouth shut and did not say a word. He had greatly offended Yu Miao today and had gotten a lot of benefits from him. So he decided to let the assassins Yu Miao had arranged to kill Wuxia, which would at least help Yu Miao vent his anger, lest Yu Miao would vent all his anger on him later. Heavenly Lord San Yu knew that Yu Miao was a cruel, tyrannical, and arrogant man, and he had a powerful backer in Yu Dynasty. Therefore, it was not a good idea to offend him. With his eyelids drooping, Heavenly Lord San Yu looked at Wuxia, the corners of his mouth curling up into a cold smile. Wuxia had all his attention on Yu Miao and Heavenly Lord San Yu. Either one of them possessed a frightening power that could easily turn Wuxia into nothingness. Even though Wuxia seemed to have gained a certain upper hand now, Wuxia dared not to slack off. Yu Miao did not seem to be his forte, as his divine abilities and spells did not seem to be his forte. As for Heavenly Lord San Yu, he was an 18th tier heaven immortal. If he suddenly cast a spell or something similar to a spell on Wuxia, it would bring him great trouble. Using his divine will, he carefully communicated with Hasek, who was slumbering in his spiritual ocean. He was mentally prepared to sign an unfair contract with Hasek and ask him to help him at any time. Suddenly, Wuxia saw the strange smile on Heavenly Lord San Yu's face from the corner of his eyes. Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked and released his innate divine sense. Immediately, Wuxia saw the short man in black behind him. He grabbed Yu Hahuan and leaped forward, moving his body 3 feet forward in an instant. With the momentum of teleporting forward to dodge, Wuxia gathered all the strength in his right leg and kicked backwards. The kick landed on the short man's lower abdomen, sending him flying 2 to 3 miles away soundlessly. Then, the man flew through the air without even making a sound. Before his short and shriveled body could touch the ground, it suddenly broke apart, turning into a fine mixture of blood and minced meat that sprinkled evenly on the ground. As he possessed the innate yin energy of yin and yang, no matter it was the innate energies of 5 elements, the dark yin water scripture, or the cultivation technique of Tao scripture of unity, Wuxia possessed a very deep and soft yin energy when he unleashed the power of innate yin energy. Although the innate yin energy of yin and yang was very powerful, it was soundless and traceless. Therefore, even when Wuxia exerted all his strength and kicked out with the 3 transformations of Flood Dragon, it did not make a single sound. When the enormous force of yin and yang smashed into the body of the short man, it felt as if his body was being ground by several million millstones. In just a blink of an eye, all his cells were corroded by the innate yin energy, nearly shattering them at the molecular level. Even his soul had turned into the tiniest soul particles in just a blink of an eye. Cold sweat broke out from Wuxia's back after killing the sneak attacker with just 1 kick. He gave Yu Miao a fierce look, who was still roaring furiously just a moment ago, then turned to look at Heavenly Lord San Yu with a smile on his face. "Thank you for your kind gesture, Heavenly Lord, which saved me from being killed. I was lucky today, and it was all thanks to your kindness. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely thank you generously." Yu Zong stared coldly at Heavenly Lord San Yu as he clenched his fists tightly. It was this damned ox nose again. Yu Zong knew very well the overall strength of the man in black who loved to laugh. He was the most capable leader of the scouts under his command. Although his cultivation base was not strong, he was very good at hiding his tracks. With a sharp sword dipped in the soul-dispersing tri-flowered snake paste, he had once assassinated 7 heaven immortals. 7 heaven immortals. Yu Zong hated Heavenly Lord San Yu to the core, and yet he was defeated by Wuxia, a little boy with a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. Heavenly Lord San Yu's heart sank. Every single word Wuxia said had struck his heart, but he was just a little rascal with a cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm. Heavenly Lord San Yu laughed, shook his head, and left with all the heaven immortals behind him. In a carefree manner, Heavenly Lord San Yu stretched out a finger and wagged it behind his back as he said, "Little friend, I've schemed against you today, and you've schemed against me as well. The karma has been settled, and we're even now." Wuxia gave Heavenly Lord Sanyu a look and said in a deep voice, "We're even now. As long as the Heavenly Lord does not attack the person in my hands today, I will owe you a favor. When we meet again in the future, I'll return the favor." Heavenly Lord Sanyu was taken aback, then shook his head disapprovingly, not even giving Wuxia another look. He was just a puny peak-stage nascent soul cultivator. After slicing off a layer of golden paint from Yu Zong's body, Heavenly Lord Sanyu left with his men. Grabbing Yu Hahuan, Wuxia carefully retreated to one of the 18 teleportation formations that led to Panga Continent. He stared at Yu Zong, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and said with a cold grin, "Marquis Jian, did you send someone to assassinate me? If that's the case, I'll have to give you another arm. I hope Marquis Jian has enough spirit pills and miraculous medicines to reattach your young master's severed limbs." Yu Zong raised his right hand and stopped all the sneak attacks that he had set up in the surroundings. As the leader of the scouts, who had the strongest ability in hiding aura, was brutally killed by Wuxia, he no longer had any hope in the other spies. He could still kill Wuxia with some powerful techniques, but if he was not careful enough, he would kill Yu Hahuan as well. How could he have the courage to try? He breathed out a long sigh, clenched his jaws, and said, "Marquis Jian admits defeat today. What else do you want?" Wuxia stretched out his left hand, raised a finger, and waved it at Yu Zong. "Marquis Jian has a great business, and even Heavenly Lord Sanyu praised him for that. The matter of you stabbing me with your sword is easy to solve. 100 immortal stones, and 10 carts of rare and precious materials. Don't try to deceive me with common goods. Marquis Jian is overseeing Yu Hua Heavenly Realm, and I have no idea how many gifts he receives every day. I won't accept materials of inferior quality. Another 100 immortal stones?" Yu Zong felt a suffocation in his chest, and he felt like bleeding. However, when he saw the terrified and despairing expression on Yu Hahuan's face, who was held in Wuqi's hand, and thought about how he was left with only one son after his death, and then thought about the order of demoting his title and taking back his favor issued by the human emperor for the sake of his entire clan, Yu Zong clenched his jaws and swallowed the grievance. "Go, bring another 100 immortal stones and 10 carts of rare and precious objects that are prepared as tribute to this bastard." "Fellow Taoist." Yu Zong opened his mouth and gave the order loudly. Every word he uttered was filled with a strong smell of blood. Military orders must be obeyed, and the soldiers under Yu Zong's command were very efficient. Not long after that, they had brought all kinds of jewels, according to Wuqi's request. Wuqi was dazzled by what he saw, and he applauded inwardly. It was true that 100 mortal stones were worth a lot, but those rare and precious materials were indeed worthy of being an important minister of the human race overseeing Yu Hua Heavenly Realm. Some of them were classified as upper-grade immortal materials according to the Scroll of Stealing, which made them very rare and hard to come by, especially when he saw 3 fist-sized, pitch-black metal lumps, which made the 18 celestial fiend puppets in Wuqi's body struggle and roar at the same time. They were the pure young nether fiend metal, which could only be produced after the core of a meteor had been attacked by the heavenly fiend aura for 10,000 years, and had been scoured by the dark water day and night in an abyss. This rare metal was an excellent material for crafting various magical items of the Fiend League. If the 18 celestial fiend puppets could devour this metal, their strength would be improved by at least 10 times, and even lower-grade immortal items would not be able to harm their bodies. On top of that, after being nourished by the enormous fiend energy contained in the pure young nether fiend metal, the celestial fiend battle, the heaven script of 18 celestial fiend puppets, would be improved by a few levels as well. Depending on the amount and grade of the fiend energy contained in the metal, the puppets could at least improve their celestial fiend battle, the heaven script, to the level of peak stage nascent divinity cultivators. Perhaps they could even break through the level of peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators and transform into 18 celestial fiend immortals of great strength. Hastily putting away all the materials, Wuxia grabbed Yu Huan with one hand and cried out sternly, "Fine, I'm not a man with insatiable greed. When I arrive at Panga Continent and arrive at a safe place, I'll release your young master. Yu Huan, don't play any tricks, or I'll perish together with your young master, and neither of us will have a good ending." Carefully, Wuxia activated the teleportation formation, then selected the direction of Panga Continent from a thread of divine will that was sent out from the formation. For a moment, several 100 million different coordinates of the teleportation formation rushed into Wuxia's spiritual ocean at the same time. Wuxia randomly selected a coordinate marked as a public teleportation formation and activated it. A blinding light rushed out from the teleportation formation. In the blink of an eye, both Wuxia and Yu Huan disappeared without a trace. Upon seeing Wuxia and Yu Huan disappear from his sight at the same time, Yuzong threw his head back and gave a furious roar. Abruptly, he spun around with a whirlwind and said furiously, "Send out a message to the teleportation formation that he went to, asking us to send out some experts to rescue young master and capture that shrewd Taoist alive. Remember, capture him alive? You must capture him alive. I want to let him know the consequences of offending me." One of the armored soldiers bowed and answered, "Understood." A cold smile emerged on Yuzong's face as he said, "Shrewd Taoist, it will take you 3 years to travel from Yu Hua Heavenly Realm to Panga Continent through the teleportation formation, no matter how fast it is. 3 years is more than enough for me to mobilize my men and kill you." Complacently, Yuzong strode into the teleportation formation, reaching out his hand to touch the jade slip that recorded the usage information. But upon touching it, Yuzong was so angry that he leaped and cursed. After Wuxia activated the teleportation formation, he had erased all the data in the jade slip with his divine will. Therefore, how could Yuzong find out which teleportation formation on Panga Continent Wuxia had chosen? "Senyu, is this your trick again? How could an outsider erase all the information in the teleportation formation? You're a rotten Taoist?" Yuzong roared furiously, his lips twitching with anger. "Go inform our clan. Tell them that I've exhausted all my belongings to ask our clan to mobilize all our men and seal off all the public teleportation formations on Panga Continent that lead to outer heavenly realms." Yuzong howled hysterically. Chapter 416. Wave after wave of warm and vigorous energy came from the ground beneath his feet, comforting the minds of Wuxia and the cultivators like the kiss of a mother. Then came the earth element dragon scale shield. Among the rare materials Yuzong offered, there were many that were suitable for Wuxia to devour. Because of the contribution from those fiends, Wuxia's divine sense and willpower were now extremely abundant, and he did not care about the loss. Just like the sword of Greedy Wolf, he had given birth to an item spirit in the earth element dragon scale shield. Yu Huan's expression flickered. Clenching his jaws, he stared at Wuxia and cursed. "You bastard! Don't you dare insult me. What do you want to know?" On the other hand, it would take several years to travel from outer heavenly realms to Panga Continent. On top of that, as Panga Continent was constantly absorbing chaotic airflows to expand itself, outer heavenly realms were getting further away from it. Perhaps, after a few eons, it would take them over 10 years to travel to Panga Continent. Along the way, Wuxia swallowed 3 pieces of pure yang nether fiend gold. Immediately, the 18 celestial fiend puppets divided the 3 pieces of pure yang nether fiend gold equally, using them to strengthen their bodies and absorb the fiend energies contained in them to cultivate the celestial fiend battle, the heaven script. It was unknown where Yuzong found these 3 rare materials, but the fiend energies contained in them were top-notch. In just a few months, The puppets had pushed their cultivation of celestial fiend battle the heaven script straight to the realm of heaven immortal, possessing the overall strength of a 36-tier heavenly fiend. Eventually, Wuxia's innate nascent soul could no longer contain the full divine sense and willpower, and had no choice but to store all the suddenly improved willpower in his spiritual ocean. As a result, it actually formed into a crystal-clear, thumb-sized golden willpower amalgamation. As for the energy attacks, such as Flame, he simply let the puppets swallow them into their bodies, speeding up the absorption of various materials. Only less than 1% of the various materials plundered from Great Yan's secret vault had been digested. With the help of these powerful flames, the impurities contained in the materials were extracted, and only the purest part was fused with the puppets, making them tougher and stronger. Wuxia pinched his fingers and counted the time in his mind. He packed up all the miscellaneous items he had, shoved everything in his storage bag into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, and once again seized the neck of the unconscious Yuhuan. Yuhuan's cultivation base was equivalent to an early-stage nascent divinity cultivator, but he still couldn't abstain from eating. For the past 3 years, if not for Wuxia feeding him with the fasting pills and clean water, he would have long been starved to death. Normally, Wuxia did not have the time to use his natal true flame to help the puppets refine the materials. Whenever he thought of it, he would just send a thread of energy into them, and usually they would have to work hard to absorb and refine the energy. Now, with the help of the fire tribulation that only appeared when these demon immortals ascended to immortality, the process of absorption and refinement was accelerated by dozens of times. Along the way, Wuxia had refined all the treasures he had, and even refined those treasures he robbed using a mystic technique. Taking the opportunity when countless fiends came to him and sacrificed their willpower, Wuxia had refined all the treasures he had into spirit items. In the end, when he had upgraded the gold coin, which could drop a magical treasure into an upper-grade spirit item, the relic in his spiritual ocean had quietly vanished. This was Pangu Continent, the birthplace of the human race. Right when Wuxia was shedding tears, a few men clad in gray linen clothes and standing on a small mound off in the distance suddenly had their gazes fixed on him. Their eyes were brimming with killing intent, and it made the fine hairs on the back of Wuxia's neck stand up. Yuhuan clenched his jaws and said, "Since you want to kill me, why should I answer your question?" The distance between Pangu Continent and outer heavenly realms was extremely far. It was an enormous distance that even ordinary immortals could not imagine. Apart from a very few heavenly realms that were blessed by the heavens and close to Pangu Continent, for some of the remote heavenly realms, it would take them a few years to travel in an alien dimension, even if they used teleportation formations. In the end, refining the fiends with the divine flame of order and extracting their willpower had become an instinct. Wuxia simply pulled out the sword of Greedy Wolf and Xuanhao sword, unleashing a stream of true flame that melted the two swords into a puddle of liquid. After that, he rummaged through his storage bag and pulled out a pile of rare and precious materials that Yumu offered, then refined the sword of Greedy Wolf once again. Sigh, it seems like I'm not fated with the Buddhist League after all. Sensing the disappearance of the relic, Wuxia sighed softly. Wuxia patted on Yuhuan's neck and woke him up from his unconsciousness. After living for 3 years with only fasting pills and clean water, Yuhuan had become so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones, and his eyes were stiff and lifeless. Wuxia stared coldly at Yuhuan, sneered, and said, "You will definitely die, because I won't allow you to hunt and kill my friends and lovers. They're the ones who killed 3 of your brothers." Wuxia sneered and gave Yuhuan a punch on his face, turning his face, which had healed with great difficulty, into a mess again. Then he said coldly, "Answer my questions obediently, and I'll kill you after I walk out of the teleportation formation. Then you'll have a chance to live. If you don't answer me, you will die right now. Take a guess. Do you think I have the courage to do that?" It only took him 15 minutes to travel from one heavenly realm to another through a large-scale teleportation formation. "Why don't you kill me now?" asked Yuhuan blankly. Yuhuan's eyes lit up as he said in a low voice, "You can't escape. There's no way you can. The power of the human race is extremely strong on Panga continent. There's no way you can escape." One sword strike was enough. According to the rules of the heavenly Tao, when a celestial fiend puppet cultivated the body of a heavenly fiend, a heavenly tribulation would descend. However, as Wuxia was trapped in the space tunnel now, the power of heavenly tribulation could not lock onto his body, and the thunder tribulation could not descend. Nevertheless, as the thunder tribulation did not descend, those strange and bizarre fiends and flames swarmed towards him like flies that smelled the scent of blood. The aura emanated by the advancement of a heavenly fiend was more than enough to drive all fiends crazy. Therefore, there was no reason for them not to come and enjoy the feast. Along the way, Wuxia repeated all sorts of questions over and over again, and it took him 7 days and 7 nights to interrogate Yuhuan. The innate energies of 5 elements rushed into the sword of Greedy Wolf along with his willpower, catalyzing the sword to give birth to a powerful divine will. The sword had given birth to a divine will, and the sword of Greedy Wolf had transformed into a true spirit item. As long as Wuxia continued to refine it, allowing its item spirit to cultivate into a spirit immortal, he would naturally have a prime immortal item. After fusing the essence of Xuanhao sword into the sword of Greedy Wolf, Wuxia then fused some other rare and precious materials into the sword. This time, Wuxia removed the hilt of the sword of Greedy Wolf, turning it into a sharp killing weapon with a razor-sharp edge. When the sword of Greedy Wolf was reformed, Wuxia separated a very powerful willpower from his relic and fused it into the sword. When the last bit of energy in Yuhuan's stomach was squeezed dry, Wuxia felt his body lightened. A bright light flickered before his eyes, and they were now standing on a teleportation formation. They were surrounded by numerous teleportation formations that kept blinking, and off in the distance were mountains that towered into the clouds. A chilly breeze was brushing against their faces, bringing along a fragrant aroma of flowers that could penetrate one's heart and spleen. The sky was clear and lofty, with white clouds drifting in the sky. Huge birds were seen wheeling in the sky, and the surrounding temperature and humidity made one feel extremely comfortable. Tears shot out from Wuxia's eyes. Just like the other cultivators who walked out from the teleportation formation, he suddenly burst into tears. "You're going to die, but not now." Wuxia laughed, shook his head, and said, "If I kill you now, when I walk out from the teleportation formation, and they find out that you're already a dead man, wouldn't they kill me immediately? By keeping you alive, at least I'll have more time to deal with them. Don't you think so?" Perhaps the cultivation speed of the item spirit born in this way was not as fast as the souls of those divine beasts and immortal birds captured by Wuxia, but in terms of intelligence and control, as well as having a blood connection with Wuxia, it could be considered as a true prime immortal item. Wuxia laughed joyfully, unleashing the divine flame of order to his heart's content. If any fiends were to attack him, he could just unleash the divine flame of order and turn all of them into nothingness. An endless stream of soul essence fused into Wuxia's 10 innate nascent souls, nourishing Wuxia's divine sense and making it clearer and more condensed, as if it had been purified from a mist into a liquid state. At that very moment, Wuxia even had an illusion that he had returned to his mother's womb, and that this was the place where the human race should live. All these conditions made every cell in Wuxia's body begin to cheer. An unprecedented life force rushed into his body from under his feet. He had an impulse of returning to his hometown after a long journey. His blood began to boil, and he seemed to hear a desolate, ancient roar that came from the primordial era. Along the way, the celestial fiend puppets had yet to transcend their fiend immortal thunder tribulation, and their aura kept spreading out, attracting countless fiends from outer domains to pounce on them. But no matter how hard they tried, the divine flame of order was the nemesis of all fiends. Countless fiends were forcibly refined by the divine flame, and Wuxi's divine sense had been improved to an unimaginable level. Immediately, he turned around and looked over his shoulder. Here comes the message. When an ordinary fiend cultivator became an immortal, the flame fiend tribulation was a great test for their fleshly body. It could easily turn their flesh and bones into ashes, forcing them to be reincarnated. However, for the celestial fiend puppets, the flame could only refine their flesh and bones, but it could not refine all sorts of rare and precious materials. As a puppet that had been tempered and tempered thoroughly, it could only be a helping hand for Wuxia to strengthen himself. Smilingly, Wuxia patted Yu Haohuan's face and said sarcastically, "A man who peed his pants because of fear. I bet you don't have the courage to die, do you? Answer my question, and you still have a slim chance to live. Perhaps the men your father deployed on Panga continent can save you." In the Buddhist cultivators, there is a special name for this kind of willpower, Saraira. Although he could wield the Xuanhao sword easily, Wuxia did not have the habit of using two swords at the same time. According to the Tao of sword taught to him by Nie Baihong, when one cultivated the Tao of sword control to the most profound level, one sword could break all techniques, and one sword could control all treasures. So, why would he need too many flying swords and magical treasures? After forming the Saraira, Wuxia did not know whether he should cry or laugh. Pilgrim Gu, he said that he was fated with the Buddhist League, but it was just a mantra used by Buddhist cultivators. However, after Wuxia successfully formed the Saraira today, he himself felt that the feeling was rather unpleasant. With an ordinary teleportation formation, it would take no more than a snap of a finger to travel from one galaxy to another. With one hand clutching Yu Haohuan's neck, Wuxia transformed into a beam of light and sped through the space tunnel. As it was a super long-distance teleportation formation, it brought a very heavy burden to the space. Wuxia had no choice but to produce the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield, transforming it into a yellow light barrier that enveloped his entire body. Only with that could he barely withstand the tremendous pressure from all directions. Without any hesitation, Wuxia had broken Yu Haohuan's right arm, which was still intact. "Cut the crap. Now I'll ask and you answer," he cried out in a low voice. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.